she had. Did she have that, or was she the interim women's champion? Now I'm talking about it. Let's have a little look. I want to make sure that I'm not giving out false information, because she was the women's champion, but I can't remember if she actually had it or if it was just the interim one. Has she ever been outright women's champion? Let's just quickly... she's still only 28 years old, Toni Storm. She's still only 28. That is incredible. That is incredible. In AEW, she has been AEW Women's Champion on 2 occasions. She definitely had an interim title, though, didn't she? She had an interim title, because I remember there being a big controversy around it. So perhaps she's had it twice, but one's an interim, but they're not counting it as an interim. Hang on, let's read this. She made a debut, blah, 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 4-way, to become the AEW Interim Women's Champion. She defended it against Athena, Baker, Serena Deeb at Grand Slam. She lost the championship against Jamie Hayter, ending her first reign at 76 days. Okay. Then, blah, blah, blah. Then she won it for a second time at Double or Nothing on the first episode of Collision, Storm and Soho, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, her first title reign was interim, but her second one, she did actually win it outright. So she is trying to become a 3-time AEW Women's Champion. So, yeah, to be honest, I didn't know she'd had 2 reigns. I didn't know she was 28. And I also didn't know that she was married to Juice Robinson. I know she was in a relationship with Juice Robinson, but I didn't know they got married last year. We are finding out a lot of facts about our favorite female AEW superstar on this stream. So there we go. Married to Juice Robinson in 2022. 28 years old, from New Zealand. I hope she does it tonight. I am a real fan of the Timeless character. And they've just got a little segment actually on her Wikipedia page talking about who she draws comparisons to. They're saying that Gloria Swanson and Norma Shearer, they are the people that she has took inspiration from. Let me show you the pictures. This is on her Wikipedia page. Look. While competing on the independent circuit, Storm began to develop different personas before settling on one highly influenced by her 1980s glam metal music, leading to her rock star aesthetic. This persona carried her through WWE and into the early days of AEW. Beginning in the latter half of 2023, in conjunction with her disassociation from the Outcasts, she adopted the timeless Toni Storm persona, which saw her transition into the character of a demanding and paranoid golden age of Hollywood starlet. As part of the transition, Storm dropped her previous rock star aesthetic and began sporting a bobbed and curled haircut, wearing early 20th century fashion-inspired outfits and appearing in black and white vignettes. During her matches, Timeless Toni Storm began to dictate to AEW's director, telling them, "I'm ready for my close-up," quoting Gloria Swanson's character in Sunset Boulevard, before a dramatic zoom, as well as speaking directly to the audience, informing them, and now for a word from our sponsors. Just before a break, the Timeless persona drew comparisons to Gloria Swanson and Norma Shearer. Lovely. So, yeah, look, Timeless Toni Storm, that's probably the match I'm most looking forward to. And our poll is set up asking people, will she become the champion on this show? I feel pretty good that she will. I can't think there's any female hotter in AEW from a momentum, from an intrigue, from an engagement point of view than what Toni Storm's doing at the moment. So I'm really enjoying her work. So that's a match that I'm really genuinely hyped for. We have 0 Hour coming up. Now, 0 Hour is, I think, in about an hour and 50 minutes. So we've got loads of time. One thing we're not short on at the moment is time. So we've got loads of time, so we can kind of go through the cards. I want to jump into the chat and like have a word with people, see how things are going, and then we can move on to the predictions, and we can have a look and see where we are with things. I just saw a really, really good article on Wrestling Observer, and I don't actually know this person, but they're called Mike Della Camera, and they've written predictions and breakdowns. And I was just having a read through. I went on there to see what news there was, and I was just having a read through, and yeah, there was some really good points that I thought were being made as they were doing their predictions. So I thought we could kind of do the predictions, have a little look, see what this person's saying as well, kind of get a bit more of a well-rounded picture on things. But we'll save that for a moment and jump into the chat. Let's go into... There we go. Steerix said, I think Ziggler is going to be the devil because 90-day no-compete clause ends next Friday. Maybe he makes an appearance tonight, said Steerix. Well, I don't think you'd be able to, would you? I mean, if you've got a non-compete, doesn't that mean that you can't show up on that show at all? This is where we get into a bit of a grey area, isn't it? I mean, I remember like there being a no-compete for Lex Luger back in the 90s, and the way Vince got round it was he put him into his bodybuilding federation for a bit. And then when it was time, he moved him over to the wrestling federation. So I don't know. I mean, like if Dolph was going to appear on TV as the devil and be revealed to be as the devil, would that be in breach of the non-compete, or is it just a case that you can't actually wrestle? I mean, I would have to think that you probably can't appear on TV at all. But that's a very interesting question. Can you just fleetingly appear? I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can, because you're still working for a competitor. So you are still competing. You are still, even if you're not wrestling, you are still providing content to a competitor within that period of time where you're not meant to be doing that. But that's a very interesting one, because could you get away with just a flash of an image or something? I don't think you could. I don't think you could. Tom says, I don't care if you don't want to know. Step 1, have friends. Step 2, pretend to be drunk. Oh, what's this? I like step-by-step guides. Step 1, have friends. Step 2, pretend to be drunk so they buy you more drinks to get you drunk, and it works every time. Great life advice from Tom there on how to rinse your friends for free drinks. That's what I'm doing this stream for. Shout out to you, Tom. Long Beach Hippie said 0 Hour has got some big matches. Probably do the signing right at the end. Ronda Rousey. Okay. That's interesting. I've seen a few different names that are being expected. So we will have to see which one of those names comes through. We could have done that as a poll, I suppose. But it is true, Ronda turned up at Ring of Honor, which was very interesting. And that's done, like, all the news. So I don't know that she's going to be the signing, but there's potential there. Daniel said, Sean Ross Sapp said, the people playing the masked man and the devil are being played by the actual people and not people filling in until the reveal. So it won't be Ziggler, says Daniel. Why won't it be Ziggler? Why won't it be Ziggler? Because WWE can't prove that it's Ziggler underneath that mask. So why would that... You see, this is where it gets interesting, because there's no proof that Dolph Ziggler is behind that mask. It's just a person. But, like, so Oh, this is where it gets interesting. I don't think it would be a problem if it was Ziggler. Let's be honest. I don't think it'd be a problem. If Dolph Ziggler is behind a mask and the fans don't know who it is, has he broken his non-compete? Because, okay, technically he's working for a rival, so on that hand, yes. But on another hand, if no one knows that it's him, then is it a problem? Like, surely the reason why you have a non-compete is because they don't want you, like, Dolph Ziggler's a big name. They don't want that to be used to, like, sell merch and tickets and all this kind of stuff. Well, he's not using any of that, is he? He's not using his name. People don't know that it's him. So I would say the big reason as to why a non-compete exists, he's not doing. He's not using his name. When you can't see his face, you don't know that it's him. Sean Ross, that might even be wrong. You know? So, I don't know. I wouldn't say that would be a reason as to why it definitely can't be him. I would say that as long as you're not revealing the identity, I think you could get away with stuff like that. Because how's WWE going to prove it? And if they're going to do some sort of weird zooming in, face scanning, kind of trying to tell if they can figure out who it is from just the... I don't even know. Like, you can't see the eyes, can you? The face is totally covered with that mask. So how would they be able to... If Dolph is the devil, how would they be able to prove it? Unless they got an insider to confirm... But then, you know, is that going to stand up in court and all this kind of stuff? I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that was a barrier, personally. I wouldn't say that was a barrier. But it is interesting, like, you know, it's a definite, I would say, grey area. Let's put it that way. I agree, it's a grey area. Tricky situation, said Daniel. Yeah, I agree. I agree it's a grey area. I think for me, I wouldn't say it's enough to say, yeah, he's definitely not going to be behind the mask, because I think that, as we said, you know, the big reason as to why you have a non-compete is because you don't want that rival company benefiting from their name, from their star power, from their, you know, their brand. So if they're hiding all of that and it's just a person behind a mask and no one knows who it is. Tricky. There's people who knows who they are, but if the people were under oath in a court of law, would they want... What would they say? Well, yeah, I mean, if they were under oath in a court of law, that would be interesting, but... You know, would WWE... I don't know, I can't see WWE doing that, and... Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. What would they say? Would under oath? I mean, would they just deny... I don't know. I don't know for certain who it was. I know who I believe it was meant to be, but I don't know who it was. I don't know. I don't know what they would say. I agree. Grey area. Interesting. Tom said Samoa Joe is a good shout. Sub-Zero said, I'm under the devil mask and I'm going to debut tonight. Sami Callihan would be a great devil because he has that side of him because of his OVE days. Steve Rick said, what about Mustafa Ali being the devil? Because of the hacker storyline, he was in WWE. You never saw his face and that had people guessing. James said it's Adam Cole. Please 200PLN said, I would love for it to be Punk as much as I want to see him back in WWE. If he comes back at Full Gear tonight, the internet would burn and I would be happy to see it. James said Ziggler doesn't make any sense. Durante said, I think it's Days behind the mask. God, could you imagine that? The single greatest disappointing reveal in the history of any reveal ever. Dark Angel said there is people who know who they are. Oh, we read that one. Do a poll for who is under the devil mask, said Christopher. Okay. We can do that because the Tony Storm one, I think, is... I think we've already got enough of a result there. It's nearly 80-20. Who is under the devil mask? So what options am I putting in? James is adamant it's Adam Cole. We've had a shout for Dolph Ziggler. CM Punk. You see, I don't think it's going to be Punk. Maybe I'll leave Punk out. I think Britt Baker is a better shout. So Adam Cole, Dolph Ziggler, Britt Baker, and other. I can only have 4 options, so we'll put them down and we'll let people vote away on those. I think that Britt Baker's more likely than CM Punk because CM Punk obviously was like fired and everything, so that would be a massive... I mean, as far as you know, he's not even with the company. And so that would, for that to be CM Punk, there would have to have been some big behind-the-scenes talks. The dirt sheets would have had to have not found out about it. And, I don't know, potentially the last falling out would have had to have been a work. So, I mean, yeah, crazy. We'll have to see kind of obviously where that leads us to, but I'm not expecting CM Punk. Okay, let's get back to the chat. Who is your favorite to be signed tonight? Seems like Ospreay is the safe bet. Yeah, I think Ospreay. Ospreay's the one that's been reported, so, and it's everywhere. I mean, you can't avoid it, so that's the one that I'm leaning towards, but I think that it could be... I don't think Ronda. I know that she was on Ring of Honor last night, which was mental. I mean, it's all for lovely to have a surprise, but why there? Why on that show? Why not on Dynamite? Or I don't know. I don't understand that. I can't figure that one out, to be honest. But I don't know that she's signing. I mean, I don't know how long she's in for. I don't know what that... I didn't... that situation came out of nowhere. I don't know what that was about, to be honest. I don't know why she was there. I don't know. She wasn't rumoured. There wasn't much speculation of her coming in. I don't know why it was Ring of Honor. I don't know why it wasn't, like, Dynamite. I mean, I suppose you could say it keeps you on your toes. You could say that, like, well, you never quite know what's going to happen with AEW. They keep you guessing and keep popping up surprises, like, all over the place. So that was certainly a surprise. So I don't know that it's going to be a case that she now comes out and signs. I think that Tony, that could be a swerve in the sense of, here's Ronda, but she's not going to be the person because people will now think she's the person. She's not the person. Here's another person. And that other person turns out to be Will Ospreay. And Ospreay is the one that's heavily rumored. So I'm leaning Ospreay. It could be Ronda, but I'm leaning Ospreay. And to be honest, outside of that, I mean, I don't know that there's any other options other than Mercedes Moné. And obviously there was reports saying that it's not Mercedes, which is fine if it's not Mercedes, but those reports could be false, couldn't they? Those reports could be wrong. And so it might be a case that Mercedes is going to be the one that comes in. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out. But Ospreay is definitely the one that I'm anticipating. I'm just having a look for the kickoff show. So if we go to AEW, I actually don't know when that kickoff show begins. Full Gear pay-per-view. Here we go. Full Gear pre-show scheduled for an hour's time. So according to this, the 0 hour pre-show starts at 11:30. So what's that mean? It's an hour and a half pre-show. Hour and a half pre-show? Because I think the main show starts at like 1 a.m., doesn't it? 1 a.m., yes. Okay, good. So we've got about an hour to go until the pre-show, and then we've got an hour and a half pre-show. It's weird time, isn't it? Hour and a half for a pre-show. And then we go to the main card at 1 in the morning. Aaron, shout out to you. Says, Days, thanks for all the streams. The show looks exciting with Hangman against Swerve, and that's been good. Very personal. Swerve is so good, and I'm hoping that Julia wins. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the support, and I hope you are going to enjoy the show. I think I think Swerve is someone that I'm very excited about. Swerve is someone that I've got a lot of high hopes for. I think when he comes out, he looks like a big star. I can't say I'm a fan of Prince Nana, because I think that for me, Swerve could go to the very top. He could be AEW World Champion. And I don't know. I suppose the way that you look at it, or I look at it, is like, Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes, or I'm trying to think of who the very top guys are in WWE. You don't tend to see like someone dancing next to them like as a bit of a distraction, whatever. But I know the crowd's warm to that, and the crowd are into that. I would get rid of that, to be honest. I think, there's a place for it on the card, but I wouldn't put it with Swerve. And I would just have Swerve coming out just looking like a badass, man. I mean, I like his music. I think, like, if he was to make his way down to the ring, just looking as cool as what he does, he cuts decent promos, his matches are good. Just keep building him, keep investing in him. He definitely is someone that feels like he can get to that main event level. So for me personally, I'm looking for him to get the win tonight. I don't think a loss buries him against Hangman. I don't think a loss buries him, but I do think that you've got to, one of the big criticisms in AEW is the fact they keep bringing in these ex-WWE stars, right? I've got mixed feelings on that because we've had big conversations about it. I think that that's actually a good thing to do. But we went down the roster the other day, and it is a bit of a mixed bag as to ones that have worked and ones that haven't worked. I could probably agree they've brought in too many, and sometimes the standard has been too low of people that they've brought in. But, bringing in people like Jericho obviously has been a fantastic success. Bringing in people like Moxley, bringing in people like Adam Copeland. These have, Copeland might not have like blown, the company out the water the way that we were thinking he would yet, but it's still early. And I don't think, it doesn't even feel like we've really got up and running with him yet, to be honest. So there's still plenty of time on that one. But Swerve feels like someone that was good to bring in, but he's someone that needs building because he didn't get built in WWE because he wasn't on the main roster very long. So AEW are going to have to build him. And so that's why I'm looking for him to go over Hangman, because I think that if you can build your own stars, and yeah, technically Swerve came in from WWE, but he didn't spend long on the main roster, so they've got to build him. It's you can't really compare Danielson with Swerve. You can't compare Adam Copeland with Swerve. You can't compare John Moxley with Swerve because they all had big careers, WrestleMania moments, championship reigns. Swerve didn't have that on the main roster. So in many ways, you could kind of say that Swerve is going to be a bit of a homegrown talent because he got a bit of a boost from being in NXT, but he got next to no boost for the very short time that he was on. In fact, did he even make it to the main roster? I can't remember if he even made it to the main roster, to be honest. If he did, it was only for a very short time. So Swerve is someone that I'm really high on. I really rate him. I would love to see him get the win tonight. I would love to see him get backed, pushed, and continue on to like a main event scene. We're a long way from that. There's no rush for that. We've still got plenty of time, but you know, these are the kind of matches, these big moments, these big pay-per-view matches, these are the kind of matches that he's going to need to win. These are the kind of matches that he's going to need to get results in so that he does seem like a proper competitor. Otherwise, you run the risk of just always being that nearly man. Always, like, getting wins when it doesn't matter and then, like, failing when you get to the pay-per-view. So I don't want that for Swerve. I'm hoping he gets the victory tonight and can move forward. But as we said, I feel like he's a long way from the main event scene because we've got to build him up so much more. But yeah, you know, you don't get there until you take these kinds of steps forward. So a match that I agree I'm very much looking forward to. Swerve Hangman is one that I'm pretty pumped for as well. And Timeless Tony Storm as well. I'm a big fan of Timeless Tony Storm. I really do like that gimmick. I think it's one of the best gimmicks in modern wrestling at the moment. I think it's got so much potential. It has potential to be bad as well. You know, something like The Undertaker, for example. You know, you could give that Undertaker gimmick to 10 different people, and I don't know, maybe 8 times out of 10, it would be absolutely awful because they wouldn't quite know how to play the nuances. And, you know, they might play it a bit too cheesy or, you know, it might come across as really phony. And, you know, it took a special person to make that Undertaker gimmick work. And, you know, Mark Calloway found a way of doing that. And I feel like this is similar in the sense of this could really bomb. You could give this to 10 people and 8 people could just make this one of the cringiest things you've ever seen. And for some people, they might think that it is cringy, even with Tony Storm. But I think it's got so much versatility. I think there's so much that you can do with it. You can do really interesting backstage segments. You can do links. You can do promos. Entrances are fantastic. Vignettes are really interesting. Like, it fleshes out her character as well. You know, you could even do a flipping spin-off show if you wanted. You could easily do a little short series of Tony going on a quest for something and like little, you know, YouTube web series. You could easily do that with this character because there's so much to explore. Could you imagine her and Luther going on a road trip to try and find a long-lost relic or something from the yesteryear of Hollywood, and they go on like a road trip? Like, you could easily do a web series out of that. And I think when you've got a character like this, when you've got someone where you're like, oh, you could do this, you could do that, this would be good, that would be good. I mean, how they used her silent movie for the picture-in-picture was a brilliant example of the versatility. So they were doing picture-in-picture, and back in the day, you used to have Sammy Guevara with the signs, right? Instead, now we did Tony Storm with the silent movie, and that's a brilliant use of her. And I think if you've got so much like excitement around, you could do this, you could do that, you could do this, that shows that you've got something. That shows that there's, you know, there's something really there that you could get your teeth into. And I just think that's a breath of fresh air. I think that's been a big win. That's been a big dub. So I'm loving Timeless Tony Storm. But yeah, at any moment, it has potential to be cringe or fall apart. But so did The Undertaker's character, and that turned out okay. So I'm confident that Tony has got a strong enough grasp of this to ensure that this doesn't fall apart and that it's going to be as good as everyone hopes. So loving her, loving Swerve. Obviously, MJF is one of the best heels in the business, or one of the best promos. I can't say I'm loving what they're doing with him at the moment, but he's still him. Like, he's still the guy that has the ability to cut like captivating promos, put on great matches. So, you know, the talent is still there. So, you know, I'm sure him against Switchblade is going to be a fantastic match, and we'll have to see kind of what happens after that. I don't expect him to lose against Switchblades, mainly because we've been building up this match with Samoa Joe. So I'm thinking he'll get past Switchblades And then at the end of the year, we'll do the match with Samoa Joe. But I've got to be honest, I really want Samoa Joe to win that, because if there was someone else that I was going to heap some praise on, it would be Samoa Joe. But you know what's really interesting? If we talk about ex-WWE and we talk about ex-WWE being like a negative thing, I've just named 3 people there completely unintentionally, right? Well, I've named 4, actually. One of them being MJF. But the other 3 are all ex-WWE. If you think Swerve came over from WWE, Tony Storm came over from WWE, and Samoa Joe came over from WWE. Now, granted, Samoa Joe has got a richer history than just that. Samoa Joe's ex-Impact and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, Swerve, Tony Storm, they've been in other promotions as well. So I think sometimes the ex-WWE moniker can be applied maybe too easily sometimes. Because some of these people, like Samoa Joe, for example, has got a much richer history than just being ex-WWE. But, those 3 and MJF, I think. And if you want to add another one, right? Because I was just thinking, okay, well, if that's 4, who would my 5th be? My 5th would be FTR, ex-WWE. Right? So this is where this ex-WWE thing, I think, kind of... It's took on a bit of a life of its own in the sense of, another one. But actually, some of the best performers they've got are those ex-WWE superstars. Maybe superstars that weren't given the opportunity in WWE. You know, Tony Storm, she would have got the opportunity, but she left, didn't she? She walked out. For some reason, it wasn't working, the locker room. I'd love more information on that. It didn't feel right to her. So she walked out. Swerve, I can't remember if he made it to the main roster or if he left just before. FTR, well, God, let's not even get to how the Revival were treated on the main roster. I mean, good for them. Good for them to leave and, become who they are now. Good for them. And I don't think anyone is going to ever tell me or convince me that Samoa Joe was booked to his full potential in WWE. I thought he was booked well in NXT, really well. But on the main roster, it was just not that great, was it? I would quite happily say he's already been booked better in AEW than he was booked on the main roster in WWE. So those are like my 5, maybe my 5 favorites. I mean, you could chuck in Kenny Omega, of course, Bryan Danielson as well. But I think like Tony Storm, FTR, Swerve, Samoa Joe, MJF, that might make up my top 5 at the moment. So, we've got Samoa Joe on this card. It's not the match I'd be looking for, but we know there's better coming. MJF is on this card in the main event. Lovely. Swerve in a match against Hangman. Lovely. Tony Storm going up for the Women's Championship. Lovely. FTR are in like some weird tag match, aren't they? They are in a 4-way ladder match. So it's going to be the Kings of the Black Throne, which is basically the House of Black, right? Just without Buddy Matthews and Julia Hart. We've got FTR. We've got Ricky Starks and Big Bill. And then we've got Roosh and the other one, whatever his name is. Which for some reason... LFI, I believe they're called. I was going to say, I don't think they've put their name on the poster. I've got the poster here. But it just says LFI. No, I don't know what that is. But, they're in a fatal 4-way ladder match thing. Not the match I would have put FTR in personally. I'd much rather see them go one-on-one because, they're absolutely incredible. You wouldn't put the Hart Foundation in, like, a ladder match. I mean, you could, but that's not really going to get the best use of the Hart Foundation. The FTR are proper wrestlers that can put on proper 5-star classics. So I would much rather they were going one-on-one, but at least they're still on the card. So they're competing for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. It's for the titles. It's not a number 1 contenders thing. It's actually for the belts. So, there's some good stuff that's going on tonight. I think the card looks relatively strong. James said, AEW have got a lot of ex-WWE stars. WWE has got a lot of Ring of Honor and Impact and TNA stars. It happens. Tom said, I would be hyped for AEW, but I've not seen it in months. Well, I think the card looks decent. I genuinely do. I think that we can go through it. It won't take long to go through it. And we can just throw in some predictions. Put your thoughts in the chat as I'm going through these. I've got the card from the AEW website. We'll blast through it. I think there's like 11 matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. So there's 3 on 0 hour, and then the rest are obviously on the main card. So that means 8 on the main card, 3 on 0 hour. I don't think that's too many. I think that's fine. When we get to like 14, I start to cry. But 11, I think, is quite comfortable. And certainly if 3 of them are on the kickoff show anyway. 8 match main cards. Lovely. I feel like they found a bit of a sweet spot now, because before it used to be like 14 matches and it used to go like every match used to go like for a while and the show really did go long. People were saying like, if I'm going to spend my money, I want as long a show as possible. And, you know, I can understand that mentality, but I would much rather have a shorter show that had good pacing, that felt like it didn't outstay its welcome, and that when I finish it, I'm like, that was really good. I really enjoyed that. I'd much rather that than just a show that just goes on and on and on, that I'm not going to enjoy as much. So I think that they have found a nice middle ground here, where this clearly is not going to be a short show, and this ain't getting done in 2 hours. But equally, we don't need to roll out the sleeping bags. Like, we don't need to, you know, call in work already tomorrow to let them know that we won't be in, because we'll still be watching the show. I think we found that, like, sweet spot. So let's go through the card, shall we? So Buddy Matthews against Claudio Castagnoli. So Buddy against Claudio, a little tricky, this one, because I genuinely don't know who needs the win. I think that I would give it Buddy Matthews, because he hasn't really had anything to get his teeth into, whereas Claudio has had like Ring of Honor belts. So looking at it, I would go with Buddy Matthews. Certainly, the way I would look at it is that Brody King and Malachi have got a team name for the 2 of them. So that means that Matthews must be someone that they want to use as a single star. Because why would you call Brody King and Malachi the Kings of the Black Throne? Why would you give them their own team name and go to that, you know, trouble of doing that, if this was just a one-off? Like, you would just call them the House of Black. Like, it didn't matter which 2 members of the Freebirds were competing. They were the Fabulous Freebirds. It didn't matter which 2 members of the New Day were competing. They were the New Day. The fact that we've got a separate team name for Brody King and Malachi makes me think this is going to be a long-term thing where they're going to team for a while. I could be reading too much into just a simple name, but I do think that's a potential indicator. And that makes me think that Buddy Matthews is now going to have to, like, still be within the House of Black, but he's going to have to, like, venture off on his own and do some solo work. So if that's what we're doing, I'm going to go with Buddy Matthews to get the win, so that he can get some momentum going. Because, to be honest, he's pretty cold, isn't he, Buddy Matthews? I can't say that he's got much momentum in my mind. But maybe he's been doing some great stuff on Collision or, you know, Rampage or something, but I'm going to go Buddy Matthews. Then we've got Eddie Kingston against Jay Lethal for the Ring of Honor World Championship. I'm going to go with Eddie on this because he's the current champion. I like Jay Lethal. I think Jay Lethal would be a perfectly acceptable Ring of Honor World Champion. Of course he would, but I don't know why you would take the title off Eddie Kingston. I don't know what you would have planned for him that would be better than this. So, I'm going to say that he's going to retain. I think Jay Lethal is quite happy just being like in the promotion. And, you know, he's doing some stuff with Jeff Jarrett and he's got a few things that he's involved in. If you take this away, if you take this title from Eddie Kingston, what has he got? What is he going to go and do? What's the alternative? I don't know the answer to that, which makes me think that he's probably going to retain because Jay Lethal has got other things that he can go off and do. So I'm going to go Eddie Kingston on that one. Then we've got MJF and Samoa Joe against the Guns. I hope and pray that the Guns win this. I think Samoa Joe costing MJF the titles by walking out on him or, you know, turning on him or whatever it might be so that the Guns can get the win. I think MJF needs to lose these tag belts. These tag belts aren't doing anything for him. I think that it should be this is just used to build up that show at the end of the year. So I'm hoping the Guns get it. I think the Guns are a good team. I think the Bang Bang Gang having some gold around their waist would be a good look, you know. So I would definitely look to do the switch here. Blockbuster signing we've already spoken about. I'm leaning towards it being Ospreay. In the chats, we've got... I was getting confused. I thought we'd asked about who was going to get signed, but it was who's under the devil mask. So, well, you can make your own minds up. Is it going to be Ronda? Is it going to be Ospreay? Is it going to be Mercedes? Is it going to be, I don't know, Dolph Ziggler? Are they going to just, you know, not care about the non-compete? Or maybe the non-compete doesn't apply just to sign a contract, but surely it does. I can't imagine that you'd be able to sign a contract while still being under a non-compete. So I've got to think it's probably not any of those WWE people. So I'm leaning towards Ospreay. Then we've got AEW World Tag Team Championship 4-way ladder match. So we've got Kings of the Black Throne, we got FTR, we got Ricky Starks and Big Bill, and we got FLFI. I am thinking either Kings of the Black Throne or Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Now, Ricky Starks and Big Bill are the champions, so either they're going to retain and we just move on with our lives, or the point I made earlier is that Malachi and Brody are going to stay as a team for a while, and so that's why they've got this name. So there is a way that we could do Starks and Big Bill retaining, but their next singles, or, you know, their next normal tag match is going to be against Kings of the Black Throne. So it could, this is why I'm saying, like, it doesn't have to be Kings of the Black Throne this time. They could be the feud after this. So I don't see LFI getting the tag belts. I can't see them. They're the least likely, in my opinion. You can always put the belts on FTR. You absolutely can always put the belts on FTR. And I don't know why they haven't got them, to be honest. But I suppose just because FTR are the best tag team, it doesn't mean that you can just leave the tag titles on them forever. I suppose you do have to put some obstacles in their way. And yeah, I suppose I don't mind them not having the belts, but they're clearly the people that should have them. They're, you know, I could probably make an argument for you just putting the belts on them and leaving it on them for the next few years. But either way, Ricky Starks, Big Bill retain, or I'm going to go Kings of the Black Throne. And if I've got to pick one, I'm going to say that Kings of the Black Throne get it. I'm going to say that it's going to be those two that are going to get the belts. Then we've got Julia Hart, Kris Statlander, Skye Blue. Okay, this one is interesting because I think that Julia might get it, because I think Skye Blue might help her, because clearly there's something going on there with the fact that Julia misted Skye Blue. Skye Blue seemed to resist at first, but she still seems to be in a weird place. So I'm thinking that during this match, they'll be competing. Something's going to happen. Julia will have a word with her, or Julia will tilt her head and Skye Blue will tilt her head, and there'll be a moment where they click onto the same page. And then I could see Skye Blue and Julia both working together on Kris Statlander. And maybe Skye Blue backing away and allowing Julia to get the win. So it could be that Julia gets this thanks to Skye Blue actually allowing it to happen, if you will. So I'm going to go Julia Hart to get the TBS championship. Then we've got Hangman against Swerve. This is the Texas death match. I've already made my points on this one. I think Swerve should get it. I think that he is someone that I can see getting to the main title. I think he has got potential. I think he's a good promo. He's a good wrestler. I think he looks the part. It's one of those that looks, promos, and wrestling. If you can box those three things off, and if you've got a bit of personality, a bit of swagger about you, a little bit of that X factor, that obviously massively helps. I think that Swerve is ticking every box there. For me, he's ticking every box. So this is why I feel comfortable that he could get to the top. And I think a win here would certainly assist with that. Hikaru Shida against Toni Storm. Toni Storm's going to win it. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. She should win it. She's going to win it. I'm a big fan. She is probably my favorite thing on the show at the moment. So I'm going to go with Toni Storm. Then we've got the Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. And I am going to go with the Golden Jets. I don't think they're going to split up. I think the Golden Jets are going to get it. That then means they get a tag. Don't they get a tag title opportunity then? Oh, that could factor in, and couldn't it, I suppose, to who wins the ladder match. Because Kenny and Jericho, I think, will get the opportunity. So that means it'll be Kenny and Jericho against whoever's got the tag belts. Kenny and Jericho against FTR would be a hell of a match, wouldn't it? I wonder if that means FTR do stand a chance of winning that ladder match. I wonder if, to be honest, Jericho and Omega against the House or Kings of the Black Throne or whatever, that's still a great match. Ricky Starks and Big Bill against Jericho and Omega is perfectly acceptable. But the match to make would be Omega and Jericho against FTR, wouldn't it? I wonder if that's just brought FTR back in the conversation for the tag team match because of the stipulation in this Young Bucks match. That's interesting because Kings of the Black Throne, as I said, I feel like their name means they're going to be around for a little bit. FTR, though, they could definitely go up against Omega and Jericho. I'm going to stick with Kings of the Black Throne, but I would say of any match on this card that I've got a doubt about, it would be the tag match. The tag match would be the one that I'm struggling with the most. But I'm going to stick with Kings of the Black Throne, but I could 100% be wrong on that. But yeah, Golden Jets win. Then we've got Christian, Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne taking on Adam Copeland, Darby Allin, and Sting. I'm going Copeland, Allin, and Sting. Feel pretty good about that. I think the faces will get the victory here. Then we've got Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley. I think Cassidy gets it. I think that they've used Cassidy a lot on TV. It's clear that Tony loves him and wants to back him and has backed him and has really pushed him. So now this is maybe his biggest test for him now to be going up against Jon Moxley for the championship rematch. And I think that they'll give Cassidy the nod. And I think that'll be a big feather in the cap of Orange Cassidy. And then our main event, MJF Jay White. I expect MJF to be victorious. But as we know, Samoa Joe, I think there's a chance he cheats him earlier in the night. And we build towards MJF versus Samoa Joe at World's End. Right, let's go quickly into the chat. And then we'll go over to the article because I just want to read about that tag match. Even if we don't read any others, I want to read about that tag match. Nolene, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Lovely hearing from you the other day. And I hope that you and Patrick are doing good, buds. So, Nolene, shout out to you. yeah, if you did reply on email, I haven't had a chance to check my emails yet, so I will be doing that after. But yeah, I hope you and the family are well, Nolene. Lovely to hear from you, bud. Matt says, Matt Carney, shout out to you, bud, said, one is AEW's mandates was to create a happier, less toxic workplace to be a company that considers the needs of its employees. Have they succeeded? I would say, like most things in life, I would say it's a mixed bag. You know, I think that the intention and the way that they've tried to go about it has been positive. I think the execution has lacked at certain times, most notably with the CM Punk incidents. You know, I mean, if they're trying to create a less toxic workplace, then I think you can ask questions of why Hangman made the comments that he made about CM Punk, right? Which and why he then went a rogue during his promo, which then ultimately led to CM Punk doing what he ended up doing, right? Which all then led to the big brawl and everything. So I think there's definitely questions there as to like about the execution and the commitment by everyone. But in a company as big as AEW, you're going to have varying degrees of buy-in to that vision. You're going to have varying degrees of ability to maintain that position. You're going to have varying degrees of commitment and varying degrees of ability as well. Some people are hotheads. You know, if someone gets wound up, you know, if you wind up someone, they might be able to take it, go off, cool down, think about it, process it, and deal with it through the correct channels, right? You do it to someone else, they might get a knife, right? And just go like running around backstage screaming their heads off, like they might just completely snap, right? So you've got all these different characters, all these different personalities, and all these different personality traits. You've got some people that don't care as well, you know? There's some people that are not interested in if it's a good work. Tolerances. I think that Tony has tried to deliver that. I genuinely believe he has tried to deliver that, and I think largely he has succeeded in delivering that. But there are big, famous examples as to where it clearly has gone wrong. But you're going to get that. Maybe to not the extent that we saw, right? Some of the big fallouts probably didn't need to get that far. If we had some cooler heads, if we had some, dare I say, more professional people backstage rather than, you know, people that see a problem and then pour gasoline onto it. If we had the ability for someone that could come along and pour some water onto the fires that were going on backstage, right? Unfortunately, we had people with like big crates, big barrels of gasoline that saw fires and were like, let's chuck this on and see how it goes. Cry me a river. So I think I think it's a mixed bag. But I think that AEW's intention is a positive, good intention. I think that Tony does want a good work. I genuinely believe he does, because I think he is not naturally suited for conflict. I think that, you know, if you can tell he loves wrestling and he loves the wrestlers and he gives them all big hugs. And, you know, this is a passion project for him. He's doing this because he loves the game, right? I don't think loves like having to sit people down and do disciplinaries and sort out like conflict and like, you know, have HR issues. So I genuinely believe that he is trying to set this company up with good intentions and good workplace, because he doesn't want to have to deal with the fallout. And I can't say I blame him. No one does, really. No one actively enjoys dealing with those kinds of things. That's not why you get into these kinds of jobs, you know? No one wants to get into like the world of wrestling. But, oh man, I'd love to get into the wrestling business because I'd absolutely love to get stuck into HR issues. I mean, maybe there's someone out there that feels that way, but if I was getting into the wrestling business, I'd want to be, you know, I don't know, booking the shows or being a wrestler or doing the fun stuff. Wouldn't be like, oh man, I'd love to do CM Punk's this all paperwork. Yeah. So no, I think he is trying to make it less toxic so that those kinds of issues don't arise. But, you know, like all things when you're dealing with a company that's got so many people in it, you're going to have varying degrees of buy-in. You're going to have varying degrees of tolerances and, you know, the Kings of the Black Throne, because I think they've given them a name for a reason. And then we got to the Jericho match, and I was like, oh, yes, that's right. The winner of this gets a tag title opportunity. So does that change the winners? And then we were starting to think about FTR. And so, you know, FTR against Jericho and Omega, that would be cool. So, is it going to be FTR? So now I'm all mixed up, right? I think I settled on it being Kings of the Black Throne, right? But after everything was said and done, I think I settled on that. The one team I definitely don't think it's going to be is the LFI, right? They might as well not be in it. But I am confused about the other three and which way it goes. Let's see what this person from The Observer says. It's only a short one, this one. One of AEW's trademarks is the multi-person sprint that overperforms and overdelivers. I think of it as their forever love letter to Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. Every team in this match brings something unique and special. Ricky and Big Bill bring charisma. LFI bring chaotic unpredictability, and FTR is FTR with no exposition required. The Kings of the Black Throne bring their very own specific brand of strikes and presence. Throw all these things together, and you've got the makings of something fast and a whole bunch of fun. This feels like the perfect show opening match. Let these guys go on first, light up the crowds, and leave it for the rest of the roster to follow. Prediction, Starks and Big Bill retain. To be honest, that was a bit disappointing because it didn't actually tell me much. It just said what each team is bringing. It didn't actually tell me, I think it'll go this way because. So I'm a little bit disappointed with that. I'm going to read one more, though. Going to read one more, and I'm going to read... Where's the Tony Storm one, baby? Let's go. Now, this guy had better be predicting Tony Storm, otherwise my subscription to the Observer newsletter is going to be cancelled, and I'm not even subscribed. So, AEW Women's Champion Hikaru Shida defends against Tony Storm. Shida, neither pinned nor submitted in 2023, is the true north of the AEW Women's Division. She is the home button on your GPS. No matter where the company might be or how lost they are, she's always going to get you right where you need to be. In a division that seems to be in constant need of a stabilizing force at the top, Shida continues to be that. Consistently great between the ropes, she has a knack for building to the big moments on the biggest shows. This is what a true ace looks like. He seems to really like her. I'm worried. I was teetering on the verge of being out on this Storm gimmick. Okay, we've hit some choppy waters here. We've hit a problem. Brackets, and I still might be, until a few weeks ago when she explained how she ended up this way. Not coming out on top at Wembley broke her and sent her on a slow descent into madness. A small amount of exposition backstory made her less of a gimmick designed to get catchphrases over and more of an actual character. Granted, something like this has a definite shelf life, and I'm curious if they know how they're going to pay this off, as they have no idea how to land this plane. It seems like Storm's next program will involve the freshly signed Maria May in an All About Eve type program. Does she cost her the title, or will she help her win it? I hope it's the former. Shida deserves a long reign on top, and the women's division could use more than one story. Shida retains. Shut up. Cancelled. Cancelled. Absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Toni Storm is doing some of the most entertaining stuff, I think, in AEW at the moment. I think that you back that and you put the belt on her, because I think it would be very interesting to see what she would do having that belt. And I think that she is the most interesting, maybe the most interesting gimmick they've got, in my opinion. So I would definitely look to back that by putting the title on it. I also think Toni Storm has got better name recognition than Hikaru Shida. Might not be by a great deal, but I think this gimmick, and added with the fact that Toni Storm is, I would feel comfortable in saying, a better known wrestler, certainly in North America, than Hikaru Shida. I would go with Toni Storm and then build up challenges for her. I think that you can easily find something else for Shida to do. If she really is reliable at giving you great matches, well, then you can easily find a feud for her, and she'll deliver you a great segment elsewhere. So I can flip what he just said in saying, you know, the women's division needs more than one good story. Sure. But that's not a reason to not put the title on Toni Storm, because you can put the title on Toni Storm and then you can tell your other good story with Hikaru Shida away from the title. So yeah, I like Toni. I'm not someone that cares so much about, oh, I like this person, we've got to get the belt on them, kind of a thing, you know? I do feel that way about Sami Zayn, because Sami has never had a world championship. So I do feel that way about Sami Zayn. But in regards to Toni Storm, she's had the belt before. So I don't really feel an urge to give her the belt because, oh, I like this wrestler, let's make her champion, right? I don't feel that. I'm more interested to see what her character does having the belt, because she's all about Hollywood and glitz and glamour. So what happens when you give a character that's all about glitz and glamour and Hollywood and everything? What happens when you give her the gold? You know, what does the character, how does she wear it? For example, does it come down on a pillow? Like, what do we do with it? I want to see what she does with it. That's why I want her to have it, because I want to see how she could help elevate it, to be honest. I want to see some of the imagery that comes out. I mean, there's a little panel here. I'll show you what I'm looking at. This is on the AEW website, right? And this is the match card I was reading from. Look at this. Don't you think this is quite interesting? We've got 3 0-hour matches here, and then we go into Blockbuster signing here, right? It's got its own panel. Toni Storm has got her own panel as well. I'm not saying this is a clue that she's going to win. I'm not saying that at all, right? Not for 1 second am I saying that. But this is an indicator, just if nothing else, it's an indicator as to how special this character is and how special Toni Storm is, like, you know, portraying this character. Like, it's clearly connecting. It's either clearly connecting with people or they are desperate for it to connect, because no one else has got a separate panel. No one else has got a separate panel. If you look at here, look, it's the matches. Here's what's happening. Bang, 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 bang. Blockbuster announcement. The only other person that's got a panel is Toni Storm. And then we've got the 3 0-hour things here. So, like, even this does a good job of portraying how big of a star she is. Timeless Toni Storm's Hollywood homecoming. This is in Hollywood. We're in Los Angeles. We're in LA, the city of angels. It's Toni Storm's Hollywood homecoming, the quest for gold. So either she is bringing in some eyes and her segments are doing well and the merch is oh my god, can you get Timeless Tony Storm merch? I didn't even think about that. Timeless Tony Storm. Actually go to AEW shop. AEW shop. Has she got like a shirt or something? I did have a Tony Storm shirt, but not Timeless Tony Storm. I'm gonna get back to the chat. Oh yeah, baby. Black Friday sale as well. Look at this. 10 days of Black Friday. 50% off figures. 45% off decals, blah, blah, blah. 35% off clearance tees. 30% off beanies. Oh, my God. 25% off everything else. 40% off posters and art prints. So how do I search? Where can I search by? Oh, there's the micro brawler that started the big micro brawler conversation. You can get a WWE Jade Cargill figure as well. That's fun. It's a Shop AEW exclusive. Okay, so these are the best sellers sorted by. Oh, there we go. Sorted by best sellers. Let's snap this into. Bang. Snap this into here. Yeah, a bit bigger. Okay, so I want this sorted by bestsellers. Are these the bestsellers? Are they? Grab bag, micro brawler mini, pre-order Timeless Tony Storm, Jade Cargill. I don't know if these are in best-selling order, to be honest. Oh, there is. Oh, there's a couple. Oh, that's fun. Stickerhausen. So, okay, there's a couple. Timeless Tony Storm and one there. That's pretty cool. What's that say? I don't really need a t-shirt that says chin up, tits out. I don't know that that's quite the one. I like the image that's on it, but I don't know that I need one that says chin up, tits out. Where's Tony Storm? Tony Storm. Thunder Rosa. Tony Storm. Boom. Oh, you can get a Christmas. Definitely don't need that. Definitely don't need chin up, tits out. I'm sure there's a market for it, but I'm not that market. Is that an older one or is that a current one? I don't know. Bad Storm Ahead. I don't know if what that one is, to be honest. That looks quite cool, though. The holiday jumper's quite fun. A tree up, presents out. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Tree up, presents out. May your holidays be timeless. And we've got this one here, which just says Timeless Tony Storm. That's all right. That's pretty fun. I don't know, though. I don't know. I feel like I would definitely get one. And it needs to be timeless. Definitely needs to be a timeless one. I don't think that is timeless, but it sort of looks timeless because of it being black and white. But she's wearing like fishnets and knee pads. Her current character doesn't wear that, so I don't think this is a timeless Tony Storm one. Yeah, it might have to be this one. It might have to be that. I can't get away with chin up, tits out. That's fun though. I mean, that if that just had a signature on and didn't say tits out. Don't know. I'll have to think. I don't feel like the design I'm quite after is quite there, but yeah, I really like the gimmick. I really like it. I think we spoke about it enough. Chin up, tits out. George said, my favorite bar is John's big deck, and he's got a shirt that says, girl, you know you want this deck. I always think, like, I would wear that shirt on this stream, no problem, right? I don't ever look at shirts like that and think, oh, would I wear that, like, Of course I would. That's no problem, yeah. But I always think, like, if I'm going out to meet some friends or something, going for a drink or going round to see family, or do you know what I mean? Like, you just want a cool shirt to chuck on. Would I feel comfortable wearing a chin up, tits out shirt? I don't think I would. I think I would want something that's a bit more reserved. Don't forget, I'm painfully English. Oh dear. Jenkins, how dare you? So I would probably want something a bit more reserved. Something that I would feel a bit more comfortable just wearing out to a pub or whatever. So that does eliminate a couple of those designs, unfortunately. If AEW are watching, a little bit of feedback for you there. I still might pick one up though. I might get that one. I might get the... I don't love the design though. That's the only problem. This is the only one that doesn't have like the tits out thing on it. But this, I don't know, this one doesn't. Select the garment. Basic. Oh, look at this. Premium soft. They even do it in guys. They do guys, don't they? These aren't all women's. Unisex tank top. Yeah, but I'm going to get it as a tank top. Long sleeve unisex t-shirt. Unisex soft style v-neck. Oh, God. Premium soft unisex t-shirt. Probably go for that. I like premium. Yeah. Timeless Tony. I think we've spent enough time on that. They've got like wrestle crates and everything as well. I don't really ever go on to AEW shop, but I would I'd have a little browse. Black Friday. Matt, I appreciate the support, dudes. I really appreciate the support. That's might be going towards AEW shop during their Black Friday sale, towards a timeless Tony Storm t-shirt. So we'll see. We'll see how she gets on tonight. But Matt, really appreciate it, dudes. Matt said, early AEW was like primary school. People got along and they were all willing to learn. And then as it grew, it turned into high school and cliques started to appear and bullying developed. Less cooperation. This is a natural course. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting way of putting it. I think when the company first started out, everyone was all in. Yeah, there was a real excitement about, and actually, this is a point that Cody made. He said, if you ever lose the the atmosphere, the feeling of all in, then you're gonna get lost. Yeah, so his point was, we need to keep that we're all in it together mentality. That it's us against the world mentality. We've got to keep that feeling. If we lose that, then we're lost. We're getting off track, right? And it's a lovely way of putting it, actually. And I think what's happened is they have lost that feeling. But as you've said, it's probably an inevitability, because, and it's just like any company. If you're a small family-run company, the feeling within that work environment is going to be a very different feeling than if you become, like, thousands of employees spread across multiple sites. Like, are you still going to be able to keep that same feeling when there was 5 of you and it was like a small, close-knit family thing? As it's grown, there's now like 2,000 employees. There's 3 or 4 different sites. Like, is it still going to have that same vibe? Probably not. It's, in order to sustain a company of that size, you're probably having to get a lot more distant. There's probably going to be a lot more procedure. It's probably not going to feel quite as personal as a result. And it's just a natural progression. Is, I think, going to drastically vary throughout the roster. But I like the way you put it as, like, it started out as like a primary school, like making friends and, a lot of excitement. And then you get to high school and it becomes a very different thing. There's a lot of cliques and bullying and all this kind of stuff. Like that's an interesting way of viewing it as well. I think, you know, it's a natural development, as you said. You know, these are what can be referred to as growing pains. So it's just one of those where you have to find a way of weathering it the best that you can and doing the best that you can. It's funny, isn't it? I think in this world there's a lot of intolerance. There's a lot of lack of patience. There's a lot of judgments and criticism, and I've definitely been a part of that as well. I'm not excusing myself in this. I'm saying just in the world, all of us. I look at, like, you know, football, for example. Manchester United have had a bad run, or still continue to have a bit of a bad run, and the manager that did really well for us last year, the question is, when are we getting rid of him? You know, there's people that are calling for him to go. Because, you know, we've played about 8 games or whatever, 12 games, and we've lost 6 of them, and or 16, and we've lost 8. Whatever. I mean, we're not talking about a massive sample size. We're talking about something that's still relatively quite small sample size, and you know, in the grand scheme of things, and that's enough for people to go, no, I've had enough. He's got to go. And England played last night at Wembley. And the performance wasn't very good, but they won 2-0. And trending was Southgate out, our manager. They want him out. And we won 2-0. So, like, you look at like the fact that there's no tolerance, there's no acceptance. It's all just very reactionary in this day and age. And so that kind of growing pain that AEW has gone through, that quick I mean, their whole existence has been quick. They've only been around since 2019. It's 2023. So they've been around for 4 years. So, you know, I mean, they just haven't even begun to walk. I mean, they've just probably stopped crawling. Like, they haven't begun, let alone run. Like, they're still at the stage where they're just, like, starting to stumble up to their feet and take their first steps, you know? You could maybe say that Wembley was their first step, and anything that came before that was just them crawling. Whereas now, like, okay, they're upright, but they're wobbly. But everything's viewed in the here and the now. It's not really viewed in the kind of longer term perspective. And, like, if you was to view it in the longer term perspective, AEW have been around for 4 years, which is no time, is it? I mean, in wrestling, it's a long time. And certainly when you're watching the amount of shows that get put out, it feels like a long time. But 4 years is still not that long of a time if you think of the lifespan of, say, WWE, right? So I think that they've got, obviously, a long way to go. They feel quite stable. It doesn't feel like Tony's going to be bailing on them. They should be getting a nice TV deal when that comes around. They have got some good stuff that's going on. I think that the problem I have is that week in, week out, Dynamite just feels either flat or like it's declining. It's felt like, I don't know if they've kind of run out of ideas, and so we're looking to try and bring some new, fresh ideas in. Maybe we've brought some fresh people in and it hasn't quite landed yet. For whatever reason, 2023 has not felt like a great year for their creative, for their momentum. This has felt like a very difficult year for AEW. But, you know, you can still go through the card and find positives. You know, you can still go down the card and go, I like Swerve, I like Tony Storm, I like MJF, I like this, I like that. So tonight is quite a big night for them, because I think that they are in a desperate need for a show that we are AEW. That's what I'm looking for tonight. I'm looking for a show that they put their flag in the ground and basically go, this is our land. We are AEW. We ain't moving. We ain't going anywhere. We're here to stay. And this is what our company looks like. And I'm looking for that statement I'm looking for that statement where you go, damn man, that was a good show. That was a good show. That's what I'm looking for. Whether I get it or not, I don't know, right? I think the card has definitely got potential, but everyone's going to have to be on their A game. Everyone's going to have to deliver big. I'm not looking for a show where you go, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that was fine. It was good. Yeah, something to watch. I'm looking for something that's like, come on. Yeah, this is what 2024 is going to look like. That's the kind of show I think they need to deliver tonight. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I would love to have a camera backstage and see how Tony is G'ing them up, That would be a conversation that I'd be so excited for that conversation. I would so be excited to like get the locker room together and be like, that famous Paul. Have you seen that Paul Heyman one before that ECW show? I think was it Barely Legal? I can't remember the show. It may have been Barely Legal, and he G's up the crowd, the wrestlers, and gets them fired up, like and it's a brilliant moment. I think it was on. Was it Beyond the Mat? I think it was in Beyond the Mat, and if you've not seen that documentary, definitely, obviously recommend it. And has Tony got it in him to deliver that? Does Tony need to deliver that? Maybe someone else could deliver it, but I think someone needs to deliver that kind of a message to the roster. This is a big show tonight. Might not be Double or Nothing, might not be All In, might not be Wembley, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the show's called. It doesn't matter where the venue is. Like, this is still one of our big pay-per-views. We're still asking for people to part with their money. And, there's people out there saying that the company is stuttering and stalling and spluttering. This is our time to show them what we're all about, what AEW is all about, and what 2024 is going to be all about. So, and they know as well that they've got that big signing that's going to be a big moment. So they've got that in their back pocket. They know that they've got something which is going to create a talking point. And maybe there might be a title change in there, which might create a talking point as well. We'll have to see. So, yeah, I'm coming into this show with optimism. I'm coming into this show with, I suppose, I'm coming into it with the mindset of, I'm giving you my Saturday night, right? I could be watching UFC, but I'm going to give you my Saturday night. Show me that it was worth doing that. Show me that this was the right call. Yeah. And I think they can do it. I definitely think they can do it. We will see. Macca said, who do you think is the devil? I've never heard what you think about it, says Macca. The devil story is one that is connected with people and people are really on board with it. It's not a story that I am particularly engaged with. So it's not a story that I spend any time thinking about. The reason why I'm not that engaged with it is because I think the booking of MJF has been a bit frustrating for me. I like him as a heel. I think that him laying into the crowd, laying into the fellow wrestlers, putting in those little zingers, I think that is what got him to the dance. That's what made MJF MJF. And it just sort of feels like we've now changed it just because I think MJF wants to show that he can do being a face and he wants to show there is another string to his bow. And I think he also wants to kind of explore that because it keeps things interesting for him. But also it allows him to work with heels that he's not worked with before. I think he's worked with quite a few faces on the roster as he's made his way up. So now they're looking to put him in there with some people he's not worked with because of him being a heel for so long. But the problem with that is that it's just not as good to me. I'm just not as engaged with it. I'm just not as I just don't think it's as good. I don't think his friendship with Adam Cole was a good storyline. I might be in the minority on that, but I never enjoyed it. I always thought that it was a bit too silly for the top end of the card to be doing like just silliness. That's not what I want for MJF, and it's not what I want for the AEW World Title. So I just want to see him go out there and have banging matches. I just want to see him go out there against Samoa Joe and have a banging match. I want to see that match with Switchblade tonight, you know? So like this Adam Cole stuff and this backstage brawls and all this kind of stuff, like that's just noise to me. It's just noise. It's an unnecessary noise. But it's undeniable that this Devil Mask thing has definitely got people's attention. In regards to who I think it's going to be, I think the person that I would like it to be would be Britt Baker. The reason why I say that is because I think that if it was Britt Baker coming over, that'd be interesting, because we know that MJF is close with Adam Cole, and we've just done that story. Adam Cole is obviously injured, so I don't know that his mobility is going to be good enough for him to be the devil. I think that makes me think it's probably someone other than Adam Cole. And so who would be the next best? Who could do Adam Cole's work for him? Who could, you know, if that's the line of thought we're going down, who could do Adam Cole's work on his behalf? Britt Baker could do Adam Cole's work on his behalf. This is a statement I'll probably regret, but I agree the body looked quite thin. I didn't study it. As I said, it's not a storyline I'm massively engaged with, but it looked to me like the body looked on the thinner side. It's certainly not Powerhouse Hobbs, let's put it that way, right? It's certainly not Brian Cage. So I think there is a chance that it could be Britt Baker, and we haven't seen Britt Baker in a while. And I think that could be interesting for Britt to be like organizing people to do Adam Cole's work for MJF, you know? I think it could be someone like Dolph if you want like a bigger surprise, but I think there's lots of different ways you could bring Dolph in. I think there's lots of ways you could bring in Ziggler or bring in Mustafa Ali. I think there's lots of ways. Mustafa Ali might shudder if he thinks he's going to do another Retribution-like angle, you know? Could you imagine having a meeting with Mustafa Ali sitting down going, I've got this idea. How about we put you in a disguise and you start randomly attacking people? I would imagine he'll start shaking violently. PTSD, flashbacks of Retribution. So I don't know that I would want to do that to Mustafa Ali. But you could definitely do it with Dolph. But I think there's so many ways of bringing Dolph in. I don't know that I would choose that one. There is a chance that it's MJF that's underneath the mask, because we never see him and the masked person at the same time. And if ever we see, like, I mean, I suppose you could say we don't know when the Acclaimed got attacked. I mean, I'm trying to think, when the Acclaimed got attacked, did we see the masked person as a part of that attack? I don't think we did. Anytime we see the masked person, it seems to kind of cut away to them and they seem to be in a separate place, which could be a pre-record. He could have easily pre-recorded that, you know? He took out Switchblade. That would make sense. He was, you know, not... You know, it could be a big twist. It could be a way of getting him back to being a heel if it turns out he was behind the attack of the Acclaimed. It could be a vehicle to get him back to that. So I think there's a chance of it being MJF. I think Britt Baker is one that I like. Gives her something to do. And if we're still going to continue moving forward with Adam Cole and MJF further down the road, having Britt Baker within that union feels like a no-brainer. So I like that. I like him. I don't mind it being MJF as long as historically it fits. You wouldn't want someone to go, okay, well, how did he do that then? And you go, oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. I mean, I'd have to remember every time we've seen the devil, the demon. And I honestly don't know if it would work every time, but I think there's still a chance it could be MJF. I like the Britt Baker one. It could be Dolph, but to be honest, I think there's so many ways that you could bring Dolph in. I don't know that that's the one I would choose. If it does turn out to be Dolph, that's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't have a problem with it. It would be fine. I wouldn't be it wouldn't be like mind-blowing to me. It would just be a way that you've brought him in. You know, if he takes off his thing and it turns out to be Dolph Ziggler, be like, okay, why? You're going to need to explain that to me. Why? Because he could have come in like so many different ways. We've gone that way. Okay. Why have we gone that way with Dolph? Why is he wearing a mask and attacking people for MJF? Like, I'd be interested to know what the story and the connection would be there. Because in my mind, I mean, I don't know that he's got any relationship with MJF. So I would need to know what that was about. And then why did he attack the Acclaimed? If it turns out to be Dolph, it won't be mind blown. It will be, I need you to explain that one. I need to know why Dolph is has done these things. So yeah, I think I would go Britt Baker if I was going to go anybody. But yeah, that's my thought on it. I don't think we get the answer on that tonight. Just because I think they're going to want to have that as the big reveal maybe for the show at the end of the year. I think that tonight what they've got is they've got a pretty strong looking card and they've got the reveal of whoever, right? This signing. So they've kind of got talking points. What have you got for the end of the year at World's End? I mean, you'll hopefully have a strong card, but maybe that's where we also get the reveal of who's behind the devil mask. So, and I suppose you could make the argument that's where we could get Dolph or we could get Mustafa Ali, you know? But then if they are underneath the mask, then that's where it will happen. So, yeah, I'm not thinking devil mask tonight, but it could. It could. Corbett said, make sure you watch Rousey Shafir Athena Starks tag match on Ring of Honor. It'll change your mind about Rousey if you never liked her in the ring. It was a great match. Adam said the 0 hour pre-show starts in 33 minutes. It's on. I'm guessing that was an older message. Gordon said, I don't think MJF is the devil, but one interesting note, everyone who offered to help MJF got attacked, but Samoa Joe didn't. Corvid said, the best thing AEW can do is never reveal who was under the devil's mask. Corey said, Dolph can't be signed until December. Jay, the Treasure Fiend, said, I love missing fourth pillar angle with Jack Perry. Matt Macaray said, that brings you to my next question. Will the devil unmask tonight? Yeah, I don't think the devil does unmask tonight. I'm still going to lean towards it being at World's End. If they didn't have that show at the end of the year, then I would say tonight, you know, we stand a good chance. But because they've still got one more show, and it's a big show, you know, we've never had that World's End show before. I think they're going to need to make sure that, you know, Full Gear we've had before. This feels like one of their bigger shows. It's weird because it does and it doesn't. Because it's not Wembley and it's not All In and it's not Double or Nothing. But we have had Full Gear like for the past few years. This is a show that I associate with AEW, same as Revolution, right? World's End, we've never had that before. Never had that before. That is, you know, if you're going to get people to tune into that, they're taking a gamble because they've never tuned into that show before. It's still AEW, and you're still going to get a great card and the superstars and everything. But is there a little bit more name recognition with Full Gear? Because we've done it year after year after year, and people will have bought it before. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember this from last year. So I'm thinking that tonight they've got a decent card. They've got a show which we've seen previous, or it's got a bit of name recognition. And we've got that signing. I'm thinking the devil thing could be moved for this World's End show. Gerald said, I think the devil is Christine and the signing is Will Ospreay. AEW needs Switchblade versus Ospreay. AEW needs Switchblade versus Ospreay. Well, I mean, Switchblade and Ospreay, you could get if they obviously they sign, if they sign Ospreay, and that is who's going to be revealed, then I think, yeah, all those kind of matches you will end up getting. And I think that is going to be the reveal, but obviously no guarantees. There is a chance that it turns out to be like Ronda, who did make an appearance. So could it be a case that Ronda is going to be the one that ends up getting signed? I actually think that'll be a bit of a disappointment, because Ronda is someone that would have been a lovely surprise, but because she appeared last night at the taping, it's kind of feels like she's already had her moment, if you will. That word is already out there. And so if she comes walking out now, people will be like, oh, I knew that she was in AEW. I knew that she would come into Ring of Honor. I'd already heard about it. So I wonder if that one would be a bit of a, oh, I was hoping for Ospreay, oh, kind of a thing, you know. Every time Cole was in the building, so was the devil, said James. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the devil on screen. Every time Cole was in the building, so was the devil. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the devil. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the devil. I mean, I would have to go back to that first attack of Switchblades. But was there anything there that, because we know that Adam Cole's injured, and is he not like on crutches at the moment? And the devil wasn't on crutches. And so the devil, could you see the leg? Could you see, did it have a surgical boot on? Or, I mean, clearly they're not going to show those things because that would have been too much of a giveaway. But did we see the devil actually walk? Did we see the devil take a few steps and turn around? Or is there any indication that the devil's mobility is hampered? Because with Adam Cole's injury, that would make me think that the devil would be hampered with his mobility. And I don't remember the devil ever, to be honest, most of the time you just see the mask, don't you? You don't see the devil moving. But there was that very first occasion when Switchblade got attacked, where the devil was actually in the room, in that fire exit. And I don't remember seeing the devil in it, like his movement standing out as being awkward or different or anything along those lines. I'd have to go back and watch it. But that would be the reason why I would say, no, I don't think Adam Cole. I think because it, like, the devil's on whenever Adam Cole's on, there could be something to that. But is that enough for me to go, oh yeah, well, it's definitely going to be Adam Cole then? No, it's not. No, that's not. It's not enough for me to think along those lines. I think it's a nice connection. I think that it has potential, but for that reason of like Cole's injured and the devil was part of the attack of Switchblades, I would want to go back and just have a look and see if I could see any like limited movement, because that could be a massive clue, couldn't it? If there is just even the slightest little, then you'd be like. Plus, also, I remember looking at the body, and I know Adam Cole's not jacked at all. I do remember the body being quite thin, and I do remember people saying that it could be a female, could be a woman, and I do remember thinking, yeah, that does look like it could be a female's physique. But then, you know, if it turned out to be Adam Cole, then, you know, no disrespect, would that be the biggest surprise? Because one thing that he gets criticized for is not being the most jacked of guys. And of course, I can sit here and talk, but I'm coming from a place of knowledge as someone that also has a girly figure, you know. When it's revealed to be Cole and he just faked the injury, then I'm gonna laugh, says James. You can laugh it up. If that's what they're gonna do, you can absolutely laugh it up. Because I don't think that injury has been faked. But if it has, then that is quite the story, isn't it? That is going to be quite the story. Lady said, could the devil be Wardlow due to his history with MJF? I don't think the devil was tall enough. Again, I will quite happily concede I'm not the best person to have this conversation. I think I've seen the clip 2 or 3 times of the devil in the fire exit. It's not a clip I've analysed. It's not a clip I've poured over. It's not something that I think I've got a great read on. I just from watching Dynamite each week, from seeing the replays, from looking at the devil and all that kind of stuff, that's where my head's at in regards to this. But I don't I haven't read theories. I haven't poured over frame by frame breakdowns. I'm sure there's channels that have done that kind of content, but that's not something that I've gone through. So there could be people out there that have a better read, definitely, that have a better read. The kickoff show has started, by the way. I'm just looking. We've got Renee, we've got RJ City, we've got Stokely Hathaway. They're just talking about the upcoming matches. We're talking about the 4-way ladder match at the moment. And amazingly, we've already been live for like an hour and 40 minutes. So time is flying. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes left of the kickoff show. We've got 3 matches that we got to get through on the kickoff show. And then we get to the main card. We should be done. I don't know, actually. I don't know when this thing's going to finish. If we start at 1, it's going to be about a 4-hour show, isn't it? We're probably done at about 5. We've probably got just over 5 hours left to go. But 5 hours 15, something along those lines. So, but that's a normal night for us. That's normal Saturday night. We tend to do quite long streams on a Saturday night. So, yeah, this is nothing different. But yeah, it is going to be a long one tonight. I think it's going to be like a 4-hour main show, 1.5 hour pre-show, and then we started a bit before that as well. So. Gerald said, what about Adam Copeland? I think it's Christian. What about Adam Copeland? I think it's Christian. You think that the person under the devil mask is Christian? I don't think it's Adam Copeland. I think Adam Copeland is, seemingly a face and someone that doesn't need to be doing, like, being under a mask, if that's what we're still talking about. I would say that Christian doesn't need to be doing that kind of stuff either. I think mysteries are good in wrestling. I think they get people talking. I think that there'll be a lot of speculation as to who it is. And there is. But I don't think you necessarily need to be putting someone like Adam Copeland underneath that mask. Or you don't need to be putting... Because, like, Copeland's got his own stories going on at the moment. And Christian's got his own stories. And that's a story that doesn't feel like it's ending anytime. I don't think that ends tonight. You know, at some point, I think we get Christian against Adam Copeland one-on-one. At some point. So I think they're doing their own thing. So I don't think they need to get involved. It needs to be someone that's kind of a bit of a loose end. It needs to be someone that doesn't really have anything going on, which is why the people coming in from WWE, they obviously don't have anything going on because they haven't started. So that's why if it turned out to be Dolph, you know, you wouldn't be massively surprised. Or if it turned out to be Mustafa Ali, you wouldn't be massively surprised because they're just coming in and they have got nothing like planned or they're not doing anything. So, you know, this could be a way of launching them. It could be MJF because, of course, MJF he is the devil. He's told us he's the devil. So it could be him because he is the devil. It could be Adam Cole because of it being connected with MJF. It could be Britt Baker because of the connections to Adam Cole and MJF. And plus, she doesn't have anything else going on at the moment. So I would say it would likely be someone that's not involved in something else right now. Corvid said the best thing they can do is never reveal who's under the mask. No one that can be under the mask is as compelling or interesting as everyone is guessing, said Corvid. Danny D said, do you think Riddle will join AEW? No, I don't think so. I think there's too much drama that surrounds him. James said, it feels weird that there's a mystery guy and we can't say it's Bray, even as a joke. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, that's true. That's true. A mystery person, and yeah, it does make you think of that, doesn't it? Even this stuff, I mean, WWE are doing quite a lot of bits in the background again. We saw, obviously, Cody on the phone last night during SmackDown. And, we've seen Nikki Cross just standing in the background. Like, they clearly like doing these little things in the background. And that's clearly something they've taken from, like, Bray. I can't really remember us doing too much of it before Bray. I'm sure it was done. But it feels like Bray really turns a lot of that stuff up. So he came along and turned it all up. And, like mysteries and cryptic clues and things in the background and Easter eggs and all of that kind of stuff. It is very synonymous. That very much does feel like something that he might not have necessarily invented and brought to wrestling. Because I'm sure if we were to go back, we could find examples pre-Bray. But I feel comfortable in saying that he definitely took those tools and applied them probably as well, if not better than anyone previous in wrestling, and really turned those dials up. So it is true, his impact on wrestling will be felt for a very, very, very long time. And it's still difficult, isn't it, to believe that he's no longer around. It's because he was so spoken about. And he was just always, even when he wasn't around, he was just not far from being in the conversation. When he was in WWE, there was always conversation. When he was out of WWE, it was always conversation. When's he coming back? Is this a tease that he's coming back? Then he did come back. He was back in the conversation. Then he was meant to be at WrestleMania and he wasn't. So then he was in the conversation. And then he passes away. I mean, it's just, it's crazy. It is crazy. That has got to be one. I mean, really, that, and I don't know. I mean, like, you could maybe say Brody Lee. Maybe you'd go Jay Briscoe as well. I mean, anyone that passes away that are active still it's different if they're like Iron Sheik, who's not been in great health for a long time and is like getting on in age. And still a great loss. Terry Funk, exactly the same. Still incredible losses. We're not saying that they're not losses, but there is something, it hits you different when it's someone that's active, that's younger. There's a more of a feeling of, this isn't right. This, we all pass away. So if Terry Funk, passes away at the age of 70 something, you go, what a life, what a guy, what a career, what an impact. Amazing. You talk about his NWA championship runs, you talk about his time in WWE, you talk about his time in ECW, blah, 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 right? Same with Sheik, same with Superstar Billy Graham, same when Bruno passed away. These are people that are getting on in age. And when Ric Flair passes away, because it will happen, and, I don't know when, but, maybe within the next 10 years or something. So, like, again, all the same. But when it's someone in their 30s, or like early 40s or even 40s, you kind of go, nah, it's not right. That's not right. It's too early. It hits you different, doesn't it? And I think there's been some difficult ones like that have come along in recent times. Difficult losses that the wrestling world has had to try and process. And I think Bray, I don't want to say Bray was the biggest, because that might be seen as a bit disrespectful to the others, but you get my point. The Bray one was, that was a real tricky one. That was for a time there. That was a tricky one, and I think there's people to this day that still really struggle with it. Please, Rick, don't wrestle again, said WWE AEW fan. James said Eddie Guerrero, Scott Hall, Brody Lee, Jay Briscoe, Bray, they're the ones that hurt the most, said James. Mr. Rotella, shout out to you, says, I will live forever Mr. Rotella, I hope you are well. I didn't realize that you was an AEW fan, but I suppose in a way there are some NWA names that have made it over to AEW. Thunder Rosa, I think, did she come back the other day? I saw some footage of her, which I don't know if it was old footage or if she did return on like Collision, but she's either back or due to be back soon. And Ricky Starks obviously doing some great work as well. LA Knight, probably the biggest success story over, obviously, in WWE from those kind of NWA days. And Nick Aldis, of course, as well. So, you know, Eddie Kingston. You know, when you sit and you think about it, there's so many of those NWA power stars that have really gone on to, like, hit some big, big heights. We knew it. We knew at the time. We knew. We said this is something special. NWA Power in the 2000s, in the 2020 kind of pandemic era was something special, and we knew that it was special, and it felt special. And the shows were entertaining, the promos were good, the matches were good. It had that little community feel to it, the studio wrestling vibe. You can catch all the old Power episodes from that time. I think they're still on YouTube. I think they're still on YouTube on the NWA YouTube channel. So they'd be free to watch. And, you know, as we said, Thunder Rosa, Eli Drake, a.k.a. LA Knight, Jim Cornette on commentary, who does a decent job on commentary. Although did get in trouble, didn't he? Didn't he end up losing his job because of a joke he made on commentary about Trevor Murdoch? I think it was a joke that he made that got him in trouble. But so I don't know if that episode probably has been taken down that he cracked that joke on. But either way, he Rock and Roll Express popped in, didn't they, at the end as well? Of their kind of time there. Nick Aldis, as we said, Camille is still around. She's doing some great. I'm surprised she hasn't gone elsewhere. I would expect Camille to like go to either AEW or WWE at some point. So I'm surprised that she's still around. But yeah, there's been a few. Ricky Starks, as we said, big success story. Such a good show. Botched Eye Surgery said, Days, I'm looking forward to the next Toy Hunt video. I did record one, actually, the other day. I did record one, and I haven't edited it yet, so that should be up probably not tomorrow, but maybe next Sunday. I really did want to get one done before Christmas, so yeah, I managed to get one. There's loads of stuff in stores, as you can imagine, but the problem is, because it's Christmas, there has seemingly been a change in the amount of space that Smiths give to figures. I'm noticing that they have gone a lot bigger with the vehicles. I don't know if you know much about the Mattel range, but they've got these like breakable vehicles, like slambulances and monster trucks and all this kind of stuff. Still WWE, and you can like break the vehicles apart. I went into my local Smiths, massive shelf after shelf after shelf of these vehicles. The figure section had been reduced, was smaller as a result, but more of these like vehicles, which I didn't like, to be honest. But still, you know, if you look at the section as a whole, it's still a big presence for like WWE. So yeah, I did do a bit of filming in there. I might even try and pop out again, see if I can get some more footage to add to it. So there will be one on the way soon. What do you think about match of the nights? Which match are you most excited for? Said Mitchell. I'm most excited for Toni Storm. We had a good conversation about that earlier. I'm excited for Toni Storm. I think that she has got a great character. I think that I really like the timeless gimmick. I think that it has potential to falter. It has potential to have off weeks. It has potential to go a bit too cringy. It equally has potential to be exceptionally entertaining. It has potential to really push some boundaries, but in a way that I think is constructive. I'm very excited by it. You know, it's a bit risky, but risky in a positive, constructive way. So yeah, I'm on board with it. So I'm really looking forward to that match. So that's the one I'm most excited for. And then the other one would probably be Swerve against Hangman, because I really like Swerve. And I'm looking forward to seeing them in a Texas Death Match. I'm hoping it's going to be a great match, and I'm hoping that it's going to deliver, because as I said, see him as a big star. I think that really is one that got away from WWE. I think that Swerve is one that WWE will be gutted at not being able to keep around. But then saying that was their own fault for putting him in Hit Row. I mean, can you believe they had Swerve and they put him in Hit Row? I mean, I didn't like Hit Row in NXT, even when Swerve was in there. But you take Swerve out of it, and you know, it was dead. It was dead on arrival. So, you know, you look at Swerve as being this like really cool, like main event player. Him being in Hit Row. Some of these times, though, you bring people in as just a way of getting them going, right? This is why I wasn't critical of Max Dupree, because in my opinion, and it might not have been this case, right? But the way I was looking at it was, to go from NXT to the main roster is a big jump. It's a much bigger jump than fans realize, right? There's a lot of people out there that just think you just go and do it, right? But if you think that NXT is filmed in the same building every week, so you can sleep in your bed every night, right? Even if you're doing the circuit in Florida, it ain't that big of a circuit. It ain't that big of a state, right? You can probably still get back home after the house shows that you do. So you're in your bed every night. You're going to the same building, filming the show in the same building. You've got the performance center. You know, you've got you're comfortable. I would imagine it's a very comfortable existence. Probably too comfortable when you compare it to what it's like being on Raw or SmackDown, where you're not in your own bed. You're in different hotels. You're checking in. You're checking out. You're traveling all the time. You're in different buildings. You know, you've got loads of people backstage, like the amount of personnel around, completely different locker room. You're in a locker room with legends. You've got to find your kind of spot, if you will. You've got to find your place. And, you know, when you get called up, they can give you little tweaks and little changes as well. You know, we've seen people have name changes. We've seen people have different ring gear, different entrance stuff. You've got to deliver, and no longer in front of 200-300 people, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 14,000 people. I've said before, it's like being the manager of a corner shop and then finding yourself the manager of a Walmart hypermarket. It's the same job, but it's also completely different. So them taking LA Knight and making him Max Dupree as a way of getting him onto TV, getting him settled in, like getting him used to, you know, look, just for the next few months, just get used to being on the road again, get used to traveling rounds and all this kind of stuff. There's no fire. There's no rush. We can always move with your gimmick once you're settled. I don't have any issue with that whatsoever. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. As long as that was the plan. If it turns out they did it because they didn't like his gimmick, they didn't rate him, they didn't see anything big for him, completely agree that's wrong, right? Completely agree that's wrong. But if it was a case of like, no, take your time, get settled, we're going to, once you are used to being back on the road and everything, we'll then, you know, pull the trigger on you. We'll take you out of Maximum Male Models. We'll start putting you into matches, blah, 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 blah. Got no problem with that. So, with that being said, if the idea was, let's bring Swerve and Hit Row to the main roster, we'll have them run as Hit Row for a few months, let them get settled, then we'll look to take Swerve out, and Swerve can then go off on his own. I can't really say I've got a problem with that. Because, again, that makes sense to me as to why you would want to approach it that way. I would say that's a really good way of approaching it, a healthy way of approaching it, letting your talent get settled, get used to being on the road. The idea that someone's got to come up and it's just go, 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 like, let's, I think I think a lot of things in wrestling are really fast. And actually, things can slow down. Like, we do burn through a lot of stuff quite quickly. I think, you can afford to take your time. There's a lack of patience in the world, which is, understandable because the whole world is just go, 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 innit? Everything's go, go, go. I mean, people want to know where Jade Cargill is. And you can understand that, but the truth is that she's at a certain standard. She needs to improve her standard. We need to get the creative sorted. There's a lot of boxes that we have to tick before we really do get going with her. So, yeah, Swerve, I think, was one that I think they'll really regret letting slip through. And hopefully it wasn't because he was in Hit Row. Hopefully it was because he just saw a better opportunity elsewhere. Hopefully they said to him what the plan was, and hopefully the plan was, yes, we will eventually take you separate. We will get you out of Hit Row. Someone's on commentary that's got a horrible squeaky voice. Jay Lethal in the ring, Chop coming in. Maggie said, I agree about Swerve. He's overdue a big win. Mitchell said, I honestly want AEW to do well. I don't wish any promotion going out of business and people losing their jobs. Jim said, Jade is at an AEW standard and needs to improve to be at a developmental standard. Is that Stokely? Is that Stokely Hathaway? Kingston gets thrown into the ring post. Dragon Lee is a great competitor. He had 3 great matches, 2 against Cedric and 1 against... wasn't Swerve also in Raw Underground or a part of it? Don't know. I can't remember him being in the ring. But they did have people around the outside of the ring, so he may have been. B-Fab was, for example. There's a moment where Shane is talking, and he just turns to a girl, and he's like, do you want to do this link? And she's like, what, me? He's like, yeah, you do this link. Look at the camera. You do it. And she's like, okay, right, coming up next then, we've got... And she does the link to the next part of the show, and they did that to make it seem raw, spontaneous. We're fighting backstage. This girl's gonna do the next link, but obviously, it was all scripted, of course. And everyone around the ringside, the ring area, they were all performance center people, and it just happened to be at the time where B-Fab wasn't known. And she was the girl that did that link. So I know B-Fab was there. So it wouldn't surprise me if one of the other people there would have been Swerve. It'd be fun, actually, to go back and have a look. Because you probably would go, oh my God, there's such and such, there's such and such, there's such and such. I remember during the pandemic when we were doing Raw and SmackDown in the Performance Center, we had people around the ringside area. I distinctly remember seeing Ivy Nile. I remember seeing Ivy Nile because I was like, who's that girl? I mean, she's very striking. She's small, blonde, jacked. And I was like, I've not seen her. She looks like a little bulldog, man. Who's that girl? Because you knew they were Performance Center people. I was like, be interested to see who she is. And, not long after Ivy Nile. So, yeah, I know that, and I think B-Fab might have been there as well. She's got very distinctive hair, doesn't she? So, love what we're doing with her. Her and Bobby will be great. Chop coming in by Kingston. Jay Lethal going over to the corner. Nice suplex by Jay Lethal. I'm proud to be the 200th like of this stream. Bryson, shout out to you. Oh, yeah, we have had 200 likes. That's amazing. That's not bad, is it? If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We don't ever ask for likes, but on a Saturday, sometimes we do, because these bigger Saturday streams, like this Saturday stream, is very important. Because like this really is what the week is built on. So yeah, when it comes to these streams, you know, for this stream to be a success, I'm really looking for this to be about 10,000 views, which you know, we won't know until at the end. But that's what UFC would likely do. I would likely do that on a Saturday. You know, during our AEW streams on a Wednesday, we'd probably do about 3.5 to 4. So I mean, it's an ask. It's definitely an ask. But we'll see. You know, it'll do whatever it does, won't it? We're just going to talk honestly about wrestling, react honestly, and you know, it'll be whatever it'll be. But I appreciate people, very much appreciate people joining us, because as we said, you know, it is unusual for us to do obviously an AEW stream on a Saturday. Chop coming in. He's picking up and hurling Jay Lethal across the ring. Lance said, I've not watched AEW in a while. How's it been lately? I don't think it's been very good. You know, I would be deceitful if I was to say otherwise. I think that this has been a very difficult year for AEW. I think that they lost CM Punk, which was a big loss for them. I think that some of their stories haven't quite landed. I think that I think that they just feel like they ran out of steam. I think they had loads of ideas, loads of things they wanted to do. I think they did those things like within the first few years of the company. They did all these dream matches that they had. We could do that, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that. And those first few years, even though I think there was loads of mistakes made in those first few years, which of course there would be, because how are you ever going to start a company up and not make a mistake? You know, it was undeniable. There was lots of dream matches for them to turn to. And then we bring in CM Punk, which was a much welcome injection of enthusiasm, momentum, probably just the right time as well. And so, you know, we've obviously run with that for a little bit. But then, you know, last year we obviously get the Brawl Out incident, which I think just changes the momentum of this company. I think if you're going to point to a moment where things really changed, I think it's that Brawl Out. Kingston looking to pin Jay Lethal, only gets a 2. Lethal with a big boot, Inzaguri, Kingston goes down. So, yeah, I think that CM Punk, that whole situation really hurt the momentum. Shoulder up by Kingston. And we got through, we got to this year, and then it's flipping happened again. It happened again for the second year in a row. We got to the point where there was this big situation, and it kind of overshadowed Wembley. I mean, it was the talking point. And still continues to be probably the biggest talking point for AEW this year, is what happened between CM Punk and Jack Perry. Uranagi there by Kingston. Kingston nails Sonjay. Dutt goes down. Collides into Lethal. It feels like this can't go on too much longer. And clothesline, they both go down. Looking for the cover. Kingston is down. Jay Lethal's down. So, yeah, I think the CM Punk thing stalled their momentum. And then, you know, the problem with that is that any stories that were planned have to be thrown out the window. You then have to quickly come up with new stories. You're then going to have like a split dressing room, because if you make a big decision like that, people are going to be split as to whether that was the right call or not. You're going to have loyalties towards Punk, loyalties towards the Elite, loyalties towards Jungle Boy, blah, blah. You know, it's not just a case of like that one moment is it. It has repercussions. It has reverberations. There's a fallout. You know, there's aftershocks, and I don't know if we're still feeling those, but I think that you know, the ratings have been pretty steady this year at like 8 to 850. Kingston plants Lethal, spinning back fist. Jay Lethal goes down. 1, 2, 3. Kingston retains. Kingston retains. And there was plenty of outside interference. Someone is going to beat him for that championship. So Ortiz has come down and helped out Eddie Kingston. Blacksaw, Johnny, shout out to you. Have you heard that Nick Hogan was arrested for another DUI when he's already had one? I feel like it's another Sonny situation. I hadn't heard. I don't really have much feeling towards Nick Hogan because he's the son of Hulk Hogan, isn't he? I mean, I don't even know if Nick Hogan has he wrestled anywhere and done some stuff. I mean, to me, he's just he's a non-entity. He's the son of Hulk Hogan. That's it. So if he wants to throw his life away, that's up to him, isn't it? Kingston snatches the microphone. Welcome to the pre-show. Kingston gets the microphone and has a few profanities. So RJ City, Stokely Hathaway, and Renee Paquette. Ball-headed is what he called Stokely Hathaway. He's pretty gutted about it. Right. Yeah, so Johnny, shout out to you. Yeah, I can't say I'm bothered. I just don't care. I just don't care about Nick Hogan. He's not someone that's ever featured in my life, and you know, I feel sorry for that family, but I think that family just seems to attract drama, don't they? Funny, isn't it? You know, Hogan had the world, had everything. You look at someone like Hulk Hogan. I mean, what more could wrestling have given him? What more? I mean, to the point where he was actively taking, wasn't he? There's loads of times where, like, that doesn't work for me, brother, kind of a situation. And he got away with that and not putting people over and whatever. And you can debate whether, you know, he was right to push his weight around, if he was wrong. You know, there's different schools of thought on it. But at the end of the day, think of everything that wrestling gave him financially, star power-wise, you know, his brand, his lifestyle. One of the biggest success stories in the history of wrestling, and look at where he is now, and look at where his family are now. How does life have that way of giving so much and taking so much as well? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that someone can be that successful and end up in the situation that he's ended up with. Because, I mean, like, you know, that's his kid. That's his kid. I mean, I don't know what their relationship is, but I've got to think that, even if their relationship is broken, and I don't know that it is, but even if it is, I've got to think that this is news that's going to really hurt Hulk Hogan. You know, I don't see how he can not be affected by this kind of news. And I don't know what they're related. Maybe they're close. I don't know. It's just, that's my takeaway, is how he had the worlds and where his reputation is now and where his family's lives are now. And he broke up with his wife. And I think he did get married again and whatever. But it's just crazy, isn't it? Life can give so much and take away the exact same amount, if not more. Mr. Rotella said, I'm a Wrestling Days fan. Oh, Mr. Rotella, that's very kind. I'm a Mr. Rotella fan. I hope you're doing well, buds. I know I don't ever come over to your streams over on, like, is it Rumble? I think you said. I just don't go on Rumble. It's not a rule. It's just not a site I've ever been on. I've never ventured over onto there. I'd be lost. I wouldn't know where I was. I'd feel like a +1 at a party. But I hope the stream's going well, and I hope that hope everything's good, buds. A great take on life and Hogan, says Mr. Rotella. Well, it's amazing, isn't it? Life is so difficult, and I think it is a good reminder sometimes, because it's very easy to look at people that are successful, and it's very easy to look at people that have got loads of wealth and have had lots of success and have got lots of fame or whatever it might be. And you never quite know what's really going on. Certainly in this world where everything on Instagram looks amazing and everyone looks amazing and the grass always looks greener than what you're going through. Man, like, it's not that way. It ain't that way. It's a shame there's not an Instagram that only shows the truth, you know? It's a shame there's not an Instagram that's just a true reflection of what's actually going on in the world and in people's lives, rather than just a highlights of everyone's best moments. Because, you know, if you look at Hogan, I don't think that's an isolated incident. I think, like, life can be that way. It can give you so much, and it can take the same, if not more, away as well. But and sometimes it feels like it's only doing it to you. But you know, this is a good example of it doing, like, a public example. You can see what it's doing to Hogan, who had everything. That WrestleMania 3 moment, Hulkamania. Just think of everything he had: the fame, the star power, the money. Oh. Right, we're going to our second match. I miss Claudio being James Bond, said Mitchell. Inside Out again said it was Hogan's wife that took everything. Here's Buddy Matthews. He is taking on Claudio. We probably saw these two in WWE, didn't we? I'd imagine we saw Buddy Murphy against Cesaro at some point. Hogan has always been a jerk. It's kind of karma, said Jim. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you. Top Dollar is going to get signed tonight, said CK. Adam said the Guns against Samoa Joe and MJF is on 0 Hour Full Gear pre-show. Should be after this, yes. We've got 38 minutes to go until the show starts. Mitchell said this match should be good. George said, I love the ring entrance. Sean Rossette, hello, said, AJ Francis makes more money than everyone clowning him combined. Ever Bless said, Days, do you think Riddle is the sign-in? I don't. Very good stage, said George. House of Black versus Judgment Day. Who would win, said Internet Menace. Depends who's booking it. Those kind of questions of who would win, we get those quite often. And I get why they happen, because these are like dream matches that people want to see. But the truth is that it depends what story's being told at the time. It depends if there's titles involved. It depends what promotion it's being booked in. Like, for example, if WWE are booking it, I'm sure Judgment Day would go over. If AEW are booking it, then I'm sure that it would be the House of Black that go over. If it was MLW that were booking it, well, in all fairness, they're in a lawsuit with WWE at the moment, so they might go House of Black, right? But this is my point. Like, depending on who's booking it, when it's being booked, what else is going on in the storyline, you can end up with different results. So you can never really answer that question because there's just too many factors. Upcut there by Claudio. European upcut by Claudio. Mitchell said, this match will be good. Corbett said, no one was released recently, is going to be signed. All those people can't sign until December. Who do you think is the signing? I'm leaning to Will Ospreay. Matthews collides into Claudio. Knee strike there by Matthews. We never see Rhea Ripley in the crowd watching Buddy Matthews, do we? She's probably not allowed, right? Which would be understandable. Also, it's Saturday night, so she's probably actually working somewhere else. But it does remind me of Britt being in the crowd for Adam Cole at NXT TakeOver. It does remind me of that. But I suppose it's different, isn't it? Because Britt being shown on camera as an AEW superstar is only a good thing for AEW. Like, I don't think they're going to be down on the fact that she is shown. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that would be a problem. I know they apologized for showing her. I know that Triple H apologized to her for showing her. He said that it was a production error, right? And he didn't intend on but the thing was, the person saw her reaction, saw she was really invested, and so the person cut to her reaction of Adam Cole, and she was obviously concerned, genuinely concerned, because she is his partner. And Triple H apologized. But it's just interesting, isn't it? We've got a Buddy Matthews singles match here, and at no point am I expecting us to see Rhea Ripley in the crowd. I mean, I really think she wouldn't be allowed. Famously, there was a headbanger, wasn't there, that went to an Impact show, and he got shown, and I think he lost his job over that. He popped to the Impact Zone and went and watched the Impact show, and he got shown on camera. And of course, it makes it look like they're fans of a rival promotion, which, if you're the smaller promotion going to WWE, like Britt going to NXT, I know NXT's maybe not bigger than AEW, but it's still under the WWE umbrella, right? It's still a WWE brand. That's probably not an issue. I can't imagine Tony having an issue with that. Other way round, though, of Rhea going to AEW, Rhea from Raw going to AEW, like ratings-wise, size-wise of the business, whatever, you could imagine the conversation that Vince or Triple H would want to have with her if she got shown in the crowd. That would break the internet, man. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? If she was... uppercut coming in. If she was shown in the crowd for this match. Roman has a very devilish side. Adam says the Highlanders. Oh, was it the Highlanders, was it? In my mind, I remember it as being the Headbangers, but yeah, okay. Yep. Roddy said, Rhea can go where she wants to. Triple H can say nothing or he'll get a beat down. Martin said it was Robbie from the Highlanders. Appreciate it. Shahid said, I hate that Tony Khan bringing in ex-stars. Without partnership with New Japan, AEW be very low ratings. Kick out there by Buddy. Rhea and Buddy were in Australia 6 months ago, says Adam. Big Time said, did you see the collision number against SmackDown? It was a massacre. I didn't, no. What did it come in at? I mean, I didn't think SmackDown was very good last night, to be honest. Okay, Claudio is still in control. Claudio landing on his feet. So what did the SmackDown number come out at? Here's the swing. So we've got the swing underway. Oh, and he chucks him over to the side. Kick out. I don't have it for some reason. I don't have anything on WrestleNomics. Has Brian Alvarez got it? Alvarez. Matthews is down. Is being kicked by Claudio. No. Yeah, Big Time. I don't know where that number is, but I've not seen it on WrestleNomics. Haven't posted it, or at least not that I can see. I can't see any mention of it on the Observer thing, so it must just be coming through. SmackDown was 2.2, said Gregor. And I think it was 256 for Collision, says Gerald. 2.2 is actually higher than I thought. I was really expecting it to be about 2. So 2.2 is actually higher than I thought for SmackDown. It didn't feel like it was that kind of a number. I really thought that was going to be lower. Powerbomb there by Buddy. Kick out by Claudio. Claudio is up and he gets planted down. 1, 2. Buddy fighting back in this one. So, what? 2, 5, 6 for Collision. It's a different day, isn't it? It's a different day. All this moving around is a real problem for them. You know, moving different days is such a disruption. And plus also, moving to a different day, being on at the exact same time as the biggest, most watched wrestling show, I think, in the world. I mean, that also is a problem in it. It's a bit of blood coming down the side of the head here for Claudio. We've only got 28 minutes left to go until we actually get to the start of the pay-per-view. Claudio has got Buddy Matthews up on his shoulder, plants him down. Claudio looking to go against the ropes. He's got a few marks on his head. Against the ropes goes Claudio. And again, turns Buddy Matthews upside down, inside out. Goes for the cover, shoulder up there by Buddy. Claudio, this feels like we're maybe getting towards the end here. Picking him up, looking for a power bomb. He's trying to step through. Looking for a sharpshooter. And that is applied. Buddy is no selling it, to be honest. Matthews is powering out of it. But I think didn't have Roman on the show and still wrecked AEW, said Tommy. What would be the dream match today between two technical wrestlers? I would like to see Gunther and Bryan Danielson, says Kashawn. Yeah, I'd go with that. Claudio has won this one. I thought they might go with Buddy. They didn't. They've gone with Claudio. So victory for Claudio in our second match. We got one more match to go on this kickoff show. And that is going to be the MJF and Samoa Joe versus the Guns match. This is one, obviously, it's going to have a lot of attention. Yeah, I'd go with that. I really like Gunther. And I think Danielson might be the most technical wrestler. So, yeah, I'd go with that. James said, I've tweeted it to you. Okay. Okay. So 2.2 for SmackDown, 251 for AEW Collision. I've got to think that that's legit. I mean, I don't know this person, Roman Reigns SZN. They've got 60-odd thousand followers, though, so I've got to think they're not making stuff up. So, yeah, okay, I believe that. 2.2, SmackDown, 251,000 from AEW Collision. Don't know why that's not been reported, though. Is it on Fightful, maybe? Doesn't matter. It's just, you know how wrestling fans love ratings. So you would expect it to be on WrestleNomics, on Fightful, on Wrestling Observer. The ratings have come in. There's just no mention of them. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, Collision was better than SmackDown, said James. George said, I can't wait to see Shane Van Gisberger in a full season capacity for Trackhouse Racing. Okay, we've got an advert for DraftKings. 2 matches down. We got one more kickoff show match to go. Buddy refused to shake Claudio's hand, says Hayden. Buddy is a jobber. The Stars ain't he? A jobber to the Stars. Okay, so we've just got a little DraftKings thing. We're now going over to Renee Paquette, RJ City. We've got 25 minutes to go. And, of course, Samoa Joe and MJF are going to defend the Ring of Honor tag titles against the Guns. I think the Guns need this. I think that MJF doesn't need it. He's a champion, world champion. Samoa Joe is, you know, his next opponent, seemingly. So him costing MJF feels like the play. Might not be, you know. AEW are always full of surprises. But yeah, I think let's build up the Guns. The Guns are a good team. I think the Bang Bang Gang need a bit of gold in that group, something to celebrate. I also think if the Guns win, you've got a story then of the Bang Bang Gang taking over. They're here to take all the golds. And Switchblade is going to take that last bit of gold away from you later, MJF. And so I think that's got to be the play, hasn't it? I'm going to give the Guns the belts, please, said Gerald's. Botched Eye Surgery said, I don't know why WWE doesn't just run the main 3 shows live on the network instead of TV. If those 2 million people love wrestling, then they would pay the $9.99, says Botched Eye Surgery. Well, if those 2 million people pay $9.99, what would that equate to? That would equate to... Well, hang on. If... So, Peacock have paid $1 billion for the network, so WWE have got $1 billion. So, if they put it onto the network, they're basically putting it onto Peacock, and Peacock have already paid $1 billion for it. So that would mean that any extra TV money that WWE are making right now would be completely removed. You would basically be throwing away the SmackDown money that USA Network are about to be giving them, whatever money you're about to make for Raw, you'd be throwing that away. So you would, you could make the argument if the Peacock deal wasn't there, then 2 million at $9.99. So that's going to be what, 20 million a month. So that's going to be 240 million a year. I mean, I don't know that that's going to be enough for your pay-per-views. You are making 240 odd million a year for all your pay-per-views, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, your back catalog, everything is coming out at 240 million a year. I don't know that would be enough. I don't know how that would can correlate to what they're getting now. It's an interesting conversation, because if you take the billion that they're getting from Peacock, but that is spread out over 10 years, right? So that's what, 100 million a year. So that means that is NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, is that worth 140 million a year? Plus, also, would you even get 2 million people subscribing? I think they did have 1.2 million at one point. People around the world subscribe. I don't think they got that number to 2 million, but then they weren't showing Raw and SmackDown and live on the network either. So you can't do it now because of the Peacock deal, but could you do it in the future? It's not a bad backup plan, is it? People want to cut cable, but they're willing to pay for 30 subscriptions. It doesn't make any sense, says Sean. I don't know if it's just me, but I thought it was solid gold when Christian told Adam to F himself. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where they go, said George Rubio. Okay, we've just got the graphic now for MJF and Samoa Joe. They're taking on the Guns. Tom said, I'm heartbroken that I've run out of drinks and all the shops are now shut. How will I survive with AEW? You're going to have to do it sober, bud. You're going to have to do it sober. Right, here we go. We've got the Guns. Guns up. So the Guns are ready. This is for the Ring of Honor tag team titles. I don't think I've heard their music before. On a 5-match tag team winning streak. No Juice Robinson. So Juice Robinson apparently out of action. He had his TV smashed over his head by MJF last night. Did this start early, said Jim. Well, this is the kickoff show. Okay, here is Samoa Joe. From Huntington Beach, California. This is Joe's only appearance, isn't it? Or only scheduled appearance. I still think there's a good chance we'll see him at some point on the main show, but... So, Joe getting in the ring. Yellow and black shorts. He's a bad man. He looks like a bad man. Samoa Joe looks like a professional wrestler, doesn't he? He's just got that presence, that size. He looks like he's been in quite a few fights, you know? Here's MJF. His robe says Friedman 365. Sign in the crowd said MJF is a scumbag. Looks like he's wearing Laker colors. His top and ring gear look like they're purple and yellow. And it says he's a scumbag. Uh, 1734 Rampage says big time. Hayden said the crowd love MJF. James said Samoa Joe has always been amazing. Gerald said, how can you not love Joe? I really rate him. I really like him. I really liked him in WWE. I mean, I didn't watch him in Impact, as people know. But I knew of him in Impact. And when he came into WWE, I was excited to see what he was going to bring. I was really impressed with what I saw in NXT. I love the way he carries himself. I love his presence. I love how physical he can be. The deep tone of his voice. Like when he talks, you listen. When he wrestles, you watch. I like him. I was so disappointed, and I still don't understand quite what happened. I'm sure there's interviews about it. But him getting moved onto commentary during like 2020, during the pandemic, I mean, it must have been an injury or something. He was injured at that time, but it looked like his career was done. It looked like he was transitioning to being a commentator. So if you really struggle with AEW, and AEW just is not a promotion for you, or because of the tribalism, you just actively hate them, the one thing I would say is that just look at someone like Joe, who just was not getting the opportunity in WWE, was not getting, was sat on the commentary table during the pandemic. Yeah, all right, made his way back down to NXT and potentially could have had a revival down in NXT, but he was being messed around. I don't think it's unfair to say that he wasn't being messed around. And now look at the position he's in AEW. I don't quite know what MJF and Samoa Joe were doing there. Joe was over in the corner. I think, if there's going to be a bit of miscommunication between these two, that's not going to be a big problem, because there should be miscommunication between these two. These two working as a cohesive unit, working as a great tag team together, that probably wouldn't make much sense. Joe dive into the outsides. So big suicide dive there by Joe, collides into both of the guns. I need to see the Dudleys versus Edge and Christian and Hardys before they retire. I need to see AJ versus Samoa Joe versus Danielson one last time before I retire, says Gerald. Brenton said, chat out to you. It's been a while since I joined in for the stream. How's life? Hope things are well. Glad to be back. Brenton, hello, buds. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, things good. Busy, as always, The wrestling world continues to turn. So, brilliant kick there by Samoa Joe. I tell you, he's having fun with the crowd as well, and that's really good to see. He is having a good time with the crowds. I wonder if they've got the camera right. This Kia Forum is a weird forum. It's a weird venue. It's not like other venues we tend to see. other venues that we see, they've obviously got the stands that just go up, like with the people in. This one has got a ground level, and then it's got a very obvious, like, there's no, like, you're not seeing lots of people in the background. I don't know if they would have been better, like, moving the hard camera the other side. I don't know if the other side is the same. It might be the same. It might not make any difference whatsoever, but just looking at, like, where the camera is, it's just an observation that it's, could they have found a better background than that? MJF is in the ring with the guns. It's probably the same on the other side, which is why they haven't, they've just gone with this, to be truthful. It's probably one of those where you can't really do anything. I don't think you could get the hard camera the side of the entrance, because that would probably be the better angle if you could get it on that side. MJF down. But why did he give up the singles title so he can wrestle for tag titles, says Mike. Well, he wants a shot at the main title, doesn't he? So I think he said he'll partner up with MJF. He don't care about the tag belts. He's just going to try and help MJF retain these because MJF will give him a shot for the big one. But wasn't the forum where MJF cut the fire me promo? The forum has got a unique look, says Brenton. I don't know. I don't know if that's where he did the promo. It does have a unique look. I don't know if that translates to a good look. It's interesting because I don't like venues all feeling the same. It's been one of my big criticisms of, like, Raw and SmackDown. They always feel like I'm just watching the same venue. We might as well be in the exact same place, like, week after week after week. So this one definitely has a different look to it, so that is a positive. But this is a pay-per-view. And I don't know. I think, like, if this was a Dynamite, I might feel different. But it might just be nothing you can do. That might just be the truth. There might just be nothing you can do about it. As we said, even if you switch the other side, it's probably the same. Here is Samoa Joe. Shots. Down goes the guns. Clothesline. We got 9 minutes 20. Looking for an inverted atomic drop. Joe against the ropes. Big boot. And, lovely snap. Power slam. Goes for the cover. Only gets a 2. Hurls one of the guns into the corner. Going for the muscle buster, but MJF has tagged himself in. So MJF is in the ring. Looking out at the crowds. It's MJF that wants to go and do a muscle buster. MJF doing the muscle buster. Drop kick there by Colton Gunn. Samoa Joe goes down. Tag. Gunn's going over. MJF in the ring right now. Guns with MJF. MJF against the ropes. No. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a double DDT. And he gets it. Kip up there by MJF. MJF back up on his feet. So MJF is going over, making the... Oh, no. He was doing the kangaroo kick, but Samoa Joe has tagged himself in. MJF and Samoa Joe exchanging a few words now, getting in each other's faces. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. MJF in one corner. They're both going to do stereo. Is they going to do stereo muscle busters? MJF and Joe look like they were going to do stereo muscle busters. They don't. MJF and Samoa Joe get thrown into each other. MJF gets knocked down. He goes to the outside. Samoa Joe gets planted down, is over by the ropes. MJF's ready to make the save, though. And he does make the save. Forearm strike there by MJF. Just over 7 minutes to go. Brenton said, a unique arena story would be the Sportatorium in Dallas. It got burnt down in the 50s. When looking at the 80s TV tapings, you can see a gap on the new wall that was put up after the fire renovation. That's one of the most iconic wrestling venues, isn't it? The Dallas Sportatorium. I also think of somewhere like the Cow Palace. Adam Cole's music plays. Adam Cole's music plays. Adam Cole comes out on crutches. Adam Cole is making his way down to the ring. Samoa Joe. Oh, I think the guns tap. Joe. So Adam Cole comes down, provides a distraction. Him and MJF embrace. That allowed Joe to secure the Coquina clutch and get the victory. And so the MJF Ring of Honor Tag Team title reign is continuing. Okay, well, Joe has played his part then. He's having a few words with MJF. There's a handshake. If he leaves as AEW World Champion, then Samoa Joe gets his title shot. Okay, well, there we go. That's the play. That's the way they've gone. Samoa Joe, MJF win. MJF and Samoa Joe 3-0. It was a 3 out of 5 match, said WWE AEW fam. Is he limping? He's on crutches, yeah. Adam Cole is watching as the Guns... So the Guns are attacking MJF. Adam Cole is having to just watch on as the Guns get a chair. We're doing the classic ringing of the bell. Panic. And the Guns smashing the leg of MJF. And again... So the Guns are working on the leg and of MJF. They've smashed it with a chair repeatedly. There's nothing that Adam Cole can do about it. The chair is wrapped around the knee of MJF. They've made it obvious that Jay's not going to win, said Corvids. Brenton said, apologies about the theory, but let's say the devil is revealed tonight. Who would it be not good? From the names you mentioned or heard about, Jack Perry would suck. I don't know who would not be good. I don't know who would not be good because it's really hard for me to answer that question because I'm not massively into that story. It's not a story that I am crazy into. So it's hard for me to say who would turn out to not be good in a story that I'm not that into anyway, if that makes sense. I think people are into it though. People do want to know who this devil is, but I just think there's too much noise around MJF. There's too much stuff that's happening around him. Like, I would just have him banging matches, like him in a banging match against Samoa Joe 1-on-1. None of this Adam Cole stuff, none of this devil stuff. I mean, if you want to bring like a devil story in, that's fine. But like, it seems to be on top of the Adam Cole story, the Kingdom story, the Samoa Joe going after him, Switchblade going after him. Like, there's just so much noise going on around MJF. I just think it just needs to be stripped right back for me. So it's hard for me to say, oh, I think this person would be bad. I don't know who would be bad. Nakazawa. Brandon Cutler would be bad. MJF is on a stretcher and he's being taken to the backstage area. He's being loaded into an ambulance. Don't let them take my championship. Don't let them take my championship. Promise me. So MJF has been taken away. Well, there we go. Drama to end the kickoff show. The funny part is Adam shows up still injured, and that could be a hint that it's not him because she's in crutches whilst the devil stands tall and mighty. What does it mean for the main event, said Ethan. Well, what does it mean? That is how they've ended the kickoff show. It's a good way to end the kickoff show, actually. Gotta say, that's a good way to end the kickoff show with the fact that it's like, oh my God, what's going to happen? You know, that's a cliffhanger for the pay-per-view, which we don't see WWE doing. They just go through the video packages like, this is how we've got to this match. Coming up next is the event. But like, this is a little story that has been on the kickoff show that's now going to lead into the pay-per-view. I don't mind that at all. I think that's quite clever. He'll hug them, clinging to them like a limpet, says Maggie. Ric Flair could reveal himself to be the devil and challenge MJF for a 60-minute Iron Man match for the AEW World Championship. Woo! Right, well, what is the story? What is the play? What is the situation? I mean, my feelings on this are that MJF really cannot be retaining that championship tonight, right? I think he did. I expected him to do exactly that. But after the beatdown that we just saw, I mean, I think that these two should push each other to the limit if they're both 100%. If MJF has just sustained the battering that he's just sustained, an injured MJF should not be able to get past Switchblade, Jay White. I don't think that at all. Unless there's going to be some like outside interference or whatever. So we're just having a look at the intro. I'm interested to see how they're going to play it. I'm interested to see how they're going to do it. I would imagine that MJF will discharge himself. He's going to be injured. He's going to be injured in the match. He's going to have to dig deep. You're going to have to do something to make me... You're going to have the devil distract, or something's going to have to happen whereby Switchblade is sort of robbed, because an injured MJF should not be beating a healthy 100% Switchblade Jay White. So they must have a plan. There must be something that they've got up their sleeve. And it feels obvious that MJF is going to keep that title because we've got the Samoa Joe match lined up. So it feels like that's definitely where we're going. So I've got to think MJF's leaving as champion. But he is injured. I mean, that's clearly a beatdown that we've just seen. So the Devil's got to be involved in the main event. Or there's got to be some way of protecting Switchblade in that main event. Agency said, agreed, we don't want to do a Cody. Yep. I was not a fan of that. I know that a lot of people were giddy about that, but I was not a fan of that. Injured MJF and injured Adam Cole will both fight Jay in a handicap match, said Luke. AJG said, I was born and bred to pet kittens. Let's go. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are in Los Angeles at the Kia Forum. And we are just seeing the crowds. If you didn't join us for the 0 hour just moments ago, then you missed a beatdown of MJF, Tony Schiavone, Excalibur, and Nigel McGuinness are our commentary team. They're just showing moments ago the Guns walloping MJF with a steel chair. He got carted off, got put into an ambulance. And as he was being loaded in, he was saying to Adam Cole, don't let them take my title. Promise me. And Adam Cole promised that he wouldn't allow them to take his title. Okay, so I don't know what the order of this event is going to be. What is going to be our first match tonight? Is it going to be the tag match, the fatal four-way or four-way ladder match? They're just talking about the cards. Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley for the AEW International Championship. Cassidy, Moxley 2. We've also got Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho against the Bucks, the Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. Do you know why AEW reduced the price from $19.99 to $14.99? They must be getting pay-per-view. They mustn't be getting pay-per-views they're looking for. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, what I would say is they might not be getting the pay-per-view buys they're looking for because they've been putting on more pay-per-views. You know, I don't know how many a year it is they do now, but they have definitely increased that number. I mean, don't forget, we had All In, All Out just literally a week apart. And obviously, World's End has been added to the cards. Wrestle Dream was added to the card, the schedule this year. So they've been putting in more, so they've been asking for more money from their fan base. So if they are just playing around with the price a little bit, I wouldn't blame them for doing that. I would say that it would be a problem if they were still just doing the 4 and then they were adjusting it. Then that would be a bit of that's not a good sign. But I think because they've added so many extra pay-per-views this year. Oh no, we've got kids singing. What's going on this? Is this going to be the Knights of the Black Throne? Ryan Gambler, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Okay, we've just got kids going la 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 la. They're all in black. It feels like House of Black type vibes. It could be anyone. Patriarchy, Christian Cage it is. Christian Cage is Okay. So I suppose because he's talking about being people's father and all this kind of stuff, we've had kids singing him out to the ring. So Christian and Luchasaurus and Nick Wayne, it's going to be a big star power opening match. Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne versus Sting. I'm not going to fit all this on. Adam and Darby. Ric Flair. Woo! The Nature Boy. Bum, 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 bum. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nature Boy, styling and profiling, wooing his way down to the ring. I thought he'd be coming out with some of that woo energy. I thought he'd be like handing that out to people in the crowds. Crowd are wooing away as Ric Flair makes his way down to the ring. Ryan Gambler said, Days, it's been a while. Life has happened, and I'm glad to be back. Who do you think Tony has signed? I think it could be Goldberg. Thanks. Goldberg. That's a good shout. The rumor mill, not confirmed. The rumor mill is saying Will Ospreay. Ronda is around, and it could be Goldberg if you want a real left field possibility. So something completely out of left fields, but possible. Goldberg, yeah, could be in the conversation. The other one that people thought when it was first announced was Mercedes. That was one that people thought at the start. But it's been reported that apparently not. It's not going to be Mercedes. Okay, so Stinger's come out with his face paint. Adam Copeland has got his face painted, half of it. Darby has got the other half painted. Tell you what, though, seeing Adam Copeland in his entrance gear, standing next to Sting, who's making his way down in his entrance gear, I would love to see them two. You know, no disrespect to Darby Allin, but I would just love to see like Adam Copeland and Sting as a tag team. There's Steve-O in the crowd as well. Entertainer, stuntman, and jackass legend. Yeah, I know, like, investing in the future, Darby Allin, all that kind of stuff. I'm all for it. But I can't help but look at Sting and Edge side by side. Both of them really pumped up. Both of them looking awesome in their entrance gear. I can't help but look at them and think, oh my God, that's a tag team I never knew I needed. Never knew I needed Adam Copeland and Sting until I just saw them making their way down to the ring side by side. They both look and feel like the mega star legends that they are. Big entrance, pyro, and every box was ticked for that entrance for this team. In fairness, both entrances were big. I mean, Adam Copeland's exploded into life and was brilliant. Christian being sung to the ring by those kids, that was great as well. So AEW definitely making a big statement with this first match. Okay, it looks like it's going to be Nick Wayne and Darby Allin that's going to start this out. Non-compete is for use of the talent. WWE still own the rights to the name, said Jay the Treasure Fiend. Hayden said Adam Copeland has got Sting's face paint on. Blade Runners 2.0, said Kris. Steve O got Molly whooped by Umaga, says Rivy. Corvid said there's no such thing as investing in the future. When it's Darby Allin, he has no future. Christy, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Michael said, Days, wrestling, I think it's Tessa that could be the big surprise tonight. Don't know, because, I don't know. Tessa is very controversial. You know, there's been people that have been very outspoken about her bullying backstage, and there's been, like, the racism allegations, and I don't know, it's a tricky one. But then, you know, look, allegations have been made against Ric Flair, but there has been a backlash about Ric Flair coming into AEW. So if there's been a backlash for Ric Flair, and Ric Flair is arguably one of the most decorated, along with Cena, of course, and one of the biggest ever professional wrestlers, you know, if there's a backlash against him because of his allegations, I've got to think Tessa doesn't stand a chance. I don't think this crowd would tolerate that signing. And they're not going to walk out, but if Tessa gets revealed to be the signing, it'll be very interesting to see how the crowd react to that. I genuinely don't know how they would react. My gut feeling is it would not be that positive. I don't think it'd be that positive. I think everyone knows there is a black cloud that's hanging over her. And I think to bring her in would be quite the statement. It would be quite the statement. So I don't know. I don't know that I can go with you on that one. But if it does turn out to be Tessa, you definitely called it. Mitchell said, this Edge figure would be sick. It would be sick. That would be sick. Christian in the ring, and Adam Copeland is tagged in. Face paint looks great on Copeland. I think it's the other part of Darby's makeup, as we said. Christian jumps out the ring. He, I think, tags in Luchasaurus. I really like this face paint on Adam, actually. I really like it. It's not neatly drawn, neat black lines or anything. It's white, but it's like smudged black in there as well. It looks rough, it looks ready, it looks gritty. Shots coming in there by Luchasaurus. Copeland over the other side as Luchasaurus collides into him. He goes down. Christian, again, on the outside of the ring. Ric Flair. I don't really know what Ric Flair's role is in this. He's just sort of like he's a cheerleader. Ric Flair is now in the role of being a cheerleader. He's cheerleading for Copeland and Darby and Sting. It is a slightly weird way of using him. Is there a chance that he costs the face team, though? Could it? Because he is the dirtiest player in the game. So him being with the baby faces, you do always run the risk of him tripping someone over at a key moment. He could definitely have a part to play in this. But it could be a bit early for that as well. But that wouldn't surprise me if that's a play that we do at some point, you know. Luchasaurus with Darby Allin. Allin against the ropes. He gets caught by Christian. Christian has got Darby against the ropes. Darby goes into the arms of Luchasaurus, who, oh my God! Oh my God, that was brutal. Even Adam Copeland has come over to check on him. Luchasaurus with a choke slam, picks up Darby Allin, hurls him down, and he hits hard on the edge of the ring, man. It looked horrific, but in a really good way. Like, if he has survived, you know, as long as he's survived, it looked It looked horrific. That'll be doing the rounds on social media. That chokeslam by Luchasaurus to Darby Allin on the edge of the ring, and Darby Allin like spinning off. You can't really put it into words, like how the impact looked. Brilliant, brilliant moment. But Darby is continuing. Styling and profiling. Mission Impossible Review said, Edge just said Darby is awesome and should keep doing what he's doing. Maggie said, COVID, how do you know that's not going to broadcast? Darby ain't going to climb anything now. I think the people who show up on AEW tonight will be Mercedes, Goldberg, and a CM Punk return. Well, you're getting a lot if that's going down tonight, if you're going to get all of that. Right. Where are we with time? We're 20 minutes into the show already. Can't stop, won't stop, said Flair looks like he's about to fall asleep. Well, he's moved round to the other side, the Hart camera side now, and he's wooing away. Kick coming in there by Nick Wayne. Big boot there to Darby Allin. Shoulder up there by Darby Allin. I don't think Sting's been in the match yet. Kieran said, Days is the devil mask guy. Brenton said, let's just say the signing is Ospreay. Will it be another pack type of thing where he would wrestle twice and then leave for months at a time? That would be a waste. Who can say? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know where he is. If he does get announced, I believe his contract isn't actually up with New Japan until January. And then he's going to have to move to the US. I mean, whether that process has already started and they're looking for a place and, you know, all of that could be going on in the background. But there's clearly going to need to be some sort of adjustment for him to, like, move his life from Japan over to the USA. So I think he could be announced tonight. I don't know that we actually get going with him straight away. I feel like this announcement might be getting made because they want to, you know, get more people to tune into this show. So it might not be a case that we can start with him straight away because I think he's still with New Japan till the end of January. That was something I read on a Cultaholic article. Unless they've done a deal to get him early, of course. But even then, he's still going to have to move his life over. So he very much could be announced and then go away for a little bit. Yes, that could happen. But eventually, once he's in and settled, then it should be a case that he's there, like, you know, like Switchblades. Nick Wayne is going up top, grabbing Darby Allin. Corvid said the match was originally supposed to be before the main event, but they probably thought that Rick wouldn't make it that long. Ethan said, are you the new signing? I can confirm, no. Planting Nick Wayne there, Darby Allin. Looked like a bit of a Code Red type move. Okay, so Nick Wayne is down in the ring. What if the devil is MJF's second persona, like the demon Finn Balor, said Andrew? There are thoughts that it could be MJF that's under the mask, but I don't know that that's a mask that you could comfortably wrestle in, to be honest. If you think about Balor's demon character, that's face paint. I mean, maybe, you know, if MJF was to have like a second persona, maybe he would take the mask off and his face would be painted underneath like that. You could do something along those lines. But I think him wrestling in that mask, I think, feels like it would be quite limiting. Always take that off and then have face paint underneath. Chop coming in by Christian. Darby in the corner. So Sting went to the outsides. Someone in the crowd has got a sign that says, Simon, can I get an up? A thumbs up, right? But the problem is when they actually turn the sign over, the thumb is pointing down. And I don't know if they know that, right? So they keep putting this sign up of a thumb down. And it looks like they're not enjoying the show. I don't know. It might be that they've just got the sign. They've not properly thought about it. And I need to see them do it again. I just keep seeing this thumbs down in the crowd, and I'm like, this is all right. I mean, it's been all right. It's you know, it's definitely like not a bad match. Here's Adam Copeland. I mean, I wouldn't think it worthy of a thumbs down. I keep seeing this thumbs down, but I think they've just done the sign wrong. There, look, Simon, can I get a thumbs up? And then when he turns it over. Turn it over. Turn it over. Come on, you're proud of your sign. Turn it over. Luchasaurus on the outside. Adam Copeland goes against the ropes. Spear to Luchasaurus. Luchasaurus goes to the outside. Kick to the midsection. Picks up Nick Wayne. Hurls Nick Wayne onto Luchasaurus. But Luchasaurus catches him. Darby Allin goes through the ropes, and you know, there's no one better of going through the ropes. Just absolutely gives everything when he goes through the ropes, Darby Allin. No half measures. Sting collides into Nick Wayne and Luchasaurus. Big smile on the face of Ric Flair. In the ring goes Luchasaurus. And Sting climbing back up. Copeland is in the corner, ready to deliver a spear. Couldn't get it, though. Luchasaurus has got both Adam Copeland and Sting. Sting and Copeland working together. Big blows coming in as Luchasaurus stumbles back. Sting. Copeland going to the middle rope. Scorpion Death Drop and elbow from Adam Copeland. Darby Allin on the outside with Nick Wayne, hurling him into the ring. I think the ref's completely lost control of this one. I don't know if it's a problem. But we've got all three guys in the ring. It's a suplex by Sting and Copeland. A crossbody by Darby Allin. Nick Wayne is down. Luchasaurus gets up, throws a kick to Adam Copeland, goes over, collides into... Oh, he's got the thumb up this time. He's fixed it. He's managed to get the thumbs up. He's enjoying it again. This guy needs to make his mind up. Sometimes he's not keen on the match, and sometimes he's enjoying it. Luchasaurus in the rings. Adam Copeland down. Darby Allin is down. Christian on the outside. K-Pop Lover said it's a boring premium live event so far. I'm going to watch the ups and downs and see what Simon says George. AEW don't have premium live events, said Joseph. Do you think Darby Allin against Dolph Ziggler sounds like a good match? Yeah, I mean, sounds fine, yeah. Ric Flair is down. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what Dolph Ziggler looks like in AEW. It's hard to get excited for his matches because they've been a bit underwhelming for quite a long time, but that might just be the limitations of WWE. Christian put his hands on Ric Flair, then he's just nailed Luchasaurus by mistake. Christian goes running into the crowds. So Christian has gone running to the back. He's got his title belt. Luchasaurus in the middle of the ring. Spear by Adam Copeland. It's got to be the beginning of the end. Mitchell said, I hope the guy with the thumbs up sign for every bite he takes of a meal. I hope that guy has a thumbs up sign for every bite he takes of a meal. Well, he loves it. The conclusion I've come to is if he wants to just hold up the thumbs up, he's very good at that. Like, where's the sign? There we go, right? But I think when it comes to, like, rotating between the two, I don't think it's set up quite right. So when he's just putting a thumbs up, all goods. When it comes to flipping between the two, I've seen that. That's where we struggle. I'm desperate to see him do it again because it's if my mind doesn't play tricks on me and it is an error, it's one of my favorite fan sign errors I've ever seen. Because it means at times he's been actively given a show he's really enjoyed the thumbs down, which is just such a fun mistake. Right, so it's a win for Adam Copeland, Sting, Darby. They're all in the ring with the Nature Boy. Sign in the crowd said, Los Angeles, thanks you, Sting. This was billed as Sting's last match in LA. So I'd imagine they'll do quite a bit of that. Like, this is Sting's last match in blah, blah, blah. This is Sting's last match in blah, blah, blah. I mean, in all fairness, I think he's already had his last match in the UK. And we didn't even know at the time. You know, that Wembley match, I think, was his last match in the UK. The Nature Boy is all smiles. The Nature Boy. Okay, so that is half an hour of the show that's been given over to this opening match. That I've got to think that the other matches, there's going to be a couple of quicker matches in here. Because we've still got 7 matches. Sting in the ring. Getting a round of applause. Darby just went onto the microphone. He just wants a bit of appreciation for the Stinger. I remember Surfer Sting. Oh, who was it? Someone said they wanted to see Surfer Sting one more time. I think it was Tony Schiavone. I think he said for his last match he would like Surfer Sting. I don't need it for his last match, but I do need it one more time. It might look stupid. I know that he's always said that if I was to bring back Surfer Sting, it wouldn't look right. You know, because you're comparing who I am now to who I was in, like, you know, the early 90s, late 80s. And I'm not that guy. I'm not physically that guy. But I would like to see it. There's a thank you, Sting chance. Sting is in the ring on his own. Ric Flair on the outside, applaud him. Ric Flair walking up the entrance ramp. Okay, so first match down. I don't know what our second match is going to be. Very much looking forward to Timeless Tony Storm. Very much looking forward to Swerve. He needs to cut his hair, unfortunately, said Eclectic. He used to jump from the middle of the ring to the turnbuckle on the Stinger Splash. Five Dog said, Sting is my all-time favorite. Hayden said that was Sting's last match in California. Brody said, can I tell you something? Go for it, Brody. Go for it. Surf Sting was my favorite when I first started watching. Well, I mean, WWE is what got me into wrestling, of course. And I remember watching WCW, and I just remember seeing like lots of just people that didn't really do much for me. I couldn't tell you who, but they just seemed very generic. There were names that I didn't recognize, and they were people that didn't really grab my interest. And then I saw Surfer Sting, and I remember my mind being blown. I was like, wow, who is that? You know, look is so important, and it's something that is so often overlooked. But, you know, the look and the presence of someone is so important, and Surfer Sting was just instant. As soon as you saw him, you were captivated. Okay, we've got Tony Schiavone on the entranceway. So, we've got a little segment. This is interesting because this obviously wasn't something we were expecting. So, we're actually getting Jay White and members of Bullet Club Gold. Jay White coming out with the Triple B. This isn't my music. Tell them. I hate to say this. MJF is injured. MJF is injured and he won't be able to defend. MJF Jay White cancelled. Your new AEW champion is Jay. Adam Cole's music hits. Adam Cole is making his way out. There's not a shot in hell that you're going to leave with this championship. So Adam Cole has made his way out. Segment. We've just got a segment. If MJF can't defend, I'll do it for him. Huh? If MJF can't defend the belt, I'll do it for him, one leg or not. You must have hit your head. Don't you remember? I've heard you got a hard time remembering anything these days. What's with all this people defending other people's belts? What's all this about? If MJF can't defend his title, I'll do it for him. But can you? Will you? What? I mean, look, let's see how this story plays out. I ain't sold on it, but we'll see how it plays out. There's probably a chance that MJF discharges himself and still makes it to the match, you know? This could just be nothing more than a stalling tactic. Just like, no, you're definitely not the champion. I ain't going to let you be the champion. I'll defend it. And, like, he's just buying time kind of a situation, you know? We'll see where we get to with the main event. Blaze said, MJF will be back there, just making you think that he can't. Everyone is falling for it. James says, TK also letting an injured Daniel Bryan compete, so does that, says Alexis. What would everyone do if Miro won the AEW World Championship? If AEW sticks around and if Miro isn't too old? I think people would be all right with it if the build was good and he felt like the right person. I don't think there'd be too many down on it. But he doesn't feel like he's even close, to be honest. I think he needs he needs momentum. He needs properly built. And I know they're doing stuff with him over on Collision, but it seems like, isn't he in a bit of a tiff with his wife? They're doing something with him and CJ, Perry and Andrade and everything. So they're clearly just doing that at the moment. So we may get him to the title, but it doesn't feel like he's kind of close to it at the moment. Right, that is done. We're moving on with our next match. And our next match is going to be Orange Cassidy. He is going to be facing Jon Moxley. Okay, so Cassidy coming out with Hook and freshly squeezed. He's got his championship, of course, in his backpack. I think this show so far has been an interesting show. I think there's been some decent action. I think the entrances for the first match was very good. I think that segment, I can understand people being concerned. There's certainly things about it that I don't like. I'm not a fan of, but I am waiting to see what they do with it. I think there's a chance that we get to the main event. There's a chance that Adam Cole comes down. There's a chance that Jay White comes down. But I wouldn't expect that match to start. I would expect MJF's music to hit and for him to come down and, defend his own belt. Like this, as we said, I think this is just Adam Cole trying to stall for time to just make sure that MJF doesn't get stripped of that title. Here is Moxley making his way into the arena with Wheeler Yuta. This is our second match on this main card. Second match on the main card. Fifth match in total. 11 matches tonight. I do like the cliffhanger at the end of the kickoff show. I think that's good. What I appreciate about that is with WWE, for example, they cater a lot to casual fans. And I think, like, for me, AEW could take a few more steps in that direction. They could take just a few more steps to kind of cater to some casual fans. Namely, the people that don't watch Collision. If there's big developments on Collision, like, let us know about it on Dynamite. But what I will say is that they have started doing that in recent times where we do see replays from Collision. So that's a positive step. But what I do like about AEW is that they don't go crazy with that. And they don't punish you for watching their shows. So, like, if I watch a WWE kickoff, I don't need to. I get very little out of it. There will be some interviews that might be worth watching, but by and large, it's people sitting and talking about the video packages, which I've already seen because I watch Raw and I watch SmackDown. There's very little that you can get from a WWE kickoff show. If you're a casual fan, they're essential. They'll tell you the backstories to everything and you can really get a deeper understanding. But if you are someone that watches all the shows, you're not going to get much from it. It's all stuff you've seen before. There might be like a Paul Heyman interview. There might be like a little backstage chat with someone. But by and large, you don't need to watch them. With AEW, though, they've just done a little story on there. They've just actually furthered their story. MJF has just been attacked, taken to hospital. Like, if you're an AEW viewer, you do, it is, yeah, all right, you've got the replays during the pay-per-view, but I don't feel like I've wasted my time. And I had 3 matches that I was given as well. WWE don't tend to do kickoff show matches anymore. If they do, they're quite rare. And so 3 matches, and they still found a way of doing the video packages for the casual fans. And they furthered a story with the MJF situation. I've got to say that kickoff show was structured very well. And it took us into this main show. And I think the action has been all right. I think this show feels like it's an all right show. There's a nice foundation there for some big matches, which I'm sure will come later. You know, those big dramatic 5-star deals, you know. Hopefully, if you can sprinkle some of them in, then, you know, the foundation is not too bad here. This is a pretty strong show foundation to, like, build on. Let's see what the rest of the cards can deliver. I mean, MJF and Jay White definitely is going to need to deliver something. Hangman Swerve is going to have to deliver something. Omega Jericho and the Bucks is going to have to deliver something. I don't have high hopes for Statlander, Julia Hart, Skye Blue. I don't know what to expect out of Toni Storm and Hikaru Shida because Tony's such an interesting character. It's hard to know what you're going to get out of her matches, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. I think the tag match is just going to be a big fun, you know, multi-person ladder match, loads of spots kind of a situation. Let's see what Moxley and Orange Cassidy can deliver. I'm enjoying the show. I've got no complaints. I'm invested as a fan, said Mitchell. Connor said, what have I missed? Where can I watch this? So this is only the second match. So, you know, Edge and Darby Allin and Sting were victorious in the first match. This is the second match. So this is on pay-per-view. In the UK, it's on Fight TV. So that's where I'm watching it at the moment. Fight TV. As Moxley is in control against Orange Cassidy. Moxley with a Texas Cloverleaf applied to Orange Cassidy. Cassidy in pain. Come on, Orange Cassidy for the win, said Alex. Daniel said, none of the women's matches will be good. I'm calling a lot of awkward movements and stand-in and lost looks. Well, I hope we don't get that in the Toni Storm match. I mean, Tony's a good, very good wrestler. Shida's a good wrestler. If we're not gonna have like silliness during the match and they're gonna go at each other, it should be fine. It should be fine. This is where her gimmick could just start to kind of lose its focus a little bit. I think her gimmick's great. I love it, as people know. I am a big fan. I really enjoy it. But as we said, you know, some of these gimmicks that are so rich, and hers is a very rich gimmick. It's a very, like, you know, it's not just a little subtle thing. It's not like she just calls herself Big Time or something like that. Like, it's a very rich, like, even her presentation changes. When we open the door to her dressing room, the camera goes black and white. So it's a very rich gimmick that this, you know, needs to be focused and controlled and not get, like, you know, needs to be quite tight. So I'd like to see her entrance be flamboyant. I don't mind a couple of little mannerisms during the match, but I hope the match is, like, solid and a really good, I mean, you know, you want it to be a good 4-star plus type match. With a few little mannerisms in there, a few little flourishes, that's fine. Great entrance. If she wins, great celebration. That's what I'm hoping for out of her match. Headbutts coming in by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is trying to get a superplex on Moxley. Moxley's got blood coming down his forehead. Superplex by Orange Cassidy. Moxley is busted open. Hook on the outside, applauding away as Orange Cassidy climbs up top. Cassidy is perched. Oh! Diving DDT by Orange Cassidy. Round the houses, into another DDT. Moxley goes down. One. Kick out. Kick out by Moxley with blood pouring down his face. He's on his knees, shaking his head, full on Hulk Hogan. He's talking trash to Orange Cassidy. Cassidy coming over, throwing in some kicks to Moxley. Soft kicks. and again, but they're starting to increase in intensity. Harder strikes coming in there by Orange Cassidy. Cassidy backing up as Moxley gets back up to his feet. Fingers up there by Cassidy. Cassidy against the ropes. Through the ropes into Moxley. Moxley on the commentary table. So Cassidy in the ring goes against the ropes. Again, suicide dive into Moxley. Moxley into the commentary table again. Moxley's been waiting to blow that blood load for a while, said Mitchell. Moxley is bleeding, said Hayden. Botched Eye Surgery said Ringside have announced their Black Friday specials. There's some pretty good deals. Probably we have to factor in customs charges and everything over here, which is a real bind. Another dive there by Orange Cassidy. I'm not a fan of Orange Cassidy. His gimmick is starting to become boring, said Tom. Five Dog said, who cares if he's bleeding? Back in the day, everyone bled. Red equals green is the old saying, said Five Dog. Tugboat said, you know it's getting old when a whole live chat is laughing about someone bleeding. Moxley in the middle of the ring is acting, playing possum. He was acting discombobulated, but he was actually combobulated, and he was able to trick Orange Cassidy, who's been caught in a trap. And now elbows coming in there by Moxley, forearm strikes coming in, big heavy blows raining down on Orange Cassidy at the moment. Moxley very much in control. Very much in control at the moment. And right now he's got a headlock being applied. He's keeping Orange Cassidy grounded. Can I just tell you that it is so... I can't even begin to tell you how much more enjoyable this show is. How much more refreshing this show is not having adverts, right? It's not even the adverts. It's not even the adverts because everyone complains about commercial breaks. The bigger problem, and I didn't even know this was a problem until AEW came along, is in the UK, when you lot go to adverts in America, we don't. We don't go to adverts. We stay with the action. Sounds amazing. Sounds like a gift from God. It absolutely ruins matches because the matches die a death. They die, and you don't even know that commercials have happened. So it just looks like the matches have just died. It just looks like the pace has fallen apart. They're just like going through the motions. And time after time after time, it just makes matches really suffer. Really, really suffer. And I gotta tell you, watching like this pay-per-view action, I know pay-per-view matches are just naturally better anyway, but just having a match that doesn't just die and it just keeps like its pace going and everything, so much more enjoyable. So much more enjoyable. I would, if I could, it sounds crazy. If I could pay more money to just have a graphic appear every time that they go to come out, I would do that rather than sit and watch Dynamite the way that it airs on Fight TV. So if you're in America and every time you go to commercial, you think, God damn it. Just remember, I don't have that luxury. I have to watch the match fall apart and die. And it really does, I think, affect my enjoyment of the show. And I didn't quite realize how much until now I'm watching these matches. And I can get involved in them, you know? I'm following the action. I'm engaged. I'm involved. I think it was actually a bigger problem than I thought. Moxley charging over. He goes headfirst into an exposed turnbuckle. Drop kick by Orange Cassidy. Moxley goes down. Orange Cassidy in the corner looking to throw in a Superman punch. Moxley in a seated position. Getting up to back to his feet, but not quite there. Now he's back up. Is he playing possum again? Is not playing possum this time. He gets caught by Orange Punch. And again, Moxley went down to one knee. Is back up. Another Orange Punch. As Moxley goes down, he explodes back up though. Roll up by Orange Cassidy. Kick out by Moxley. Orange Punch again. He's weathered about 4 of them. He's back up. He's swinging away. It's like a drunk. It's like a drunk outside the pub, Moxley, at the moment. He's like, bring him on. I'll take them all on. Orange Cassidy in the corner delivering another one. A big one. Orange Punch. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for Orange Cassidy over John Moxley. Orange Cassidy gets the win. I think that match was all right. Perfectly pleasant watch. Hook comes in and congratulates Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy, OC needed that, says Five Dog. Let's go. Orange Cassidy said, Alex Corbin said a clean win for Cassidy. Very nice to see. Sell or no sell, still a good match, said Smurfy Tunes. R-Dub said, this is getting ridiculous. Will Moxley shake his hand? Question mark, says Corvids. So Cassidy getting back up to his feet. Moxley is being helped up by Claudio and Wheeler Yuta. Will there be a handshake? It certainly feels like it's building towards that moment. Moxley is slumped down. The referee's telling them to get out. Moxley is rolling out. So no, I don't think there is going to be a handshake moment. Where did Orange Cassidy go? Tony. Main event. Okay, so Tony Khan has made it official that it's going to be Switchblade Jay White and Adam Cole. Adam Cole, Jay White. Cameraman missed the bump, said Gerald's. I hate Orange Cassidy. I'm losing my interest in wrestling, said CC Funk. Hook will end up joining the Blackpool Combat Club, said Corvids. Jay Bryant said Mox should have won. He deserves a reign with that belt. Orange should have made this a First Blood match, said Smurfy Tunes. Cole is playing everyone, said Erase Your Minds. Briscoe is going to be in the Continental Classic. He's talking about having his Continental breakfast and jumping in his Lincoln Continental. Fired up promo from Briscoe. We haven't been seeing... I'd like to have seen more of that on Dynamite. Briscoe is in the tournament. Oh my God, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I paid my money to watch the show. And the main reason for it is making her way out right now. It's time for Timeless Tony Storm. Making our way down. We got the black and white filter being applied. Coming down, obviously, with Luther. What's it? I don't know what he's carrying. Had her AEW World's title reign ended by Shida in August. Great music. Great Titantron. Prancing her way around the ring. I mean, do you know what? I mean, I was a big fan of the Vaudevillains as well. They were like, it wasn't, I mean, it was not this gimmick, but it was similar in the sense of they were playing like real old time, like, you know, wrestlers. I remember that from like NXT. I was a big fan of that. It was such a shame that that never got better supported on the main roster. I was a big fan of those guys. I really enjoyed them as the tag team. Having Luther is a great addition to this gig, said Agency Development. Alexis said it's simple, man. Tony equals money. Ledge Killer said it's time for Tony Storm. Corvid said, did the TBS Championship match get bumped off the cards? Well, I don't think so. That is true, actually. Like, having this match earlier than the TBS match is a bit strange. You'd think you would go for the mid-card and then, like, go to this one later in the card. I'm not aware of it being bumped off. Timeless Tony has got a piece of paper. I don't know if it's the script. It might be the script. She's ripped the script up. Okay, these two exchanging forearm strikes. Love her boots. I do love the fact she doesn't wear knee pads as well, but I do worry about that for her. Knees to the midsection by Shida. Tony Storm goes over to the corner. The ripped up script. All the pieces are in the ring. Kick coming in there by Shida. She's trying to pick up a few bits there, Aubrey, but right now Tony is tied up in the ropes. What's Shida doing? Is the strap coming down? Pulling the strap down a little bit as there is bruising and marks on Tony Storm's chest. Apparently that was from Emi Sakura, was it? Is that why she's got marks on her from something that happened yesterday? Okay, Tony is over on the other side now as Shida's looking to throw in these chops. Her chest is red raw, man. Okay, so Tony Storm going over to the corner. Shida has got Tony Storm in the corner, throwing in more chops. Another chop coming in. Not a fan of all these chops. There's too many chops. Another strike there. I mean, what's that managed to achieve? Here comes Tony Storm. She's coming back with a few chops of her own. Driving Shida back. Shida back in the corner. Chops coming in by Tony Storm, who's throwing in some quick, rapid-fire chops. Chop, 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 chop. Everyone gets a chop. You get a chop. You get a chop. Bulldog. Timeless Tony Has she got some new moves? I wonder if she's got like... Oh, well, go on, girl. Winding up a big shot. Winding it up. Oh, forearm strike. Yes. Love that. I know. I don't think I've seen her do that before. Winding. Do you remember that from back in the day? Winding up. She should use like bear hugs. You don't see loads of bear hugs. Winding up. Airplane spins. That's old school. Kick in the throat there. Mitchell said she killed Scripps. Oh, my God. She killed Scripps. Tony Storm going over. We're just seeing backstage. Maria May. The pace of this one slower at the moment. We went through the chop phase. Clubbing blow there by Tony Storm. Another chop there by Tony Storm. It's a simple thing, but I love that wind up. Whoa. Maybe she could use the claw as well. That's quite old school, isn't it? The claw. Against the ropes goes Tony Storm. She should do that. I mean, she might have done it anyway, but she should go through her repertoire and remove anything that kind of came into wrestling after like 1970 and really just watch women's matches from like the 30s and the 40s. Just watch nothing but women's wrestling from the 30s and the 40s and you could go 50s as well and just jot down like the moves that they're using. Just get yourself a whole list of moves and really try to be disciplined in only using those moves. So certainly no suicide dives and nothing off the top. Everything like mat-based. That would be really interesting, actually. That would be a really fun thing for her to... You could see her backstage watching classic women's wrestling matches. Telling stories about the different women and what it was like at that time, when clearly she wasn't around at that time. This is what I love about the gimmick. There's so much that you can do with it. There's so many different facets that you can explore. Tony going to the outside, having a word with Luther. I don't know what. There's a shoe. There's a shoe. This is the stuff. Ah, clever. I was 1, 2. Tony Storm kick out. I was going to say, that's the stuff that I'm worried about, where we're going to let the silliness come into the match. She gets a shoe. I don't mind the shoe stuff in a promo, but during a match. So she comes in with a shoe. Aubrey takes it away. As Aubrey takes it over to the corner, she had that second one behind her. So they'd planned ahead for Aubrey to take it away. It was quite clever. She nails Shida with the shoe whilst Aubrey's not looking. She could only get a 2 count. Shida has got Tony and drives her down. So Shida down. Tony Storm down. Luther watching on the outsides. Her pants were loaded. Mildred Burke-esque. Adam Cole, Jay White, what's happening? Someone fill me in. It's our main event. MJF was attacked on the kickoff show, and Adam says that he's going to defend the belt for MJF. Shida with a forearm strike to Tony. Tony in the middle of the ring, taking these shots, goes down to one knee. Shida continuing to unload on Tony Storm. Tony on her knees, getting absolutely blasted by Hikaru Shida. Pushes Shida back. Slap. Another slap coming in. Open-handed palm strikes there as switch kick by Shida. Looking for Falcon Arrow. 1, 2. Kick out by Tony Storm. Timeless Tony Storm. Crowd a bit quiet for this one. The pace of this one has been a little bit slow. Or certainly slower than what we've seen so far. Maybe as we get to the last stages of this, we'll start to pick up the pace a bit. Shida up top. comes down. Toni Storm moves out the way. She's back in the corner. Shida still down. Toni. Yeah, I don't know. Like, referee just had to have a word there. Oh, good work by Toni. Grabbing the leg. Ankle lock. Ankle lock being applied there by Toni. Yeah, this isn't so much she tends to use. She's going off script. Improvising, going off script. Toni is in the middle of the ring. Working the ankle. Getting over to the ropes goes Shida. Toni Storm is pulling at the boot, is she? She takes the boot off. She's got Hikaru Shida's boot. She tries to hit her with her own boot. Wow, man, that boot just went flying into the crowd. I hope Shida didn't want that back. Wow. Toni Storm was like, that thing just went up into row Z. Good luck getting that back. Shida is hobbling on one leg. Or one shoe. Luther getting involved on the outsides. Kick coming in there by Shida. She wallops Luther with this kendo stick. Now, what have we got? This little tray that Toni Storm has got. Toni Storm is down. There's a little tray in the lower back part of Toni Storm. No, reverse, rolling up Shida. Shida trying to pin Toni Storm. Toni Storm kicks out. Shida. Toni Storm. You can see the thing just sticking out of her ring gear. Oh, God, that's a beautiful German. Oh, all right, okay, hip attack. No, she couldn't quite do it. She has to go back again. Shida wasn't quite in position. So she delivers the hip. She kind of came over. She had to go back again. Oh, man. Toni Storm has done it. Toni Storm has won. You can still see that that frying pan on her buttock. I love the botch. I love the botch. I love Hikaru Shida not quite being in the position. I love her going to do it and then like having to go back again. And then come back again. Toni Storm in the middle of the ring with the belt on top of her is the AEW Women's World Champion. I honestly don't mind that as a finish. I don't think I needed Luther getting involved in the outsides. The shoe one earlier was actually, I was a bit worried about it, but it was okay. It was okay. Here is Maria May. So we've got the black and white filter. That's been applied to the picture as Maria May makes her way down. Toni Storm has got that championship belt. Maria May's come out with flowers. She gives flowers to Toni Storm. Nigel McGuinness says, can someone give me a tissue? Toni Storm equals $, $. Nigel McGuinness is pretending to cry. She takes a moment to look out at the crowd, at the fans. She falls back into the arms of Luther. Luther's got her in her arms. She's got her arms out with the championship belt. He's spinning her around. There we go. The thing has been removed. She runs up the entrance ramp. She's continuing to celebrate. If wrestling is about characters and it's about those characters competing to win championships and be the best, I think that's a real fun modern day example. I'm really excited by that character. I think, you know, we live in a time where those kinds of gimmicks have kind of fallen out of wrestling to some degree. You know, we live in a time now where we've got like a Sami Zayn, a Cody Rhodes, a Roman Reigns, you know, these MJF and Adam Cole, like they're people being themselves. Granted, with maybe different elements exaggerated. But, you know, back in the day where we used to have Undertakers, you know, we used to have like Duke the Dumpster Drozes, and we used to have Skinners, and we used to have like all these various gimmicks that we tried. Mankind and Gold Dust and whatever else. I'm really excited that wrestling has got something like Tony Storm. Might not be to everyone's taste. I don't think everyone's going to be universally applauding. And I think the match was okay. I don't know that it really got any better than okay. But it doesn't change the fact that I'm still really excited to see how she's going to use that championship going forward. So sign me up, baby. I am a timeless Tony Storm stan. Okay, we're going over to the tag match now. New belt incoming. What is Kingston on about? There is no Continental Championship. Perhaps he's just got a bit confused. Or perhaps it's going to be a reveal. Here is the Kings of the Black Throne. Is that what it's called? Yes, that. Oh, I think it fixed itself, actually. The Continental Championship for the tournament and the New Japan Strong and Ring of Honor World title. Whoever wins the tournament, I like those stakes, said Blaze Radio. Kingston misspoke. The winner of the Continental Classic gets the Ring of Honor TV title. Switchblade said, always wanted a New Japan wrestler to put one of their titles on the line in the G1. I'm glad that AEW is doing it, and Eddie makes so much sense to put it all on the line. Here is LF. Who's the little guy? Dralistico and Roosh. The Faccion Inglobinable. Okay. But House of Black is corn, said Jay. No, MJF Jay White. What a crock. Tony needs to go away unless it happens, said Alex. Blaze said a Ring of Honor TV title is a different event. William, shout out to you, dude. Yeah, it's fantastic to see so many people joining us. There does seem to be some real excitement around this show tonight. Here is our next team, and what a team it is. FTR making their way down. I think I'm right in saying that the winners of this have got a date in the future with either the Golden Jets or the Young Bucks. It does make me wonder if FTR could get the win here. Because I think Kenny and Jericho against FTR, I mean, what a match. Who doesn't want to see that match? And the Young Bucks FTR is just one of the great tag rivalries in AEW history, isn't it? I mean, Do we need to go to it again so soon after having it at Wembley? Don't know. Maybe not. I feel pretty good, though, that Omega and Jericho, the Golden Jets, are winning that match later. So that would make me think that FTR definitely have a chance here. But the problem is, I think the tag champs have got a great chance of retaining. And I do also wonder about the Kings of the Black Throne. So this, I said earlier, I think for me is the hardest one. The one I felt least confident about predicting. Is Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Top guys. Top guys. I'm down for seeing Bucks and FTR once more, said Mitchell. Alex said, Adam Cole has got a broken leg and could not tag team. He better not be in this main event, or I will never watch AEW again. Jim said, no diving, just fisting. That's always been my life's motto as well, to be honest. Maggie said, is it me or have they diminished FTR? Well, they, I think, definitely are on the back burner at the moment. I think they're trying to build up some other teams. I suppose this is the problem, really, is that FTR feel like they, to me anyway, they feel like a team that you put the tag belts on and you leave it on them. Like, you put the belts on them and you leave it on them. And I think that you have like a fantastic like run, you know, like a Roman Reigns type run. And I think that's not what they're looking to do here. They're looking to have a competitive tag division with loads of great teams, loads of great challenges, and that means that FTR at times will have to take the back seat, and I think that's what's happened. It's hard, though, because I just think they are something special. They are a team which deserve that kind of Roman Reigns title run in the tag division. But if AEW want to make it a competitive division and want to make it where there's lots of big teams, and there are, in all fairness, I mean, you've got the Bucks, who are always going to be in the conversation. You put in teams together like Omega and Jericho. And we've seen lots of teams get put together as well, like Swerve and Keith Lee. Obviously, you got the Acclaimed round. I mean, it is a very healthy tag division. And that's not even to mention the teams that are in this. I mean, we've got LFI, we've got Kings of the Black Throne, we've got Starks and Big Bill was a surprise, to be honest. That kind of came out of left field. But it makes sense because Big Bill obviously used to be in the tag team with Enzo. So we know he certainly knows tag team wrestling. Maybe you could argue even better than being a singles wrestler. And Ricky Starks is got great potential, but it just doesn't seem like there's anywhere to quite fit him at the moment. So it's a team that does make sense. And they invested in them. They put the tag belts on them. And I think they're favorites to retain here. Here is a ladder being introduced then. We've got Cash. Shouldn't Cash be in the Bang Bang Gang? And Roosh. FTR against Kings of Black Throne in a long program would be great, said Kris. If you don't have matching ring gear, then you're not a real tag team, said Lord Rupert Everton. Do you know what? It's a good point. Well made. I am a big fan of teams having matching gear. I'm a big fan. I'm a big believer in it. So it's a really good point. Well made. Right, we've got forearm strike coming in there by Cash. Brody King came down. He gets kicked away there by Roosh. Stuck underneath by Cash. Kicked to the midsection. Dralistico standing his ground in the middle. Jumps over the top. Spear by Cash to Roosh, who goes to the outside. Lands on a couple of people on the outside. Dralistico is looking like he's going to launch himself to the outside, is he? As the people are getting back up to their feet. Dralistico goes against the ropes over the top. He comes down on the 4 guys that were on the outsides. I genuinely think that's my least favourite spot in modern wrestling. They do it a lot where you've got people on the outside and someone jumps on top of them. And you've just got people that are standing waiting to be jumped on. Like, I've always struggled with it, and I continue to struggle with it. It doesn't... It excites a live crowd, and I'm sure that there's people at home that enjoy it, but someone jumping on a load of people to the outside spot is something I've just always struggled with. And we're doing a lot of it here. It's again and again and again. If I was one of them wrestlers on the outsides, I would walk away. That's what I would do. I'd be like, I can see what's going on. I've watched enough wrestling to know what this is all about. Look at them all waiting. Suplex. We just had about 4 or 5 examples there in a row of wrestlers going to the outside, landing on a load of people. Everyone's down on the outsides. And hopefully they've got that out their systems now. Okay, so Brody King on his feet going round the outside. There is a ladder that's been set up from the ring to the barricades. A couple of ladders are being closed and introduced. No, are they being brought in the ring? They are being brought in the ring. Brody King slides a ladder in. Big Bill slides a ladder in. So it looks like Brody King and Big Bill are about to get into the ring. Brody King climbing up the one side, Big Bill the other. And Big Bill stepping inside the ring. Brody King, Big Bill towering over Brody King. Look at that. Hogan Andre vibes. Forearm strike by Brody King. Mitchell said the match needs Samoa Joe walkaway segment. Oh, he was so good for that. He was so good for that. He got even more goated, in my opinion, for that. Clubbing blows coming in there by Brody King. Another clubbing blow coming in by Big Bill. Knee to the midsection by Brody King. Clubbing blows raining down. So these two in the ring, and we've got Dax and Roosh. They both grab ladders, and they drive them into Brody King and Big Bill. Big Bill goes down. Now they're driving them into Brody King. Brody King goes down. And now they're using them as like weapons, smashing them into each other. We've had an hour and a half of the main show so far. And we've still got plenty of matches coming up. This is what match is this? Is this our 4th match tonight? I think it is. On the main card, at least. Down goes... Dax has got the ladder on his head. And wrestlers are approaching him as he continues to knock him around with this ladder. Dralistico is in the ring. Let's have a little look, shall we? So we have had 3 matches on the main cards. This is our 4th match, which means after this we will have 4 matches left after this. 4 matches left. I think we're probably here for another difficult 2 hours, maybe 2.5. Here's Dralistico. Here's Dragon. I gotta say, the match length is very comfortable at the moment. The first match was 10 minutes 55. Second was 10 minutes 30. The next one was 9:25. Opening match was 15:10. Then we had 12:05. I reckon we could have lost a couple of minutes from both of those. But yeah, we're getting like matches around that kind of 10-minute mark at the moment. Roosh is lying down. Pointing over to the crowd. It's just Roosh and Cash that are in the ring. Is pointing out to the fans. Grabbing Cash, throwing in a chop, driving him against the ropes. It's just these two in the ring. We've got about 3 ladders on the ground. They've got room to work, but you've got to be so careful with all the ladders that are dotted around. And we've got, that's a ladder. It's one of the smaller ladders that's being set up by the looks of things. Crowd applauding away. I think they are enjoying the action so far as Malachi. Haven't seen much of Malachi in this match at all. Haven't seen much of Malachi at all. Malachi is in the ring. And he's moving the ladder over against the ropes. Kick coming into the midsection there by Cash. Uppercut coming in by Cash. Chop there by Cash as well. Malachi into the ladder. Cash looking out to the outside. You can see a couple of LFI members just having a word in the corner. They're just watching the action, watching how it's unfolding. I don't mind that. I don't think that's a bad look or anything. It could just be that they're on the outsides, just watching. If someone's going to climb a ladder, they'll get inside. But other than that, we're just going to watch these people beat each other up. Malachi with a ladder is propping it into the corner. Ladder is propped in the corner. Malachi has got Cash shot to the face. Cash is lying on the ladder. Now Malachi is climbing up. Dax coming in, throwing in some big clubbing blows. Throwing in some big shots. Brody King comes over. He throws in a chop. Couple of chops coming in. Dax goes to the outsides. And Brody King goes to the outside as we're seeing Cash starting to fight back. Malachi is in the corner. It's a match that's got a lot of spots and things being set up and the weapons being used. And Malachi up top. Low blow there by Cash. Tag titles swinging away. William said 2024 has got a lot in store for the mods. Oh, pile driver onto the ladder by Cash. So Malachi is driven headfirst onto the ladder. He's down. Holy shit, chance. I still think maybe the craziest spot. I mean, that might be the second craziest, but I still think that choke slam to Darby Allin, that was mental. Oof. Danielson Kingston at World's End with the winner becoming AEW's first Triple Crown champion will be awesome to see, said Corvids. Through the outside, look at that by... Was that Brody King diving through the ropes? Collided into a ladder. Wiping out Big Bill, I believe. There are ladders everywhere. There's even a ladder that's kind of leaning into the crowd. Don't know who was sat in that position. If that was Green Shirt Guy, he'd be dead. Spear by Ricky Starks. Haven't seen anything of Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks in the ring. Spear by Ricky Starks. Absolute Ricky Starks going up, looking for a DDT to Dax. Kip up. Dax goes down. Ricky Starks all kinds of fired up. Back elbow there to Cash. Ricky Starks has really provided some real momentum here. He's strutting his way on that top rope. He comes down onto Dax, picks up Cash with a suplex. Did Rousey join? She was on Ring of Honor. I don't know what the situation is in regards to contract status, whether she's there as a one-off, whether she's, you know, was she there just to do a little something for Marina? Is it that she's going to be signed to AEW? Don't know. Forearm strikes coming in. We haven't had the signing segment yet. That's undeniably a big segment that's still to come. Big segment still coming up later tonight or at some point. Oh, into the ladder goes Malachi. But I don't like Nigel as an announcer, says Chuds. This is basically the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, says Mitchell. I just noticed I was behind when Days got excited. When Tony came out, I've refreshed, says William. Right, Brody is in the corner, charging over at Dax. Collides into Dax. Brody King has got blood pouring down his head. Obviously looks good against the white face paint. Brody grabbing the ladder. Grabbing the ladder, dragging it into the middle of the ring. So the ladder is set up. Brody King looking to try and climb this ladder then. There's no one around at the moment to stop him, but he's doing classic slow climb of a ladder wrestler 101. As Big Bill comes in, tips the ladder over. Brody King goes into the ladder that's set up in the corner. Dralistico comes in, charges over. Big Bill dumps him to the outsides. Dralistico with a top rope. Inzaguri, another kick coming in. Big Bill stumbling back. Dralistico, springboard, double knees. And big chop there to Big Bill. Driving Big Bill back. Dralistico, springboard, gets caught by Big Bill. He's going to look to choke slam him. Huge! Oh, massive choke slam by Big Bill. That was huge. Ladder into Big Bill by Roosh. Driving Big Bill into the corner. Again, smashing him away as Big Bill slumps down. Goldberg should have been in AEW. He was huge in WCW. It would be full circle, says William. Justin said, I was just going to ask if they did the signing yet. Not yet. Everyone's waiting for it. It's definitely something that's got people's attention. Much like the Who's the Devil thing. Ladder into Big Bill. The ladder was balancing on those ropes in front of Big Bill. Bill was in a seated position. Drop kick to the ladder, which smashed into Big Bill's face. We've got a ladder being set up here as Roosh is looking to climb up and retrieve those championship belts. Ricky Starks in the ring, climbing up. And he throws in a shot there to Roosh. These two exchanging forearms back and forth. Chop coming in there by Roosh. And now another ladder being set up by Dax. He's climbing up. We've got Starks and Roosh battling away. We've got another ladder being set up. Looks like we're going to have 6 people climbing up. We've got Big Bill, Roosh, Dralistico, Cash, Ricky Starks, Dax, all climbing up the ladders. A couple have gone down. Looks like we're losing Dralistico and Dax. FTR are battling away. Brody King comes in, though. He knocks one ladder over. Big Bill and Dax go down. He's knocked over the other ladder as well. No one was on that, though. Silly Billy. Shots coming in to Cash. He gets planted by Brody King. Malachi has got Dralistico. Oh, reverse Rana by Dralistico to Malachi. Dralistico, the ladders flopped everywhere. On the outside of the ring, kick coming in there by Dralistico. Dralistico looking to springboard moonsault, but Brody stops him. Forearm strike coming in by Brody King. Looks like we've got that ladder. He's going to powerbomb him into the ladder. He's moving over. He's trying to walk on the ladder. Oh. 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 Wow. I don't know if that ladder was meant to break or not, but the ladder was balancing between the ring and the barricades. Brody King just drove with a pile driver. Dralistico head first. Jeez, there's so much that could have gone wrong there. So much that could have gone wrong. It didn't go wrong. And it was a brutal looking spot. Brutal looking spot. Those are the kind of big moments that people hope for in these kinds of matches. I mean, that should be it for Dralistico. He just got driven headfirst into a ladder. The ladder did not break. It seems to have buckled. And it's buckled again. As we've had Cash, crossbody, Brody King. Brody King was on the ladder. Look at that. I only just noticed how wobbly he was. He was up top. He was like, whoa. He kept his balance. Finally delivered that crossbody. That can't have felt nice for anyone. I can't imagine anyone's going to feel good after this match. Some big spots in this match. It has been a bit spotlicious in places. But certainly those two big spots that we just enjoyed on the outside were very well done. I mean, that could have gone wrong a million different ways. But both of them seem to have gone about as well as you could have hoped for. With Cash back in the ring. Clothesline, Malachi goes to the outsides. Ricky Starks trying to climb up. Cash has had one hand on the belts. Starks smashing the belt into Cash's face. Looks like Ricky Starks is going to retain. There we go. Ricky Starks retrieves the belt. He retrieves the one, drops it down to Big Bill. Ricky Starks then retrieves the other. I thought this was a real tricky one to predict, but it is the tag champs that retain. So looks like it's going to be Big Bill and Ricky Starks taking on the winner of Bucks and Jericho Omega. Put your scores in the chat. What did you think of that match? Out of 5, if you're Dave Meltzer, what are you scoring it? What are you scoring that match? There's some undeniable big moments in that match. It certainly was all action. Travis says 1. Mitchell said 4. Corbin said out of 5. Yeah, go out of 5. Yeah. Miguel said 3. I'm really interested. Do you know what, actually? Rather than just reading them, let's end this poll. And we'll do a poll on it and see what people thought. Scores. So scores for that match. Do you think it was 1 to 3? Do you think it was 3 to 3, 7, 5? Do you think it was 4 to... Are these the right parameters? Might not be. Let's do 1 to 2. God, I don't know why I'm struggling. It's because we never do these kinds of polls, so I don't really have the parameters in my mind. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll make it. We will make it. 3, 2, 3, 7, 5. These might not be quite the right parameters, but this is what I've gone with. So, yeah. Star-wise, what would you give that? Would you say it was 0 to 1.75? I mean, that's low. Would you say it was 2 to 2.75? Would you say it was 3 to 3.75? Or do you think that was 4 stars or above? Again, maybe I could have sorted that a bit better into different parameters. Maybe it should be like 0 to... Maybe 0 to 2.75. 3 to 3.75. 4 to 4.5. 4.75 to 5. Maybe something like that. Maybe that's better. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the poll comes up. Right. Continental Classic is going to begin on Wednesday. Danielson, Andrade, Kingston. 9 spots left to take. Continental Classic kicks off. TBS Championship next. So Julia Hart, Skye Blue, Kris Statlander, the TBS Championship. No video package. No video package. So, looks like we're just going straight into the entrances. AEW went from having a bit over 12,000 tickets available tonight to 12.7 distributed after they opened up more sections and filled most of them. It's a good job by AEW. There's about 600 left. They went from having over 12,000 available to 12.7 distributed. So how many are in the... there's over 12,000 there, is there? That's good. That's very good. Wrestle ticks. Full Gear 689. Current setup is 13,443. Tickets distributed 12,754. In all fairness, WrestleTix do a great job of giving you like what they did in this venue previous. They did 9-6 in January here for a Dynamite, and they did 13-9 back in June of last year for a Dynamite. So this seems like it's a good venue for them. I mean, 12-7 is nothing to be sniffed at. You know, that's good for them. That's good for anyone. Skye Blue. Taking off her baseball cap. So Skye Blue takes off her baseball cap and she puts on like some sort of crown thing. Skye Blue getting in the ring. The sky might be blue, but the clouds above are very dark, says Nigel McGuinness. Okay, here is Kris Statlander. She's got a 174-day reign as TBS champion. I think Statlander should retain here. And I've seen a prediction on, I think it was Wrestling Observer, that Statlander, they think she will retain. It's only a prediction. Certainly not guaranteed at all. But I do wonder about Skye Blue and this new mentality that she's got. Is it going to be a case that she is actually working with Julia Hart? I mean, if she is working with Julia Hart, it does beg the question, why are they about to have a match? Will there be a moment where Julia Hart finally gets through to Skye Blue during this match? And they start working together. Statlander is standing in the middle. Skye Blue, Julia staring at each other. Skye Blue charging at Statlander. We are underway. Skye Blue is slammed down by Statlander. Julia Hart is slammed onto Skye Blue. Statlander flashing the guns. I want to have a read of what this Observer one was saying. One of the longest running women's programs in AEW gets a chance to shine on a big stage. Blue's Black Mist initiated transformation has been an interesting slow burn. It's brought a welcome change in her character, taking it from someone who smiles and sticks their tongue out to someone with actual intrigue. Is she affected by the mist? ? Is she pretending to be affected by the mist ? Has she actually been a spooky grump the whole time ? Who knows? But these are the questions that can be answered in this match. Hart as this weird agent of chaotic change in AEW is a fun development. Establishing the Black Mist as something that can corrupt someone's heart and change their alignment is a plot device that, if used creatively, could allow for some interesting storylines in the future. The future is bright. She gets more comfortable with the character each week, and the growth in ring isn't far behind. As interesting as this is, it isn't time for a title change. Statlander somehow gets third billing in this program. She's still looking for that signature moment in her title reign, and the match or program that we can point to as the defining moment of that reign. Until she gets that, she shouldn't drop the title. Prediction from Wrestling Observer is Statlander retains. So that was Observer. Right, Julia Hart goes to the outside, lands on Statlander. Skye Blue with the head scissors to Statlander. Nico said, I've not watched weekly AEW for a while. What happened with the Dr. DMD? She hasn't been around. I don't know if she's had a little injury, but I haven't seen her in a hot minute. Suplex there by Statlander. She's still around, but just haven't seen her. The man behind WrestleTix did an interview with Brandon Thurston on WrestleNomics, and John Pollock of Post Wrestling discussed how hard it is to track ticket sales. It's worth a listen, says Brenton. Kick coming in by Skye Blue. Kicks there by Skye Blue and Julia Hart. What did you score the ladder match? I would be probably in the 3s. I think there was some big moments. I thought there was some cool moments, but there was also moments that, I just, there wasn't really, they didn't really resonate with me, and there was a lot of those kind of cliche moments. There's a handshake here between Julia Hart and Skye Blue. Julia Hart throwing in some forearm strikes. So these two now throwing shots at each other. So, yeah, I think I'd probably go like a 3, maybe 3-5, 3-7-5. I'm feeling that kind of range. Pulling on the hair, I can see that 32% of people went that 3-3-7-5 range. 50% of people said 4 to 5. So it seems like those are the two areas that people have gone to most in our poll for that last match. Skye Blue unloading on Julia Hart. Kick coming in there by Skye Blue. 1, 2, shoulder up. Does anyone think that by miracle that MJF will show up? Yeah, I do. I Am Famous said, it's a petty move from WWE Survivor Series. Came out today to go up against AEW Full Gear. WWE Survivor Series. But I don't know what you mean. Survivor Series is next weekend. Kick coming in there by Statlander. Samoan drop to Skye Blue. Julia Hart sent on to Kris Statlander. Observer could be intrigued by Skye Blue's change, yet less intrigued by Alexa's change by The Fiend. Skye says, erase your mind. Julia has got Sky Blue. Roll up there by Skye. Skye charging over, throws in a shot. Kick coming in by Statlander. Statlander swinging net breaker. Sky Blue back elbow by Julia Hart. All three women are down. Do you think two of the guys behind the acclaimed beatdown are the old friends of Adam Cole, Red Dragon, said Grayman. To be honest, mate, I've given it no thought. You know, the question has been who's behind the Devil's Mask. I can't say I've really expanded my thinking behind who were the other people, you know. So, I mean, I feel like the Kingdom could definitely be involved. Yeah, maybe it is the Kingdom. Maybe it is Kyle O'Reilly. I don't think Bobby Fish is under contract. But, so I don't, unless they've gone and signed him again. But Kyle O'Reilly is still on the books. He could be one of them. So, yes, it could be that. Shot coming in there by Sky Blue. Kris Statlander down in the corner. Sky Blue with Julia Hart. Throws in a kick to her face. Now looking to deliver a power bomb. Julia Hart throwing in some shots. Lands on her feet. Duck underneath. Clothesline by Statlander. Julia charges over. Kick to the midsection by Statlander. Plants Julia Hart down. 1, 2. Kick out by Julia Hart. Sky Blue is on the corner. Statlander is going over. She picks up Sky Blue. Sky Blue on the shoulders. Face first. Down she goes. Dragging Sky Blue over to the corner. Julia Hart on the outsides. Statlander climbing up. Does MJF find his way back in the arena and interfere? I expect him to be a part of that. I would be surprised if we don't get MJF a part of that main event. Julia up top. Julia with a moonsault to Sky Blue, going for the cover. 1, 2, and Statlander makes the save. So Statlander grabs the leg of Julia Hart and pulls her out the ring. Julia Hart charges over and power slam there by Statlander. Kyle can't wrestle till next year. He's got neck fusion. That'll keep you out for a year plus, says Jeremy. That's interesting. Won't get the sign until the last moment. They're hoping that people will still be awake by then, says Maggie. Sky Blue goes against the ropes. This has been better than Survivor Series, and we've not finished. I'm not saying that to hate, because I'll be watching Survivor Series, but it won't be this good. I think it's hard to not come across as hating if you're going to say that this show is better than a show that hasn't happened yet. You know? That's going to be a hard sell, but I'm not hating, but this is so much better than Survivor Series, which hasn't happened until next week. Sky Blue just getting planted there by Statlander. That will be a big FU from WWE to AEW if Survivor came out today instead of next week, but it's not this week. Why do we keep talking about Survivor Series? It's not this week. It's not tonight. Julia Hart with Sky Blue. Right, she's got a submission hold applied to Sky Blue. Statlander's come over, though. She's grabbing Julia Hart. Suplex to Julia Hart. Deadlift suplex. Now she's picking up Sky Blue. She delivers one to Sky Blue as well. Goes over to Julia Hart. Another suplex. Another suplex. Mitchell said, I'm not hating, but this has been way better than WrestleMania 40. Good shout. Good shout. Kick coming in. Snapdragon, not getting a Snapdragon. Going for the pin. Kick out by Statlander. Sky Blue coming over. Clubbing blow to the back. Against the rope goes Sky Blue. Spinning round. Looking for Statlander. Looking for pile driver. Against the ropes goes Julia Hart. Clothesline. Julia Hart pins Sky Blue. And Julia Hart gets the win. So Julia Hart steals the pin from Statlander, and Julia Hart gets the title. MJF has got to knock out Roddy Strong and steal his wheelchair and then be wheeled down the ring, says Brenton. Could the devil be the new signee as a Swerve? Could the devil be the new signee as a Swerve? I don't think so. Don't think so. I think they're two separate stories, to be honest. Gutted for my girl, Sky Blue, said Nico. What's the WWE pay-per-view equivalent to this? Backlash? Fastlane? Don't know. This isn't AEW's biggest show. Their biggest shows are the Wembley show, the Double or Nothing, you know, All In, All Out. Those are their biggest shows. That's their WrestleManias and SummerSlams, whatever. This is Full Gear has still got a bit of name value because we've done Full Gear before. This show for me has been a flat 4.0. Oh, 4 out of 10, said Justin. It wasn't the best match, said WWE AEW fan, 2.5. James said, I'm not hating, but Mania 69 will be way better than Double or Nothing 2037. Some big statements in the chat right now. Some big statements. Smooth Operator said, speaking of MJF and the Devil Mask, has it been 90 days since Ziggler was released? No. I'm not hating, but men suck and women are superior, said Trini. I agree, by the way. I agree. Men do suck. I would say more like a Backlash. Okay, there we go. End of that match. How many matches we got left to go? 3 matches left to go. Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. Adam Page against Swerve Strickland. And Adam Cole against Switchblade Jay White. Okay. CM Punk should be the new sign-in, and the devil, says Brenton. Okay, Tony is in the ring. It's been a spectacular night. There's a sign in this crowd that says fire Tony. Is this the sign him? Blockbuster contract sign him. Okay, so is he going to announce the person? So let's bring in the newest person. Here we go. The reveal is... Looks like it is going to be Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay has been revealed as the newest sign-in of AEW. Okay, so the rumors were true. Will Ospreay is the latest signing for AEW. It's a good signing. So Tony in the ring, Tony Schiavone. Will Ospreay, we knew. Definitely feels like a video. It's been signed. Will Ospreay has signed the contracts. Okay, so Ospreay in the ring. I've got bad news. I'm not coming in just yet. Pipe down, bruv. When I was 22, I was a part of New Japan. Let me finish up. I'm begging you, let me finish up. I will be all yours. I am all elite, bruv, said Will Ospreay. He's a great signing. He's a great signing. Line up the best that you've got. And especially for Wembley. I'll show you what elite really looks like, bruv. He is arguably the best in the world. Breaking news coming out of AEW, and it is that the mystery signing was Will Ospreay. This was heavily rumored, and this is definitely a big win for AEW. WWE were interested in Will Ospreay, and honestly, the promo that he cuts at Full Gear shows why. He is full of passion. He is full of potential. That potential realized in New Japan. He finds himself as arguably the best in the world right now. Can he fulfill that potential in AEW? In a way, he's going to come in and start again as he tries to work his way to the top of AEW, something that I think he will achieve. But this is a big signing for AEW. It's a great signing for AEW. Not going to say it's a game-changing signing, but certainly it is a great addition to their roster. He did make 1 point, and his point was, don't expect me to come in just yet. I've been with New Japan since I was 22. Please allow me to finish up there. He said, I will be on the road to Revolution. So I believe his contract is up in January. He's going to be seeing that contract up in New Japan. And then he says, I will be all yours. And he says to Tony Khan, line up your best, because I'm going to show you what elite really means. And yeah, the excitement is real. A fantastic signing. Will Ospreay is all elite. I'm excited, man. I know it was heavily rumored. I know that's the name that had been doing the rounds. It doesn't make it any less impressive. You know, this is a signing that WWE wanted. And, you know, it's a great signing. It's a great signing. Adding great wrestlers to your roster, there is nothing that you can be down about with that. Okay, Will Ospreay. Right, Swerve is making his way down. Okay, here's Prince Nana. Prince Nana dancing with some girls in the entranceway. Rastani said, Days, what's up with the dancing guy? It's like Santino Marella being a badass like Brock Lesnar's manager. I can't answer what I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why we do this. I think there's a place on the card for him. I don't know that place is with Swerve, personally. I think people enjoy him, and I think there's a place on the card for him. Is that person with Swerve? Not for me, but for others, it will be. I'm more into Swerve. I mean, the Prince Nana thing, it doesn't like massively upset me. It's not like it like ruins everything or anything. I just wouldn't put them together. But I'm just so excited about him, and I'm really looking forward to this match. Hopefully this delivers. Absolutely don't need dancing for a death match, says Mitchell. Okay. Hangman doesn't mess around. Hangman just jumps into the ring, goes after Swerve, starts unloading. Big powerbomb there by Hangman, who goes to the outside. He's looking to deliver a really quick buckshot. Buckshot connects. So whilst Swerve and Prince Nana were dancing around and doing whatever, out came Hangman like an explosion, like a bottle rocket. And he absolutely unloads on Swerve, gets the early advantage. It's a fun way of going about this match, you know. No messing around. Like Hangman's here for a death match, and that's what we're doing. Hangman is in control. Hurling Swerve against the barricade. Swerve reverses it, but he still goes into the barricade. The reversal was reversed. Swerve goes into the barricade. Swerve is down. And Hangman has come over. Hangman standing over Swerve at the moment as the referee is counting away. Hangman has managed to get a chair. Hangman going underneath the ring. Goes under the ring. What's he got? Tape. So are we going to see another example, are we, of this tape being used? So we've seen that in these death matches where they use this tape to kind of tie their opponents to the ropes. He's tying his hands together. He's using the tape to bound his hands together. So he's actually put the tape around the hands of Swerve. Swerve is down. He's coming back over, taping up the hands again. Nana on the outside can't do anything but watch on. Staple gun has been introduced, and now he puts a staple into the chest of Swerve. Swerve goes out of the ring. He had a staple put into his chest. Another staple gets put into his chest. I mean, this is what you are going to get with an AEW death match. That looks that brutal, man. Now he's got a bit of paper, and another staple is fired into Swerve. Taz said Swerve deserves this. I mean, obviously, he broke into his house. I don't know if he spoke to his baby, but we definitely had some drama with potentially a child. So Hangman is beside himself, and he's got a chair. He's getting revenge. You don't mess with people's family, says Taz. Shocked to the midsection. Please don't hang him, Hangman. Do not hang him, for God's sake. He's got a chair, and he is putting the chair down in the corner. So he's going over. He's got another piece of paper. I don't know if he's going to staple another piece of paper to him. Swerve on his knees. Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, best match of 2023, said Raju. So it's he's stapled a picture of his son's finger painting. Well, that's ruined. I mean, he's just gone. I mean, could his son make another one? Sure, but the blood is absolutely pouring, and Hangman has got his mouth open. I don't know. This ain't for me. Swerve had his was busted open. Hangman was letting the blood go in his mouth. He's bloodthirsty. That's what Hangman is. He's absolutely incensed. Hangman going to the outside, grabs a chair. It was always going to be this. This is what a Texas death match in AEW is. So it was always going to be this. He's got a steel chair and goes to wallop Swerve with that steel chair. Nana's coming over, and he's going to release Swerve. Swerve, blood all over his head. Hangman is over in the corner. He's got another stapler, puts another staple into Swerve. Swerve turns around and stares at Hangman. Another staple coming in by Hangman, stapling away. Swerve not bothered though, and grabs the staple gun. WWE would limit Ospreay's moveset just like Ricochet, says Raju. Death match is in the name, said Agency. That is that staple gun as now he's stapling himself. Swerve stapling himself whilst he's got a sick smile on his face. Swerve with a chair. Swerve has got a chair with barbed wire wrapped around. He's set it up in the corner. He's going over and grabbing Hangman. Hangman face first into the chair, covered in barbed wire. It's all CGI, said Dort Knight. Tonight's match is brought to you by Quentin Tarantino. He's got the barbed wire. He's wrapped it around the head of Hangman. This is making me sick, said Big Time. Do you know what? I don't think it's bloody enough. Cowards. That's what they are. Absolute cowards. They need to stop messing around and they need to get properly stuck in. Yeah, breeze block. Let's go. Yeah! Smash his head in! Yeah! Come on! Just bleed! Ah! Let's go. It's about time we had a match where someone's career was, like, ended. Forearm strike there by Hangman. Stupid. What are these stupid strikes? Should have their hands wrapped in glass. Glass and barbed wire. Just throwing in some weak shots, aren't they? Hangman going against the ropes. Gets caught by Swerve. Swerve dragging Hangman to the outside. How's he going to use the breeze block? Curb stomp onto the breeze block. That'd be cool. Swerve on the outside. Hangman. Oh, is he going to do... I thought he might flip over and do like a code red. Oh, Death Valley Driver. Death Valley Driver. Hangman. Oh, onto the breeze block. A driver onto the breeze block. Now drop it on his head. Cave it in. Cave it in. Cave it in. Cave it in. Just bleeds. Come on. The breeze block's in pieces on the outsides. The cinder block has disintegrated. The blood is gushing out the head of Swerve. Sign in the crowd says AEFW. In the chair goes Hangman. He's got him up on the top of the barricades. Internet wrestling fans suck. I can get behind that. Pile driver on the top of the barricade. Swerve with blood gushing, pouring down his face. He's got a crimson mask. He's got some water. Yeah, he's got so much blood. He's trying to get it out of his eyes. It's all in his eyes. Throws the bottle at Hangman. MJF is going to come back. The next pay-per-view is at Long Island. He will be champ, said Tugboats. Why is weed making this worse, said Mikey Time. Hangman on the outside. Swerve coming over, grabbing him by the hair, dragging him into the ring. Shot coming in there by Swerve. T. Kels, we got bad blood. Chop coming in, or slap coming in there by Swerve. Raj fears Joey Janela sign. These two exchanging blows in the middle of the ring. Smooth Operator said, more blood than Flair. This guy used to seriously leak in matches. Leon said, Jim Cornette is having a heart attack right now watching this match. WWE fan said, this is why I prefer watching and not getting in the ring. Aubrey said, you remember Shawn Michaels bleeding out everywhere, lol. Swerve's going to win by shenanigan. Days, I honestly believe Tony has no faith in MJF re-signing. Well, let's see. Moxley is king of death matches, said Raju. EC dub, says Punk Panda. Fall away slam there by Hangman to Swerve. So Swerve going over to the corner. Nigel McGuinness said, this is very hard to watch. We are going to need a piece of chalk to outline one of these bodies by the end of this match. Listen, if they do the match right, we're going to need 2 pieces of chalk. Because we'll have 2 bodies. There should be nothing left. The barbed wire is being wrapped around the body of Swerve. Fall away slam. So the barbed wire wrapped around the body of Swerve. Fall away slam. Hangman going over and grabbing a chair. This is by far the most intense Texas death match we've seen. Hangman is going up top with a barbed wire chair. TJ said Swerve is paying for his sins. Wrestling said the Nature Boy is in the back ready to face the winner. Okay, he comes down on Swerve with that chair. A WWE fan said, this is not my favorite type of match. I agree. MJF's last AEW match will be in his home state next month, and that's where he loses the title, said Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Here we go. We've got Swerve being chucked into the ring. Okay, we are surely getting to the end of this one. This show so far has been on for about 2.5 hours. That's not bad, actually, considering we've only got 2 matches left. Buckshot misses. Swerve. Rolled through by Hangman. Hangman grabs the chair. Boot there by Swerve. It's all right to not enjoy every match. Just go and make a pot of tea. Oh, I could have a cup of tea right now. Do you know I've not had a cup of tea in... Oh, I'm English and easy at least 5 years. Maybe longer. Maybe 8. Hangman... Tombstones Swerve onto a steel chair, wrapped in barbed wire. Who do you want Will Ospreay to fight in AEW? Anyone, everyone. Anyone and everyone. Julia Hart. The last match is a 3-hour Iron Man match. Tony just announced it. We need a great white shark, said Legend Killer. Hangman is on his feet. Sign in the crowd says, Fire Canada. Prince Nana is responding. Prince Nana helping Swerve get up to his feet, and Swerve does get up. The match is continuing. Yeah! Fight forever! Fight forever! Chair to the back of Swerve. Swerve goes down. Hangman with this chair. Kris Statlander should get her rematch at the next pay-per-view, said Michael. I was looking forward to this one. It's not disappointed. EC Dub, said Danny D. Fight until death, said Dan. In death matches, blood is real, said Raju. Punk Panda said, do you remember Cena bleeding out at JBL at Judgment Day 2005? We have had blood in WWE, yes. Jim said, in isolation, it's a good sign-in, but it won't change anything. Jo said, the same that criticize are the same that love the Attitude Era. Maggie said, Christopher, real sugar, taste the distant memory. I use pretend sugar. Lance said, make a cup of tea. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. There should be one of, you know, those keychains that have got lots of sound effects on. They used to be a fad about 10 years ago. Maybe longer now. That'd be a great wrestling one if you had You Deserve It and all these different sayings that you could press. Fight forever. This is awesome. Swerve with a stomp to Hangman, who goes onto the barbed wire wrap chair. I don't like the stuff stuck inside people and crazy amount of blood, said WWE AEW fan. Can you give results of Full Gear, says Tyler. Yeah. Eddie Kingston won. Claudio won. MJF and Samoa Joe won. Sting, Darby Allin and Adam Copeland won. Orange Cassidy won. Timeless Tony Storm won. Ricky Starks and Big Bill won. Julia Hart won. And we've got 3 matches to go, including this one. So 2 after this, we've got Golden Jets against Young Bucks, and we've got Adam Cole against Jay White. Okay, Swerve getting into the ring with some thumbtacks. Tony Storm won the AEW World Women's Championship again. It was good. It was good. We've got a blood-covered ring, says WWE fan. Oh, is it thumbtacks? It's glass! Yeah! And he splashes onto the grass. Do you know what? It takes a weird mentality to think, I'm going to put glass onto your back. I could double stomp onto it, which probably wouldn't hurt me, or I could splash it. Yeah, I'm going to splash it. Yeah! I'm going to splash it. That'll rip all my stomach open as well. Just bleed. Hangman is down. Paige and Swerve might need to be quarantined after this. Swerve on his feet. Hangman rolling over to the ropes. Hangman gets back up to his feet. This one continuing. We're not done. The fight continues. AEW chants from the crowds. Swerve charging over. Clothesline goes over the top to the outsides. It's real glass. Cry me a river, said PJ's Plant-Based Kitchen. Swerve chucking a chair into the ring. Board with barbed wire is being introduced. Swerve is, wait until the end of the match, said WWE fan. It's probably the same glass that HBK threw Jannetty through. Okay, so a board with some barbed wire is being put onto a couple of chairs. Respect to AEW for delivering this match. WWE tend to do PG versions of this match, says Jim. Barbed wire boards. There's no Cry Me a River because the real glass is the friends who we bled with along the way, said Jeff. Neither man is going to ever recover from this match, said Nigel McGuinness. Back elbow coming in there by Hangman. After this match, they're going to need to replace the ring, said Tingalim. Tugboat said this match is wild. Okay, so Hangman up top with Swerve. Swerve and Hangman. Swerve gets planted through that board. Kick to the head there by Hangman. He's going to look to powerbomb Swerve into that barbed wire. Picks him up, looking for Buckeye, and he plants Swerve down. Swerve is down. AEW can do this because they haven't got stockholders to answer to, said James. Dort Knight said the Colosseum in Rome had to reject this fight due to violence. Crowd chanting fight forever. He's now wrapping barbed wire around his head. This show has been perfectly booked. You can't deny that, says Jada. Hollywood guy said, it's been a while since I've been in here. Who do you think's the fourth member of Bianca's team? Oh, it was announced on SmackDown, but... Hollywood guy, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Yeah, it got announced on SmackDown. I won't say. It's so you can watch a clip or something. Swerve is down. Leon said 10 stars. Adam said Australia versus India, men's 50 over World Cup in 4 hours, 24 minutes. James said Full Gear has been fantastic. Swerve is out the ring by Nana. Nana is dancing in front of him. He's trying to revive him with his dancing. In the ring comes Brian Cage. Brian Cage attacking Hangman from behind. Powerbomb. And buckle bomb. And Hangman is picked up and planted down. Brian Cage goes out the ring, goes under the ring, grabs a table. So Brian Cage, he looks good in jeans. Brian Cage, in like more normal looking casual attire, just looks like, it looks an animal, man. Cage in the ring. Looking to pick up Hangman. Hangman with some barbed wire, trying to fight back against Cage. Gerald said that just ruined a perfectly fun match. He looks good in jeans. Yeah, he looks good in jeans. I think his body is obviously so jacked and incredible. You don't really need face paints and like elaborate ring gear for him. Just keeping him in something quite standard, generic, just really allows the size of him. Like he just looks a bit more natural. Hangman has got Prince Nana. John said, I called it. We've got shenanigans. Gerald said, we want fire chants. Nana is put through the table. Real Kyle said, why would people expect a one-on-one in this type of match? WWE AEW fan said a lariat to Brian Cage. Michael said Ronda Rousey and Ring of Honor. Erasure Mind said endless brutality. Breeze block to the back and the breeze block exploded. It absolutely exploded. Swerve down. Hangman down. Days is checking out wrestlers again. Why not? Why not? Nana put through a table. He's on the outside. Swerve on the outside. Hangman on the outsides. Swerve standing over Hangman. Hangman is trying to get up. Swerve's using the chain. I don't know what number we're up to. He's wrapping the chain around the head of Hangman. Is he choking him? He's going to choke him with the chain. He's going to hang him. He's chucking it over. Let's hang him. Come on, let's hang him. Come on. He's pulling on the chain. Hang him, hang him, hang him, hang him, hang him, hang him. Yeah. Pull it tighter. Pull it tighter. Oh, cowards. 1. We've started the count again. Oh, my God. We've started the count again. 1. 4. Hang him again. 7. 8. Help him up. 9. Get him up. 10. Oh. Well, Swerve won. I'm pleased about that. Cowards. He could have helped him up and continued beating him down. He only, like, half hanged him as well. It's a win for Swerve. It could be the ops behind. Hollywood Guy, shout out to you, dudes. Let's get the poll in the chat. What did you score that? 475 to 5. Do I want that? Is that what I want? This match will go down as the most brutal match in the history of AEW, says Nigel. 475 to 5, 4 to 4.5, 3 to 375, 275 or below. I think that's a better parameter than what I did last time. 4, says J Brock. Swerve wins 8-1, and the match was a 4, said WWAW fam. Is Hangman a universal game played in all countries? We have Hangman, yeah. Hangman on the entranceway, then victorious. I'm pleased they went with Hangman. I am pleased they went with Hangman. Okay, we know that's going to be the main event, the MJF Adam Cole thing. So that means that it's going to be Jericho and Omega. DJ said, I didn't see many botches. It was great, 4.24. Jaden said it's easily a 5-star match. Maggie said, I love Nigel on commentary. He's hilarious. Grant said, that kind of stuff is my favorite. 5 out of 5. 5-star. WWE said Frozen. Oh, did we have a bit of lag, did we? Okay, so our main event, Adam Cole, Jay White. Adam Cole, JY AEW World Championship match. That is our main event. Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho, the Golden Jets, taking on the Young Bucks. Okay, so little video package. We've got Kenny, we got Jericho, we got the Bucks winner of this. So if the Young Bucks win, then Jericho and Omega have got to split up. If Jericho and Omega win, then the Young Bucks have to give up their title shot. So feels like this is going to be Omega and Jericho. Co-main event time, said Hayden. Travis said it's time for the unprofessional match with the unprofessional EVPs. Who's your pick for the tag match? My pick is that it'll be Jericho and Kenny. I think Jericho and Kenny get the win. GS Dub said, I'm so confused right now. Adam Cole is hurt, I thought, said Russell. Yeah, but so is in storyline MJF. Is Jericho then? 2 matches left to go. That must mean that we're definitely done in like an hour. Or maybe an hour and 15. We are just coming up to the show being 3 hours long. So 2 matches left to go. It's not too bad. But probably, I can't see us going any longer than 4 hours. Jericho making his way down to the ring then. Would you have brown sauce or ketchup on bacon butties? I like both. Sometimes I would have brown sauce. Sometimes I'd have ketchup. I can go with either, to be honest. Okay, Jericho in the ring. James said 4.5. The match was awesome. Just didn't need the Brian Cage bit. They've done in 3 hours, said Travis. Maggie said, thank God. Well done, Timeless Tonely. Okay. Here's Kenny. Pyro shooting up by Kenny. I guess this is one way for MJF to not be pinned and lose the championship. He's going to be as protected as Stone Cold in 98-99, said John. E. Leon said, who is the devil? We don't know. I don't know that we find out tonight. We might do. We might find out tonight. But before the show started, I said I felt that that would be revealed at World's End. Because we do still have one more pay-per-view show this year. Granted, it's right at the end of the year. It's like December 30th, but we do still have one more to go. Imagine if CM Punk was the special guest referee, said William. Okay, here's the Bucks. Super kick party. Super kick party. Still haven't forgiven Jericho for brutalizing their dad in February of 2021. Okay, so Bucks making their way down to the ring. Imagine if CM Punk was special guest referee. I really want to try squirty cheese. Has anyone ever seen it on sale? MJF will lose his title on December 30th and his contract expires on the 1st of the 1st, 24. Right. I don't know when his contract expires. It expires in 2024, but I don't know that it's the 1st of January. Is there any articles that say when his contract expires? Expires. MJF said his contract expires on the 1st of January. January the 1st, 2024. They'd better back up the truck, MJF said. Realistically, I know there's a lot of money that's going to be thrown my way from both sides. I'm not going to accept anything under 7 figures. I won't even make eye contact with a contract that's under 7 figures, says that was MJF back in August. So MJF said that back in August. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. I don't know how much I can trust what... I don't know if he's telling the truth. I was just looking to see if there was any other sources other than MJF who absolutely could be working the fans. But I can't see anything else. All the articles seem to be talking about his comments about the 1st. So we'll have to just take that at the moment. But if it turns out that that's not true, I can't say I'd be greatly surprised. MJF working the fans, you can see it, can't you? Right, we are underway with this one. Jericho in there with Matt Jackson. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said December 30th will be his last AEW pay-per-view match if it's not a storyline. They have some sauce that is like barbecue. Can't remember what it's called, said Sixer. How will they know if the contract is under 7 figures without looking at it, says John. I suppose they could be told this contract is definitely over, what you're looking for, and then maybe he would look at it. Jericho working on the arm of Matt Jackson. Any news on if MJF will show up in the main event? No, there's no news. I mean, I think that I expect him to be a part of it because he was advertised to be a part of it. And I think I know that the live crowd have already seen him once. But if you bought this pay-per-view show, the advertised main event, which can change, of course, subject to change, but how often do you do that? Had MJF involved in the main event. So for him to now be not a part of this show, and certainly considering all the builds and everything like that, would be, there'd have to be a big reason for it. So I'm expecting it to be a case that Adam Cole comes out, limping his way to the ring, and then I expect it to be a case that MJF appears, has discharged himself out of hospital or, whatever it might be. I still expect him to be a part of this. I will be, if we don't get MJF between now and when the show comes to a close, I will be stunned. I will be stunned. That'll be the biggest shock of the show. To the outside go both the Bucks. Did MJF wrestle? Yeah, he was in the Ring of Honor tag title match on the kickoff show. Kenny is on his knees looking to go against the ropes. Against the ropes again, goes over the top, comes down onto Matt Jackson. MJF in the devil's mask to help Cole, ? Said crispy chicken for you. Jamie says, yeet. Against the ropes goes Jericho. Through the ropes, drop kick. Down goes Nick Jackson. So Jericho on the outside. Double axe handle there by Matt Jackson. Jericho going into the ring steps. And we've got the Young Bucks in control. Jericho's arm in the steps. And those steps being booted. Jericho selling the effects of that. Stomp coming down there by Nick Jackson. We are now in the Bucks realm of tag team wrestling, and they do not take this kind of intrusion kindly, says Don Callis. Don Callis on commentary, the Bucks in control. Aubrey, the referee for this one. Double axe handle by Matt Jackson. Jay White was on top in New Japan, said crispy chicken. John said, did Adam Cole get surgery? His exploded ankle injury with ligament damage could be a work. Fernando said, Tony made the video not available in Africa. Sonny said, it's almost Christmas and my book would be the perfect gift. The thoughts within a collection of poems. Big Time said, I don't want to see you shocked. I want anger. I want the demon to come out. You don't want to see me shocked. It's hard because they're by far the best to watch, says Maggie. Adam Cole playing like Roderick. Dude wrestles, then wears a net brace. Who is he fooling? Okay, crowd a bit quiet for this one. Obviously, they're having to follow up the Bloodfest, the massacre, the public execution of Hangman Page. Okay, we've got Jericho's arm being smashed against the barricades. He gets chucked into the ring. Young Bucks still in control. James said, I've tweeted you something. Tweety. Some fans tried to start a CM Punk chant and that got quickly drowned out with boos, says Wrestling News. Yeah, I if he comes back, I really don't know what the reaction would be. I really don't know. Kicks coming in by the Bucks. Okay, might as well end this. Who will leave as AEW champion? Will it be MJF, courtesy of Adam Cole, or is it going to be Jay White? I mean, if Adam Cole wins in this match, he's not the champion. He's doing it on behalf of MJF. Do I put Adam Cole as an option, though? I don't know. Who will leave as AEW champion? MJF, Jay White. If Adam Cole does wrestle and does win, I'm under the impression that he's doing that for MJF. I don't even know if I can ask this question because it doesn't make any sense to me at the moment. I'll ask it. MJF or Jay White? Who's going to be the flipping champion after this? Michael said, the Golden Jets are the best team ever. Moxley losing to Orange Cassidy clean is a travesty, said John. Moxley is a 3-time champion. They were doing the thing where Cole would be looking longingly at the belt before he handed it back to MJF before he got injured, said Mission Impossible Reviews. Okay, we've got Kenny on the outside of the ring. Kenny is starting to get into his groove here. Crossbody down goes one of the Bucks cover. I predicted Switchblade, so I'm going to stick with it, said James. The Swerve match was a bit too much for me, said Mitchell. Michael said Tony Storm sucks. Travis said there's no way Adam Cole can be cleared. Mission Impossible Reviews said if they could tell stories in AEW, that would be good. Cole wins it, and then on Dynamite, MJF says, thanks, I'll take that, and Cole says, not so fast. John said it will make Adam Cole, MJF fight for the championship at the next pay-per-view, and Cole will win it. Sean said AEW fans said Cody would never go back to WWE, and look at him now. Gary said, I need MJF to be in the match and win it for 3,500. I bet on every outcome correctly, and I left this match out. Jeez. You can't parlay. You can't parlay AEW matches, can you? Or did you find a place where you could? I was under the impression you couldn't parlay AEW matches. Bucks, Jericho down. Jay White needs the push. MJF doesn't lose any pop by dropping it, said Crispy Chicken. Matt is trying to turn over Jericho. Jericho with an inside cradle kick out. Down goes Matt Jackson. Kick coming in. Nick Jackson. He gets planted by Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega will win back the AEW World Championship for the second time. Kick out by Jericho. Okay, we've got Jericho going through and into a Boston Crab. Into the walls. Paddy Power, says Gary. Oh. Paddy Power let you do it, do they? How much did you stake, buds? Into the barricade goes Matt Jackson. AEW clears lots of people that were questionable to wrestling, said John. Have you seen what Meltzer is reporting about Ospreay and WWE? No. What's he saying? Is this a new report, is it? Ospreay is officially the guy. The crowd popped big, said Dave Meltzer. Meltzer says Young Bucks, Jericho and Omega look like it looked here following the ladder match, but now they're following an even more insane match. Swerve won the death match after a cinder block shot and hanging him with a chain. This would have been remembered as an all-time classic if it ended without interference. Maybe it will be even with, says Dave Meltzer. Ospreay officially the guy. They popped big. Double Northern Lights by Matt Jackson. Nick Jackson on the outside with Kenny. It's a very AEW fan base signing, said Jim. Where is Mauro Ranallo? It would be a nice pickup for AEW if Jim Ross leave him. Well, he's got some issues, hasn't he, Mauro Ranallo? He does struggle a little bit at times, so Don't know. He struggled when he was in WWE. He struggled being in NXT. He's got like, is it bipolar? And I think he's got like some pretty serious mental health issues. Jericho kicks out. I don't know. Was Kenny meant to interfere there? I don't know what that was. Kenny was close enough where I think he was meant to grab Jericho's leg and put it on the rope. Jericho popping up, collides into the rope, and slap coming in there by Jericho. Who was the return? Well, the signing was Ospreay. The double Northern Lights by Matt Jackson always makes it impossible for me to suspend my disbelief, said John. Mauro has got bipolar. He struggles with a regular schedule. Yeah, we was just talking about that, wasn't we? Like, he does struggle with that. He struggled with SmackDown, and he struggled with NXT. He does like boxing and MMA and whatever, and he makes that work. But him being like a regular for AEW, I don't know. I don't know that would be something that would be possible. Switchblade was a very AEW fan base signing, but he came out to crickets, although not his fault because the way they debuted him was horrendous. Okay. Kenny down, Jericho down, Young Bucks in control. Jericho looking to get back up to his feet. Nick Jackson, Judas effects to Jericho, 2. And Kenny makes the save. Kenny makes the save. Botched eye surgery said, what's for dinner? I don't know, actually. Probably some cereal or something. Going over, grabbing Jericho. So the Bucks are very much in control. Boom, knee strikes. Jericho goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Jericho. Okay, this match continuing. Captain Crunch. No, I think we've got like, I don't know what Captain Crunch is. I don't think we have it. We've got like Crunchy Nut cereal. See, the problem is here in the UK, it's 7 minutes past 4 in the morning. So like, I tend to have a big meal at the normal dinner time. And then at this time, once I finish, I'll have like a bowl of cereal or something. So, yeah, no, like hot dogs or burgers or pizzas or anything like that coming up. Aubrey gets pushed out the way there by Nick Jackson. There's a low blow by Jericho. Jericho going over, making the tag to Kenny. Kenny getting into the ring. Kenny going over to Nick Jackson. It's got a choice to make. Huh? I don't even know what's happening. Kenny goes against the ropes and he delivers a V-trigger to the back of the head of Jackson. So Kenny just had a decision to make. I don't know why, but he did. And he decided to deliver a knee strike to one of the Bucks. Matt Jackson has got Kenny up. One-winged angel, man. 1, 2. Kick out by Kenny. The Bucks thought they'd done it. One-winged angel. But the Golden Jets survive. This is our co-main event, our main event tonight. Well, it's meant to be MJF against Jay White, but we're not quite sure what we're getting. At the moment, it is Adam Cole against Jay White. Bucks are on the outside of the ring. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Picking up Kenny. Oh, double knees. Now we've got Jericho looking for a one-winged. Shots coming in. Again, looking for a one-winged. Got him up. Ooh, boom! 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. I thought Kenny was going to turn his back on Jericho, said Hayden. Do you think WWE could have CM Punk replace Seth next week at War Games? No. I mean, could they? They could. Do I think they will? No. Super kick coming in by the Bucks. A left arm Judas? Big Time said, do you think it'd ever be a weird adjustment doing wrestling streams and watching the weekly shows from 8 to 10 rather than 1 to 3? For me, living in the UK, time not really feeling the change. Would it be a weird adjustment? Yes. It would be a weird adjustment to do that on a regular basis. Because it would change my whole structure. So, yeah, it would be a weird adjustment, but one that I could do, obviously. And Kenny, with a one-winged, picks up the victory. Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho getting the win. I don't think there was too much surprise on that one. Maybe there was. There's not too much surprise for me because they've only just put these guys together. Oh, the Bucks are livid. What is wrong with Kenny Omega, says Don Callis. What is wrong with him? Look at this. Nick Jackson going mental. He is, man. He's really upset. Nick Jackson is just going around trashing the ringside area. Nick Jackson getting into the ring. Omega puts his hand out. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Sad Bucks. AEW Continental Tournament starts this Wednesday on Dynamite. The tournament ends at World End, and it's for the Continental Championship and both of Eddie's championships, says Adam. Now Matt Jackson's smashing a chair against the Yeah, they are, man. The Bucks are going bananas on the outsides. Wow, I don't know what's left of the Elite, to be honest. This is just going to have to be all wrestling going forwards. A-dub. A-dub, 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 A-dub. They're continuing to trash this. Let's get the... Come on, everyone. Let's get this settled down. If Nick Jackson did that in front of Tony Khan, Tony would be scared for his life. I think he is backstage. Travis said that's a -5 stars. But Smurfy said it was +5 stars. Nigel McGuinness said, what a night of action it's been. Okay, main events. Main event. Adam Cole versus... What's going to happen with the AEW World Championship? Which way is this going to go? Travis said, this is illogical. Aubrey said, they're petulant children. Michael said, the Young Bucks lost. Adam said, remember WWE breaking up the Iconics? AEW just copied it with the Bucks. Lol. Mission Impossible Reviews said, I hope Tony is far away and he's not actually fearing for his life. In my mind, is in a fetal position in the corner. Oh, don't let the Bucks near me. If Adam Cole hadn't have stepped up, Switchblade Jay White would be the champion right now. Taz says that AEW championship is, it means everything to MJF. Are those twins? They are, aren't they? Those two girls in the background. They look about, I don't know, 13, 14. I think they're twins. Okay, time for our main event. The Young Bucks lost now. They're crying us a river. Very good. But why not vacate it and then do the match? Okay, here we go. The Kid Cool said, what is your favorite thing to watch? Oh, definitely good things. Definitely. I've watched a lot of bad things and I don't like that as much. Here is the Switchblades. No, the Adam Cole, baby. Making his way down with his crutches. What are we doing here? Which I'm sure is the question being asked by many people right now. He's not even in gear, said Travis. It sets a bad precedent that you just get someone else to fight for you if you get hurt and you don't want to lose the championship. What happens when someone really gets hurt, says John. Listen, AEW know how this looks right now. They must know how this looks right now. I believe, hand on heart, I believe they know how this looks right now. Something's going to happen. He's going to kick out his leg out of his leg. Let's go. Let's go. Well, we have done Owen Hart figures, haven't we? Good, because CM Punk is the real world champion, and this is for the fake world championship, says Daniel. Right, here we go then. Switchblade making his way down. Get yourself on DraftKings, says Nigel McGuinness. Put the house on Switchblades. Dave Meltzer just said whatever they do for the main event is next. Whatever it is they're doing for the main event, it's next. Whatever this is, it's next. Swerve Strickland against Hangman Adam Page was nearly 30 minutes long. It was 29 minutes 55. Nearly 30 minutes long for Swerve and Hangman. Wow. Is there a list of longest AEW matches? Clearly, it's not going to be the longest. MJF and Bryan Danielson was 67 minutes. Okay, so the fifth longest match, this was an article that was done in March, was Moxley and Kenny Omega, and that was 38 minutes. And that's the fifth longest match. So I'm thinking that we might have just seen that match between Swerve and Hangman. It may have broke into the top 10 longest AEW matches. Because MJF CM Punk is number 4, and that was 39 minutes. Number 5 is 38 minutes. So I've got to think a match that was near like 29 minutes, 55. I think there's a good chance that made it into the top 10. Okay, Adam Cole in the ring. Switchblades. Who's going to leave as champione? And nearly 80% of people have said MJF. 21% have said Jay White. Nick Hogan has been arrested. 30 minutes, and Hangman still hasn't got anything to hang his hat on. Commentators are saying this is a farce. Switchblade lies down. Switchblade is hobbling. There's a sound of an ambulance. An ambulance is making its way into the arena. MJF is driving the ambulance. MJF stole the ambulance. And MJF is hobbling his way to the ring. I don't think it's going to be Adam Cole against Switchblade, you know. Here's MJF. A hobbling MJF is going to beat Jay White, said Travis. Let's take it one step at a time. Yeah, let's take it one step at a time, shall we? MJF is making his way down to the ring. We've got lots of officials and referees telling MJF no. Main event's been changed now. Sorry, mate. Sorry, you're not cleared. We can't keep changing this main event. We've got to run with Adam Cole now. What they should do is they should put their arms around each other and both use their one good leg to make one good person. You know, I don't know if, if one's got an injured right leg and the other's got an injured left leg, we could do something there. Do you know what I mean? Working together, teamwork, working as one to bring down Switchblades. Okay, the bell has sounded, and it's MJF that's in the ring. MJF. I'm a poor. Okay. There's a lot to take from that sign. I'm should have an apostrophe in it. And I don't know that you spell poor, P-O-O-R. Kick coming in there by Switchblades. The thing I'm not getting is how is Cole cleared to compete, but MJF isn't? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't think about that anymore because it's not happening anyway. So don't even worry about something that's not even happening. MJF is in the ring. They could do a drop kick between them. So between them, you've got one whole wrestler. The Devil gets involved at some point, said Crispy Chicken. Could have Cole hit Jay with a crutch and MJF would still be champ. He could hit him with a crutch, couldn't he? That's a good shout. Kick out there by MJF. Poor Nick Hogan can't get $500 for bail. What happened to his race car career, says John. Real Kyle said, this is set up to have Adam turn on MJF. Team Kangaroo Kick, said Smooth Operator. Okay, so the Guns are beating up MJF. Adam Cole's trying to get over to help, but it's taken him a hot minute. Shoulder up there by MJF. He wouldn't have made his injury any worse. Cody's words, not mine. All they need is Zach Gowen, and it might finally be a fair fight, says Brenton. Tugboat said, Adam Cole is the devil. That's why he's outside. He's going to kick off the crutches and the fake boot, says Tugboats. R-Dub says, Tony really needs to lay off the booger sugar. Forearm strikes coming in by MJF. Well, if it is a fake injury, it's going to be a hell of a reveal. The reason why I didn't think Adam Cole was the devil was because just that one moment where they were in that fire exit area, which I genuinely haven't, I've seen it only a couple of times. I don't remember anything about that, seeing the devil and thinking that his movement was restricted. If this injury turns out to be fake, then that will be quite the reveal, won't it? For them to have planted that moment, for when he jumped off the edge of the stage, for that to not have been an actual injury. If that's what they've done. The poll isn't loading, and I've got perfect internet. The poll isn't loading. What do you mean? The Guns have been removed from ringsides. The devil is going to be Britt Baker, said Tim. Titless Tony Storm. I love Tony Storm. Oh, what did Switchblade do there? Switchblade just threw in like a chop or something at Adam Cole, did he? Cole on the outside. Kick coming in by Switchblades. Switchblade throwing MJF's shirt at Adam Cole on the outside. So Switchblade is constantly antagonizing Adam Cole. MJF is down in the ring. Kick coming into the side of the head there by Switchblades. Didn't Jay start off in AEW with Adam like Bullet Club reunion? I can't remember, to be honest. He may have done like around like a old Forbidden Door. I don't think he was with him when he came in like full time. Against the ropes. Back elbow by MJF. That's why they gave her the belt, said Tugboats. Timeless Tony is the best thing in AEW. Chin up, tits out. Yeah, I'm so pleased for her. MJF. On his feet, you've got Switchblade over in the corner. Lance said, I'm not watching. Is it a triple threat? No, it's just MJF against Jay White. The Devil and the Goons help MJF win, or Cole turns. The fact is, they could go several ways, and that makes it better, says Blaze Radio. Agency Development says why they were just handing him a chair. Shots coming in by MJF. Wrestler Andy said they should do a chin-up title out shirt. Oh, dudes. They definitely should do that. You should send them that as a Twitter tweet, whatever they're called now. X. You should exit over to them. Exit. You should send them an exit. That's an excellent idea. Excellent. Chin up, title out. That's an excellent idea. That's a great shout. Kangaroo kick by MJF. MJF is trying to... Nah, he's still hurting. His leg still hurts. Did MJF pretend to be injured? Nah. Or at least he's not. It's not indicating that he is. Adam Cole telling MJF to do a dive. MJF goes against the ropes. There's a drop kick to the leg there by Switchblades. DDT. I think Storm comes out and tosses a shoe. Hits both MJF and White in the head. Double count out. Is there a way that Timeless Tony could win this match? Adam Cole on the outsides. Devil is going to be Britt Baker, and Adam Cole will join her, says Tim. Watson said Wrestle with Andy is actually Tony Khan. Chop coming in. But this show is not a good show with the Wiener Punch, said David. Brenton said, does AEW not have faith in Jay White? Seems like a lot of smoke and mirrors around this match. Jay White seems a bit flat and bland on the mic. In-ring is good. Fair question mark? I think that I've seen enough of Jay White in New Japan to know that he's a great talent in the ring. I think that there's not really a reason to put all these smokes and mirrors around. I just think that's the AEW way sometimes. So I don't know. I don't know that this is a Jay White thing. I think it's an AEW thing. That's a lovely kick by MJF. Switchblade charged over. MJF moved out the way. Switchblade went up. MJF, bang! It was a lovely kick. Switchblade is down. Is MJF's knee going to get better during the match? Well, it hasn't so far. MJF is perched in the corner. He comes down and Switchblade moves out the way. MJF holding onto his knee right now. Big Uranagi by the Switchblades. And shoulder up. Shoulder up. Adam Cole watching on, applauding away. They're saying the presence of Adam Cole at ringside might actually be a distraction to MJF. Nigel McGuinness says, I love the fact he's out here and he's going to watch his best friend lose his title. That sign in the crowd, which I've not been paying attention to, is giving a thumbs down. I don't know if that is maybe because Switchblade is winning in the match at the moment. MJF gets thrown to the outsides. M said maybe Adam Cole, who's in the devil mask, just pretending to be a good guy. David said the devil is Logan Paul defecting to AEW with WWE's United States belts. MJF is on the outsides. Jay White grabbing MJF. Chop coming in there by Switchblade. MJF goes over against the ropes. Switchblade's in control. Adam Cole watching on. Rake of the eyes there by MJF. Face first into the edge of the ring there by Switchblades. DDT by MJF to Switchblades. Adam Cole applaud him. MJF trying to get his leg blood circulation going. I'm calling it now. The devil is the gobbledygooker, said Jay. Okay, the commentary table is being stripped. Commentary table is being stripped. Okay, Switchblade. Botchamania. Jay White gets put onto the commentary table and it immediately breaks apart. So commentators are saying, yeah, well, everyone slammed into this desk. You know, it took so much punishment. It wasn't going to take much, was it? It wasn't going to take much. MJF is still going up top. Switchblade is down by the ringside area. MJF is up top, going to look to deliver the elbow and delivers it. Delivers it to Switchblade that was down. There's not much you can do about that, is there? There's not much you can do about that commentary table collapsing. It is a lovely Botchamania moment, though. Fair play to these guys, though. They didn't let it affect them. Do you know what I mean? Like, MJF was like, okay, I'll just put him on the floor and I'll drop an elbow on him when he's on the floor. Jay, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Crowds are applauding away, cheering away, clapping away. Crowd on their feet as well. It was probably an IKEA table, said James. So, counting away, the commentators are saying that if he retains the title this way, it'll be a cheap victory. But the devil is CM Punk because he's salty about Tony. Football days will be revealed as the devil. Brenton said, if you wanted to hurt your opponent enough to beat him, why take all the things that could hurt said opponent off the table? If you wanted to hurt your opponent enough to beat him, why take all the things off the table? To be honest, I've always took that as a bit of a protection for yourself rather than for your opponent, you know? Like, if you're going to deliver an elbow drop to your opponent, you don't want to run the risk of landing on like a big monitor or something hard yourself. So I've always took that as a kind of more a protection for you than to protect your opponent. Dragon screw to the leg there. MJF goes down into the middle of the ring. Crispy Chicken said Jay White needs this more to advance Bullet Club golds. Tim said the devil is Uncle Howdy. Smurfy said it was Vince all along. George said Shane O'Mac. The devil is Bruno Sammartino. Are we going to get the devil? I mean, if the devil comes out, then we know it's not MJF or Adam Cole. Chop coming in there by Jay White. Jay White in control. Solved it. Devil is going to be green shirt guy. Well, I didn't see any green shirt on the devil. The fact the devil isn't wearing a green shirt, I think immediately means that that just can't be the case. Okay, so MJF is in a tree of woe, is upside down in the corner. Still selling the knee. The devil is Ahmed Johnson. Let's go. Was Ospreay the big signing, said Tim? Yes. Who would you have as the devil, said AK-Trons? I wouldn't mind Britt Baker. I wouldn't mind Britt Baker. He's up top. Uranagi Spanish fly type move. Uranagi, is he going to twist him round and plant him? Yes, he is. Oh, my God. I mean, that should win it. It's a monstrous Uranagi. Absolutely huge. 2. Sure. That was brutal. I'm surprised the crowd didn't pop more for that. But then they have seen two guys pretty much murder each other. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if the crowd are just a bit burnt out or if they just weren't that impressed, but the crowd didn't pop that big. I thought it was a great move. I thought that was a great move. The devil is going to be Danhausen. The devil could be MJF's new girlfriend, said Mission Impossible Reviews. I need to be up in 3 hours. Please hurry up and win, Max, said Watson. 3 hours 40 is how long this show has been running for. I reckon we are going to be done within the next 15. Chop coming in there by Jay White. MJF getting back up to his feet. Switchblades. Looking at MJF, he is throwing in another chop. MJF said, is that all you've got? Oh, what's he doing? Poking him in the eye. Switchblade goes against ropes. Kick to the midsection by Jay White. He pokes the eye of Jay White, MJF. MJF goes round the back. Forearm strike by MJF. Jay White goes against the ropes. MJF looking to charge over, clothesline. Face first, gets planted. Flattens him out, picks him up, bridges over. German suplex. MJF down. Tapper said, how do you handle staying up for these? It's nearly 5 a.m. Yeah, but I do it every day, so it's not a problem because I'm just in this time. This is my schedule, so looking to plant MJF. Was looking for a Blade Runner. MJF, though, rolls up Switchblade, reversed. Handful of tights, reversed by MJF, and he grabbed the ropes, but still couldn't get the 3. Into a tombstone. God, that looked brutal. That looked really brutal. MJF came down on his knee as well, and he's still selling it. MJF is Captain America, said African Chin. The devil is Kota Ibushi, said Adam. The devil is Adam Cole, said FTJ. Wardlow is the devil, said John. John Cena might be the devil. Tony Khan is the devil, said trust the process. MJF down in the corner. Adam Cole is pounding on the edge of the ring. MJF is getting up to his feet. Switchblade back up to his feet as well. Switchblade charging over. Back elbow by MJF. Switchblade goes down. MJF is on the middle rope. This is our main event. Stomping on the arm of Switchblades. MJF is... Switchblade getting caught in the ropes. Devil is Vince Russo, said Mission Impossible Reviews. The devil is Jack Perry, said Sterling Smith. Maggie said, I'm big in Japan. Switchblades down. In the words of the Waterboy's mama, football is the devil, said Brenton. Mercedes Monet is the devil, said the fourth one. Do you know what? That's actually... Oh, my God. MJF leaping over the top, grabbing Switchblades, looking for like a cutter to the outsides. Let's have a look at a replay here. He grabs him. Oof. Switchblades, it's hard. That's a hard one to know how to take, isn't it? I mean, it's a big spot by MJF. MJF chants. A cutter to the outside. The devil is going to be John Fury. Let's go, man. That would be the best. He's going to look to put Switchblade back into the ring. This is just stupidity, says Nigel McGuinness. MJF goes for the cover and shoulder up there by Switchblades. William said, I'm looking at what stars make. Over against the ropes. Adam Cole with some words of encouragement. 3 hours 46. Still not bad. He's checking his knee. His knee's really giving him some problems. Could you imagine if it was Jim Cornette that was revealed? The crowd would lose their mind, said Grave Cruiser. The knee is exposed now for MJF. His knee's giving out. So Nigel McGuinness said at some point the referee is going to have to throw this match out. Adam Cole banging on the edge of the ring. The devil is Yadong. Mustafa Ali is the devil. Okay, so who's going to leave as champion? And it's 80% of you that think it's going to be MJF. 80% think it's going to be MJF. Referee is looking like he's thinking of calling it. Dr. Mike is coming over. He's just having a look, and MJF sticks his finger up at the doctor. You'd have to give Jim Cornette 2-for-1 tickets to the show. The devil is Chris Tarrant. Okay, MJF goes down. Dragon screw to the leg there by Switchblades. And another dragon screw there. That'll blow your knee out on its own, says Taz. Now, figure four. Figure four. Spits in the direction of Adam Cole. Shots coming in by... So it's a figure four leg lock that's being applied. What is... Adam Cole has got a towel. MJF is screaming in pain. Adam Cole has got a towel. Chop coming in. I mean, we could explore, like, has he even got the authority to throw in the towel? No one taps to a figure four in a main event, said Crispy Chicken. Helen Hart tribute, said Wrestle. Throw it in for Helen. Do it for Helen. When I grow up, I want to be a referee, said Randy. MJF is battling away. Is that towel going to come in? Do you think it would be cool if David Finlay and Bullet Club are the ones and the Devil, said AK Trons? No. Because I don't think that many people would know who David Finlay is. Trying to get over to the ropes. Rocky, throw the goddamn towel. Figure 3.5. So this has been reversed. It's Switchblade now that's in pain. MJF has got the reversed move onto Jay White. Jay White gets to the ropes. Fighting the towel and the Devil and Jay White, says Billy. He's fighting everyone. He's fighting everyone. Adam Cole has got the Ring of Honor Championship. He looks at Jay White. He went to throw it at Jay White. Jay White wallops MJF with the title. This could be a big moment. This could be big. He's going to turn him over. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. That was a great moment. That was a great moment. He nailed him with the tag title belt. Adam Cole is banging away on the edge of the ring. Grave Cruiser said, AEW storylines are a cluster. They're all over the place. Mankind is the Devil. Switchblade has got the boot, the leg of MJF. It's pulling on the bad leg, and Switchblade goes down, and the referee goes down. Ref down. Switchblade down. MJF with a smile on his face. Dynamite Diamond Ring. Adam Cole said, it's all you. MJF was trying to get that diamond ring, but he couldn't quite reach it. And Jay White has got the ring. Well, Adam Cole's done him dirty there, hasn't he? I mean, he could have, like, properly got it, thrown it over to MJF. He went, there you go. That's yours. Just come and reach it. This is yours. MJF didn't get it, and now Jay White has got it. The Devil is in the detail. The ref is down. Switchblades trying to deliver a shot with that ring, but it's a low blow from MJF. Low blow by MJF. MJF with that ring. Now here come the guns. MJF has got the Dynamite Diamond Ring. Why is he putting it on his little finger? And there we go. Going for the cover of Switchblade. He just cracked Switchblade with the Dynamite Diamond Ring. And MJF wins. MJF pins Switchblades. Adam Cole celebrating at ringside. Low Blow said, Hayden, MJF wins. I've got a feeling a turn will happen, said Mr. Tar Heel fan. So many low blows, said Hayden. Bum, 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 bum. This is going to be a real interesting one. I know the show's still on. We still got a few potential moments that could arise. But I'm going to get ready to put the poll up on the community tab. We'll see what people have scored this show. That was the last match. MJF retains. What did you score? AEW Full Gear. MJF is holding up the belt. Adam Cole's holding up the belt as well. They're both holding up the belt together. Samoa Joe is seemingly next. Okay, so great match. Jay White should have won. 1,000,000% said B. World 420. MJF is boring, said Phineas. Swerve needs a blood transfusion. Is it off the air, like officially done? No. Chance of summer happening after this match. No, we're still on. I don't know that anything's going to happen, but take nothing for granted, you know. MJF holds up the belt. I'm Adam Cole's best friend, says MJF. We did it together. He goes up the entranceway. MJF's music's playing. The Guns have jumped into the ring to see Switchblades. Security guard just helping MJF up the entranceway. He's got the Triple B belt back, by the way. Imagine Bullet Club Gold against the Elite, said Sterling Smith. Bullet Club Gold were beaten by MJF twice tonight. Tony sucks at his job, says Jay Bryant. MJF Osprey at Wembley, said Jacob. What did he say? This is real professional wrestling, and I am the real All Elite Wrestling World Champion. So they said, don't miss Dynamite this Wednesday for the fallout of Full Gear. We've got Adam Cole and MJF embracing on the entrance ramp as the screen comes to black. Okay, so on the community tab of the channel, you can go there and you can vote. It only gives me 5 options that I can use. Otherwise, I'd have... If I could find a way of getting more, I would definitely have more. But it only allows me to have 5 options. So, do you think this was bad? Do you think it was okay? Do you think it was good? No, it was a good show. Do you think it was great? Oh, God, that was great. I really enjoyed it. Or do you think this is, like, all time? Do you think this is, like, honestly, we are going to, like, we talk about WrestleMania 17, You know, those big shows, Rumble 92. This is one of those shows that is all time. Where on that scale do you think it falls? So you can get your voice heard over on the community tab. And you can vote away from that. Let's go to some comments. Get some people's final thoughts as the show clocks in literally just 1 minute before the 4-hour mark. Stinky Toffee said, was the deal Danielson at Wrestle Kingdom Ospreay to sign early? Was the deal Danielson at Wrestle Kingdom Ospreay sign early? I don't know. I don't know if that was a deal. I mean, they've got a good relationship with New Japan, so there is every chance that they just did a deal for this on its own and that Danielson is a separate thing, or it could be connected. KW said, I really wanted to see Cole stand on his bad foot and smoke MJF with a crutch to end the show. It was very good. 8 out of 10, said George. That was a terrible ending, said Jay Brock. Dort Knight said, remember not to judge the show in the devil part. That's not how it works. That's on you if you was expecting that. That's true, actually. That's true. I didn't think we would get the devil this time. I could have been wrong, but I think the devil reveal will come at World's End. If we didn't have that show, then I think it could have been tonight. So I wasn't really expecting the devil. So that wouldn't really affect my thoughts on it. Blaze said, I enjoyed the show, but I'm not having anything with the devil. In the end is a big drop of the ball. In my opinion, at least have the mask on screen at the end or something. Nicholas said, good show, great matches. They seemed drawn out. Fantastic spots, but wanted a payoff with the devil angle. 7.8. Now we get Tony Khan mark out on the scrum. Oh, is there a scrum? I didn't know there was a scrum. Who's going to be the first one up in the scrum? The scrum is, you've got to say, normally worth watching with AEW. There is a media scrum, so we'll have the scrum won't start for another half an hour, won't it? It says it's live. Let's have a look and see. We'll have a look and see what the first person up is, because you know they've had Adam Copeland come out before. They've had MJF on there before. We'll see. I'm going to read some more comments and I'll keep an eye on this. Ladder match was the best overall, 7 out of 10. Adam Page match was good. Last match was so-so, said Crispy Chicken. Adam said the media scrum is live on AEW's YouTube channel. What was the best match for you, said Smurfy Tunes. Good question, that is. What was the best match? I don't know, actually. What do you think the best match was? What do you think the best match was? It's a good question. What was the best match? What was the best match? I don't know. I'm leaning towards Timeless Toni Storm because I enjoyed her winning, and I thought the couple of spots that they did put in that match worked well. Like her throwing a shoe during the match is a bit silly, but I like the fact that she went to throw the shoe. Aubrey took it away. She had a second one behind that she could then wallop Hikaru Shida with. Like, it wasn't just a silly, let's do this spot. Like, there was actually some thought to that spot, which I enjoyed. And then when she put the thing in her back, and you're like, how's she going to use that? And then she did it with, like, the hip attack thing. And I thought the rest of the action, I thought it was all right match-wise. That I think those spots kind of added to it. I really like the result of that. But the match was okay with some spots that made it better. Sting, Darby, Adam Copeland, Christian Luchasaurus, Luke Way. I mean, that was okay. I don't know. That's tricky. That's tricky. I'd be interested to know what people think. Scrum, yeah, I've got it on. It's still not started. Timeless Tony was solid. Men's match, Swerve. Hangman said Smurfy tunes. A. Jobson said decent show, 8.75. Justin said MJF being champ this long is getting old. Erasure Mind said Swerve and Hangman. Boxhead said give Swerve a damn title. Christopher said 7.5 out of 10. I enjoyed it a lot. It wasn't perfect. No, it wasn't. It was not perfect, but one of AEW's best pay-per-views. My favorite match was the ladder match. Tugboat said, I would go Hangman. My best match was Hangman versus Swerve, said Shane. MJF has been champion for a full year. Jim says, 8 out of 10. I'm happy for Julia Hart getting her first championship. James said, with it not being revealed tonight, then I think it proves it's not Punk. World's End is the end of MJF's title reign, said David. Why would they have the devil there when it's MJF's moment to overtake Kenny's reign? I think he's already done that, has he not? Has he not already done that? Mitchell said, what did you score the show? What did you score the show, Mitchell? What did you score the show? Timeless Tony, tits up, always steals the show. Love it. It's a brilliant character. I think the match just seemed to struggle at times to grab the audience. I think they wanted to get into it. I think it maybe just took a bit of time to heat up. I think it did get somewhere. I certainly don't think it was a bad match by any means. I think it did get somewhere. Is it one of the all-time classic women's title matches? No, I mean, it's not Toni Storm, Jamie Hayter. That was a fantastic match. I really enjoyed that. But I think that this one was good. And as I said, I think those spots elevated it. I just really like that character. I feel really engaged with that character, and I really enjoyed it. Travis said, I'm giving 2 out of 10. The match of the night was the MJF match. Typical Summers said 8.25 out of 10. I'm waiting for next Saturday. It was a good show, said Shaquem. Sonny, shout out to you. Hacker tomorrow said 7. Ospreay versus Omega at Wembley, says Jay. Shaquem said, I'm going to go 6. Maggie said, I'm off after this one. Well, I'm just waiting to see what the start's going to be. I just want to know who the first person's going to be on the media scrum. Was the devil revealed? No. Chris Chicken said, AEW pays all that money for Jay and he doesn't use his mic skills or put him over. Jaden said, 8 out of 8.5. Great matches, great spots. Well booked ending was iffy, but an awesome show. AEW did themselves proud. Danny said, I'm glad you did this over UFC, Danny. Appreciate it. Mitchell said, I'm thinking 7.25 to 7.5. For me, the Hangman Swerve match was too much, but that's just me. I thought it was too much as well. I think it killed the show as well, to be honest, because I think how could Jericho and Omega follow it, you know? Like, how could anything follow it? And it was half an hour long. I mean, you're talking about a match that was half an hour long. They did such brutal things to each other. How can any other match How can you finish a match with, you know, in AEW, the main event was just won by someone using a ring to knock their opponent out. In that bloodbath, it went half an hour and were using cinder blocks and glass. And do you know what I mean? Like, in the end, he had to choke him out with a chain to put him away. Like, it's like you have to end the world to win a match in AEW. You have to go to such extremes in AEW to be victorious. And how the flip was Omega and Jericho meant to follow that? How? Well, they couldn't, is the answer. They couldn't. I don't think the Young Bucks match delivered, but how could it? And even the main event had to rely on a lot of skullduggery, a lot of twists and turns and smoke and mirror, didn't it? So there will be an audience for it, and there's many people in our community saying that it was their favorite match. But yeah, I'd say it was not for me either. And it seems like even if you was into it, like Meltzer, who said it was on track to be an all-time classic, he seemed to say that the interference at the end could have derailed it. So even he seemed to find like some criticism for it. But he did still make the point that it could still be regarded as an all-time classic, even with that interference. But he's not sure at this stage. So I think that, you know, unsurprisingly, Meltzer will have a lot of love for that match and this card. And it seems like it was one that people have very much enjoyed. Come on, Tony. We're only waiting to find out who the first person is. We're certainly not going to stick around for this full thing. This media scrum tends to be like a couple of hours long. Like, they don't do short media scrums in AEW. They really get into the nitty gritty. They really get into the detail. So yeah, we're just waiting to find out who the first person's going to be. I'd like to hear from Tony, to be honest. I'd like to see what Tony's got to say. But sometimes he's not the first person to talk. Sometimes he can be like, you know, an hour in or even like later than that. I am RVXV said people are moaning about not getting the reveal to the Devil storyline instead of letting it cook. That's the sadness that wrestling fans have got such short attention spans. Ooh. Bring back Punk. Smurfy Tunes, typical Summer said the last media scrum was only an hour and a half. Smurfy Tunes said, which wrestler do you think, say, put on the best match from men's and women's? Yeah, we were just talking about that. I don't know. I don't know what's... I think people are going to be very divided as to the answer to that one. I think people are going to be very split as to what the best match was. I think the match I enjoyed the most was the Toni Storm one, but I am really into her character. Like, I get more excited for when she comes out and, like, you know, all the elaborate stuff she does. I get more engaged in her match than I do for any of the other matches. So probably, you know, I'll be the first to admit that's going to be a reason for it. I'll be the first to admit there's a reason as to why I feel like really engaged and probably enjoyed her win more than other things on the card, you know? I think, you know, if you look at like the main event, there was a lot going on in that, you know? There was a lot going on in that main event. We didn't know if we were getting Adam Cole. We didn't know, like, MJF coming out with the ambulance. There was lots of moving parts in that main event. Golden Jets against the Young Bucks, as we said. How the hell could it follow the public execution that was Swerve and Hangman? You know, you can just sort of go down the card. To be honest, Sting, Darby, Adam Copeland, it was so long ago now, I don't really remember it. I remember it being fairly solid. I can't remember much about it. I don't remember it being like a bad match. But considering like the stuff that followed, it kind of has slipped out my memory. I remember Orange Cassidy and Jon Moxley being pretty good as well. I remember that being pretty good. I really hope the Devil is Roddy. That would be very interesting. I think it would make most sense to have Adam pull a heel turn and Roddy. Smurfy said, Darby saying it's Sting's last match. It is Sting's last match. They advertised it as Sting's last match. AEW fans aren't talking about a Devil or Punk. It's just WWE fans that are doing that, said Agency Developments. Okay. Still waiting for this to start. I mean, you can understand why it's delayed, you know? They've literally just finished. I'm sure Tony wants to have a word with a few people first. And this is just all bonus ball stuff, isn't it, you know? So... MJF cheated to win the match with the Dynamite Diamond Ring. That's such an original and fresh ending. Thank you, Tony, for giving us something new, said John. Greggy, shout out to you. Jim said, what? Days thought an Orange Cassidy match was good, says Jim. I thought that match didn't, or not that I noticed, it didn't have as much like of his kind of silliness in it. The problem I have with Orange Cassidy, or have had historically, is that I like his laid-back attitudes. I like his Titantron. I like the fact that, like, you know, put some fun here is written in words. He's kind of like, yeah, whatever, kind of attitudes. I like all that. But for me, when the bell rings, that's when it's time to get serious. That's when, like, the little kicks. Sometimes... I've seen in the past where he does those little kicks and he just gets absolutely smacked in the face. Like, you know, and like he goes down and it's like, I mean, like, I'm sure he does want to win. I'm sure he does want to win matches, but I struggle with what is the mindset for that? What's the thought process for that? What's the character meant to be about? For me, where I think the Orange Cassidy works best is if he's got that kind of, I've said before, you know, a lot of us can't be bothered to go to work. You know, you wake up, you're like, oh God, I don't want to do this today. I don't want to do this today. If he was a character that was, I can't be bothered, can't really be bothered to go to work kind of character, I think that would be interesting. And I think people would be able to relate to that. And I think many people have related to his can't be bothered, whatever character. But for me, when the bell sounds, that's a problem, isn't it? Because you're in there in a battle, like a physical combat battle. So for him to be like little kicks, hands in his pockets, messing around, I struggle with that. That's the bit where I struggle. And that's why I saw some of those little kicks, whatever, during this match, but I didn't see as much of it, and I thought it was one of his better matches. Yeah, I thought it was one of his better matches. I think they've kind of tried to reinvent his character a little bit, like they're trying to, and have done for say the past 12 months, whatever, with making him a proper in-ring competitor. They're really trying to make him a wrestler that puts on competitive wrestling matches and carries this title, and you know, they're trying to find a way of getting him across to be, you know, a player, an actual wrestler that can get somewhere. And his win over Moxley tonight is obviously a big step in that direction. It's one that's going to divide opinion because he is someone that does divide opinion. But I actually don't mind him winning that match. I don't mind him winning that match. If you are trying to build him up to be a threat, to be a proper challenger, he's going to need to win these kinds of matches. You know, he can't just beat the likes of, I don't know, Daniel Garcia, and then whenever he comes up against like a Hangman Page, or he comes up against a Moxley, or he comes up against a Kenny Omega, he's going to fall short. Like, he's going to have to win these kinds of matches if he's going to get to that next level. But equally, if you want him to be a challenger, you can't really have him messing around with the kicks and hands in pockets and whatever. So I thought it was it's not my favorite match on the card, but I thought it was a better match. Those hardcore super blood matches aren't my thing. I never got into ECW, said Mitchell. I love back and forth matches where skill can win, says Mitchell. Okay, here's Tony. Great day for AEW business. Great pay-per-view. MJF. So MJF's going to be the first one. He's got a crutch. MJF is in tears. Okay, he's talking about the table spot. These tears are not fake, he says. I'm in a lot of pain. He says these tears are not fake. Music in the background's annoying, yeah? Feel bad. Triple H must be devastated about Will's move to AEW, said agency development. I wish MJF would cut down on swearing, says Jim. MJF just said, we gave you lots of different versions of what pro wrestling can be. And even if not all those versions are my cup of tea, I'm proud to be part of the team and I'm proud of everybody. MJF won't cut down his swearing. That's his personality, says Raju. MJF is saying every swear word that's ever been invented. Sting winning his match is the one thing you can take to the bank. He has been undefeated for 3 years. David said, I think MJF has really hurt himself. Is he in real pain? That's probably why he's upset. He gives a pickle to Tony Khan. Who do you dedicate this match to? He's talking about his grandfather who died 3 years ago, and he makes himself upset. MJF's picture is on the pickle jar, says Murphy Toons. Tony is a one-bite kind of a guy. Arish Mine said, this will go well in the next Botchamania. I'm old and tired and I work with children. Takes bite of cookie. I mean, this is why we wanted to stick around, because they do give you something. I mean, this is something. MJF in tears, saying that he's in very real pain. I mean, he's crying his eyes out, man. Did he have to? Did he need to be on the press conference? Maybe it's a sign he didn't re-sign, said Travis. Eating pickles and banging rats. Be a good shirt. He ate a pickle and he's rubbing his eyes. At least they weren't sour. The scrum is funny with MJF talking, says A. Jobson. Danny said, I thought he landed bad on that table spot. It did look bad. Raju said, WWE fans are frustrating on Twitter with Ospreay signing with AEW. I am young. I study this sport and I like to think I understand this sport. MJF telling a story how someone in the locker room got in touch with him and basically said that he'd been bullied on like an independent show. So MJF is really making a point about how, like, it doesn't matter that he's not been doing this very long, or he's not been, like, you know, at the top very long. How long had Michael Jordan been in the NBA before he was regarded as one of the best? Days complaining that a death match killed the show is like complaining that a first blood match had blood in it. Death is in the name, so they lived up by killing the show, said John. I was going to do whatever it took to get the job done to keep the title tonight, says MJF. Travis said, WWE fans don't care. William said, does Tony pay for this scrum? Who are these reporters asking questions? I need to see some credentials. MJF said, me and Adam Cole both want each other to succeed. Crowd was amazing tonight. Crowd were... So MJF said Los Angeles is one of the best AEW crowds. Do you remember John Moxley got back to Raw while driving a police van, then AEW as MJF drive an ambulance back to the Kia Forum, says Adam. Here is the thing said, how many five-star plus ratings will Meltzer give this pay-per-view? Hangman, Young Bucks, MJF matches at least, says here is the thing. MJF is promoting these pickles called Better Than Your Dill. Okay, MJ, we read that. The devil is obviously the friends we make along the way. Okay, we've got... You stop crying. Joe is big and scary. He's a tank of a man. MJF said that he's not sure if he's going to wrestle Samoa Joe. He gave his word, but it was a verbal agreement. It is what it is, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure they will. I'm interested in his answer on this. This title says I'm the best. He says that the bar they set was not an easy bar to hop over. He's talking about Swerve and Hangman. He says that it was his job to step up to the plate. He feels like he did, and he's proud that he did so. He says they set a high bar, and but that belt says that he's the best. And he feels like he reached that standard. The Sphere lost money in its first quarter. It's over budget. It cost about 800 million. Oh, what? The thing in Las Vegas? Everyone wants to play the Sphere in Vegas. A wrestling event would be cool. My favourite match is the one where Ric Flair at 74 was giving very weak chops to Christian, said John. MJF should come out eating muffin tops. MJF is trying to get up. That's the end of the MJF bit. Okay, he's giving out pickles to people. People are coming up to grab pickles. Look at them. Look at these journalists running up to grab a jar of pickles. Wow. I've sent a picture on what it says on the pickle jar. Well, I will look at that and then we will wrap things up. It says, better than your dill, a.k.a. classic dill, MJF's pickles. Okay, cool. Right. Appreciate the support. Ospreay has just come to sit down. We know that he is finishing up with AEW, and then I'm sure he's going to come and have a... I'm sure he'll come in and, as we said, he'll be part of the Road to Revolution. Hearing from MJF was pretty fun. I don't think there's much I need to hear or anything I need to hear from Ospreay. I'll probably just keep it on in the background. But, yeah, appreciate people joining us. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Go over to the community tab. Leave your votes as to what you thought about the show. That's going to be interesting. We're going to do a stream tomorrow on Sunday. We'll obviously probably talk about this. We'll foreshadow where we're going and the fallout and everything. So if you are around, come and join us for that. And enjoy the rest of the evenings. And as I said, thanks a lot for joining us. And I will see you again next time.